Dreamscape presents The Misfit by J.L. Beck. Narrated by Renee Thorne and Ryan Stone.
The hardest challenge is to be yourself in a world where everyone is trying to make you be somebody else. E. E. Cummings. Chapter 1. Lee. I thought my first stint in jail would be for a crime far worse than kissing some random guy in a bar. If I'm being honest, it wasn't the kissing part that landed me here. It was everything after that. But I won't correct them. My reputation is more important than clearing up a rumor. Anyway, jail isn't half as bad as the endless reruns of Cops make it out to be. To be fair, the severity of the jail might be a little more severe in theory than reality, given this is more like a metal box with bars than an actual cell. Or maybe it's my last name that has me receiving the royal treatment. It doesn't matter. The quietness here eats away at my insides like an infection. If only my brain were this quiet. With a sigh, I roll onto my side to face the bullpen. They've stashed me away in a tiny-ass holding cell, but in a way, I should be thankful the police station is the next town over from the college, and not the one we've been fighting against for the last year for Ellie's sake. I'm sure tonight would have had a very different outcome if that were the case. As it is, the young officer who arrested me keeps casting looks my way. He's acting like I'm about to strip my clothes off, again, and run around the station until he catches me. Doesn't sound half bad. My only real worry is that he'll like it. I give him a little wink and smile, and satisfaction builds as a red flush creeps up his pale cheeks. What can I say? I have a habit of making people nervous. The door in the other room opens, then slams, and one of my best friends, Sebastian, comes marching in, his tie undone and his very pregnant wife, Ellie, trailing behind him. They are unamused. "What the fuck?" Sebastian gripes as he approaches the lone officer. His comment is directed at me, but the cute officer leans away as if that will protect him from Sebastian's wrath. I sit up, my vision blurring slightly as I reach my arms above my head and stretch out my back. "Took you long enough? Is it really that difficult to behave? Why do you always have to do something that gets you in trouble?" Sebastian snaps, not even acknowledging the police officer. "Are you kidding me? If I wanted to be scolded, I would have called my mother. I didn't do anything wrong. I was having a couple drinks at the bar and I kissed a guy." I toss him a grin. "And I liked it. So fucking what? It's not my fault the homophobic owner got pissy and called the cops." Sebastian lets out a loaded breath through his nose. "Don't play the innocent victim here. I know you, Lee. Instigation is your M.O. "I didn't instigate shit. There wouldn't have been a problem if he hadn't started one." Seb merely shakes his head. "At some point, you have to learn when to shut your mouth. Not every disagreement has to end with blood drawn." I ignore him because I don't want his opinion. I want out of this fucking cell. I peer over at Ellie, who has thrown herself into a chair nearby. "Looking very round there, Ellie. You okay?" She leans her head off the back of the chair and flips me off, which, naturally, makes me smile. I look back at Sebastian, who is still staring at me like a disappointed father, and huff. "Can you save the lecture for later and get me out of here? I'm missing the party." His gaze scans my shredded jeans and vintage Lynyrd Skynyrd t-shirt. "You aren't even dressed for the party. Besides, it's likely going to be over by the time we get back." I roll my eyes. "Not a mill party. Never. If it ends before sunrise, I didn't plan the thing properly." Ellie groans, either from exhaustion or from my mentioning Dawn, and I cock my head in her direction. "Actually, you can just drop me off and take your wife home so she can put her feet up. She's super pregnant, for fuck's sake." "I didn't notice." Seb snaps and then turns to the officer. "Can you get him out, please? I'll send his lawyer to handle the paperwork." The adorable officer nods, grabs a ring of keys from his desk and comes over to the cell. I stand, slip my Converse back on, and meet him at the door. "Thank you for the hospitality." I keep my voice low and husky, making the officer blush even more. God, I love making them nervous. "Where's the other guy?" Seb snaps. I tear my attention away from the officer. "Huh? The other guy, the one you made out with in the bar?" I keep my expression blank, tucking away the anger and pain at the reminder that the man had split the second the bartender called the cops. Fuck if I know. He was just some rando. I don't even remember his name. Seb arches an eyebrow, the number one sign he's not buying my shit, but thankfully he doesn't push. It takes a hot minute to sign the release paperwork and get my belongings back. The officer tosses the items down on the counter and I assess them, ensuring I have everything. Keys, wallet, phone, condoms. Everything is here. I shove it all into the pocket of my jeans. "It was nice to meet you, Officer Chu." Seb huffs loudly. "For fuck's sake, Lee, let's go." He starts towards the door and I give the officer one more wink, then shuffle my brown hair off my forehead and follow behind. Outside, the car waits, and we all slide into the back, Ellie wedged between Seb and me. My gaze is drawn to her bulging belly. Fucking hell, I'm a piece of shit. There's no reason she should be out at this hour fixing my problems, as pregnant as she is. Then again, she wasn't supposed to come. Only Sebastian was. But I guess now that they're married and having a kid, it's a 2-for-1 special. I'm sorry. I can't help but apologize. I feel like a total dickhole that she's out and about this close to her due date. Don't be sorry, Lee. I still love you. Ellie smiles at me, and I'd return her smile if her husband's glare wasn't burning holes into my skin. He's pissed, and rightfully so. But if he didn't want me to call him, why did he agree to help me in the first place? It's a short 20-minute drive to the mill, and as I predicted, the final party of the year is still raging. I pause with my hand on the door handle. "You coming?" Sebastian shakes his head. "No, I think Ellie has had enough fun for the night." He tugs her onto his lap, and she nuzzles her face against his chest. Yeah, go. Behave," he orders. "Shut it. I'm always on my best behavior." I smile and step out of the car. Time to put on the party mask. Part of my brain seizes up at the idea, because I'm so burnt out over being someone I'm not. But what other option do I have? This is what they expect of me. This is all they want from me. Nothing more. This is why I'm here, why I insisted on coming to this party when the part of me that's real would rather be home in bed. Play the part, deliver the man. Gathering up all the energy I have, I saunter up the steps, push the door open, and enter the house. I'm greeted with a cry of excitement that echoes through the room. It ripples through me, even as it grates against my nerve endings. Their energy, their excitement, their adulation. Except they don't know me, now do they? I give a little bow just off the entryway, none of them noticing the sardonic twist to my lips, and sneak into the kitchen to get some alcohol. Because what's a party without a beverage? I scour the countertops for the perfect liquor to indulge in, and like the mood killer he is, Drew, bell attached at his hip, finds me before I can wrap my hands around a bottle. What the fuck? We all agreed to keep a low profile and you go out and get yourself arrested? I can handle Sebastian all day. One of my other best friends, Drew, is a different creature entirely. Do I say I'm sorry for being such a fuck-up? Nah, he should expect that by now. Is there really any response that will matter? I guess no response is better. After all, I'm not a fucking Hallmark card. Ignoring his comment, I snake a hand behind him to a bottle of amber liquor. I pop the cork and steal a glance at the label as I do. 10-year-old bourbon. Not the best, but it'll do. Drew is not one to be ignored, so I'm not surprised when he grabs me by the wrist to stop me from bringing the bottle to my lips. Are you even listening to me? I heard you loud and clear, Dad, I snap, and then instantly regret it when Drew flinches. Why do I have to have a fucking heart? I just care about you, man. What the hell happened? Do you want my version of the events, the police officer's version, or the homophobic asshole bar owner's version? Whatever version makes me least likely to want to knee you in the balls. I grin. Oh, it's sweet that you're thinking of my balls. It's because mine are bigger, isn't it? Drew's nostrils flare, and annoyance pinches his features, color riding high on his perfect cheekbones. Is everything a game to you? I mean, maybe. That's the thing about Lee Sterling. If you give me an inch, I'll take a fucking mile. Then I'll fuck you with the inch you gave me just to prove a point. It would be kind of sad if I had a damn choice in it all. Drew should know better. I tap a finger against my chin as if I'm pondering a real response. I don't think you want me to answer that. I think you need to start using your fucking brain. We're adults. College is over. What are you going to do with your life? Fight anyone who has a different opinion than you? His disappointment leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, and for reasons I don't understand, I hate his disappointment the most. I shrug. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't even know what day it is. I'm merely living for the present. And that's the problem. You're making choices that could have a profound impact on your future. You're acting like tomorrow doesn't even matter. This is becoming far too deep and depressing a conversation to have while sober. You're ruining a good night and a good fucking party with your fortune cookie bullshit. I think I liked you better before you decided to become a knight in shining armor. It's a jab, a low one at that. I love Belle and welcome her into our little fucked-up family with open arms, but I need this conversation to end before I lose my fucking mind. Knight in shining armor? He snorts. Don't tell me you're already drunk. I roll my eyes. Do I look like I'm drunk? Drew shakes his head. All I'm trying to say is, as tempting as it is, you can't just go around tossing punches every time someone says something you don't like. Yeah, I hear you. I risk looking over at Belle, who is a couple feet away, failing miserably to act discreet in her desire to give us a little privacy. Get your adorable ass over here, Belle. I'd rather see her pretty face than his ugly mug anyway. That's a lie. His face is too freaking perfect. Drew rolls his eyes and half turns to tug her into his side. She lets out a little squeal, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her gaze bounces to me and the excitement fades to concern. Fuck. Don't tell me she's worried too. Belle gives me a weak smile. Busy night, huh? I nod and take a swig of the bourbon, loving the burn, followed by the deep ache it creates in my belly. Yes, kinda. Not the type of busy I'd prefer, though. I waggle my eyebrows at her. I wonder how many people I can get into my bed by dawn. Shall we make a bet? Some of her worry evaporates, and she grins, readjusting Drew's grip on her waist. No, I'd never bet against you. That's because you're smart. I lean forward and gently press a kiss to her cheek, loving the way Drew stiffens at the innocent touch. He doesn't say anything, mainly because he knows my relationship with Belle is strictly friends. Toodles. Letting the alcohol lead me, I turn and scan the crowd of partygoers. Time for shots, I shout, raising the bottle. Let's get this party started. There's laughter and several people crowd closer, Belle and Drew slowly fading to the back of the room where they both prefer to be. I grab a few random bottles off the counter and start to pour a round of shots that are snapped up faster than I can pour them. With a drink in hand, everyone raises their shot glasses, and I clear my throat and jump up onto the countertop. I don't particularly like the spotlight, but everyone expects me to occupy it at least some of the time. So here goes nothing. Here's to the women who love us terribly. May they soon improve, and may all your ups and downs be under covers. The room erupts with laughter, and everyone tosses back their shot. I smile and do the same, continuing to hand out shots to anyone who wants one. Once the crowd thins, I take another swig of alcohol, this time straight from the bottle. The liquid burns in my throat, and I nearly choke as I examine the label. Shit, I must have grabbed the vodka at some point. Vodka is the worst. A drink is a drink, though. I grimace and take another swig, scanning the crowd for someone who looks to be alone or lonely, anyone to quiet the voice in my head and allow me to escape for a little while. Irritation pricks at my skin. Everyone seems to be paired up. Guess that's what I get for being late. I squeeze my eyes closed. Maybe I shouldn't have come to this thing. Everything is starting to press in on me, and the mask is slipping. It always does, no matter how much I try to maintain control. But it's too early for this shit. Maybe the incident with the guy in the bar got to me more than I thought. I shove the melancholy thoughts away, shake out my shoulders, and make sure no one can see under the mask now. Chapter 2. Lee. I don't even know what I need. Someone to talk to, someone to touch, someone I can transfer this untenable feeling inside me to. It's like this every time. I take another swig of vodka and snake through the mass of bodies, letting the feel of them run past me and fade into the background. The need for an outlet, something, anything at all, pumps through me until it's almost a fever pitch in my mind. The touch of other people, the smell of alcohol and sweat, the lights and music. It's overwhelming my senses. Fuck, I need to get out of here. I turn toward the stairs to try and make an early exit, but there's a huge knot of people clogging the passage, and no way to get past them without making a scene. Fuck. I spin and try to find an exit, a fucking hole to fall into. Anything. On the other side of the kitchen, hidden at the back of the room, is the pantry. Yes. Like a crazed lunatic, I push across the mass of bodies filling the space toward the doors. Anyone who sees me coming scurries out of the way. Everyone except the damn guy carrying the punch bowl. A growl of frustration rips from my throat. I barely stop in time, saving myself from a fruit punch bath, inadvertently dipping a hand into the sticky substance as I try to help balance the bowl. "What the fuck, dude?" the guy growls in irritation. I tug my hands away, wanting to clock the idiot in the face. "Seriously? You ran into me, asshole." With the pantry so close, I restrain the whisper of violence in my blood and lunge for the door. Once open, I throw myself into the empty dark and pull it closed. The space is no bigger than a powder room, but with the door shut and darkness surrounding me, music threading the silence, it's the most amazing place in the world. A sigh escapes me as I press my forehead into the cool wood of the door, and the tightness in my muscles eases as the sensory overload slowly melts from my bones. Alone at last, until a tiny sound, like a mouse squeaking, reaches my ears. What the hell? Spinning around, I come face to face with a girl. Scratch that. Not a girl, a woman. I don't understand what the fuck is happening right now. Maybe the little bit of liquor I've drank has gone to my head. What the hell is she doing in here? I don't know what the fuck is going on, but before I can stop myself, I reach for her. She squeaks again, and the blue nitrile gloves covering her hands swat me away. "Why are your hands wet?" The screech of her voice startles me. Shit. In a panic, I clamp my non-wet hand over her mouth before I look back and check the door to ensure no one's going to bust through it like the Kool-Aid man. I'm aware I'm acting irrational. It doesn't take a degree to see that, but I have to find a way to calm down. My heart races, anxiety bubbling in my veins like a pot of boiling water. I wait for the inevitable to happen, for my secret to be exposed, for everyone to find out Golden Boy Lee Sterling is nothing more than an anxiety-filled prick. But the seconds tick by, and nothing happens. The door remains blissfully closed. I damn near sigh in relief before I turn my attention back to the tiny woman. Shh. If someone hears you, they might come looking for me, and I really need a fucking minute or 5 here. Her forehead wrinkles with confusion, and I drag my gaze over her face, or at least the features I can make out in the dim light that filters in from under the door. There's something wholesome and almost striking about her. I can't look away, even though I should. I'm held in a trance, unable to do anything else but stare at her. What is wrong with me? I've seen plenty of beautiful women in my life, but there's something about this mysterious girl, something that makes me pause, something deeper than beauty. I give in to temptation and let my gaze roam over her delicate features, analyzing each one. High, sharp cheekbones with large, bright eyes, framed by perfectly shaped eyebrows. Her nose is small and slightly turned up. She blinks up at me, a hint of annoyance mixed in the warmth of her gaze. I can't tell if her hair is black or brown, but it's beautiful and long around her shoulders. The sweet scent of vanilla fills my nostrils. I almost lean in to get a better whiff, but stop myself at the last second. She gulps, and I know this because I feel the movement under my hand. Shit, I still have my hand over her mouth. Slowly, I pull my hand away. Do I apologize? It seems to be the obvious answer, but then again, I didn't really do anything wrong. The girl takes a step back, pressing herself against the shelf of rice behind herself. Not just a little bit of rice, but a metric ton of it. Why the fuck would anyone ever need that much rice? You can't be here. This is my hiding spot. Her voice bites against the darkness, diverting my attention away from the rice and back to her. Also, why are your hands wet? The last bit comes out almost in a whine. Unfortunately, sweetheart, none of this is yours. It's owned by the mill, which I'm a member of, so if anything, you can't be here. I have every right to be here. I was invited. Right. I self-consciously wiped my sticky hand against my jeans. Everyone was invited, and my hand was wet because I had to stop some idiot from bathing me with the punch bowl. Her beautiful features pinch with disgust. That's terrible. I pause, knowing this interaction is different, that this girl, whoever she is different. There's something real and raw about her that's a stark change to most of the women I come into contact with. The longer I look at her, the more I want to peel back her layers and see what's hiding beneath, which is insane because I've never felt that way about anyone, male or female. I think we started off on the wrong foot, I say. It's fine. Her dismissal is jarring. Did I miss something? Is this the new hangout spot? Why are you in here? She sighs. Just like you, I guess I needed a minute. I nod. Well, it looks like there's enough room for both of us. She shrugs, and I watch as she carefully wraps her arms around herself. It's really okay. I planned on leaving as soon as I got the courage to walk back out there. I thought I was ready for this, but I don't think I am. Ready for this? What does that mean? Her lips move subtly, and it looks like she's counting under her breath. It's strange, but kind of comforting at the same time. Are you okay? She lets out a huff. Am I okay? The way she repeats the question I asked, making me think probably not, but I push for clarity anyway. Yeah, are you okay? I ask again. She shakes her head and looks at me. Looks at me in a way no one else ever has, like she's reaching into the depths of my soul and unearthing all my secrets. I'm fine. I don't know why I came, why I'm even trying. This is supposed to be my fresh start. I'm finally finishing up my degree, even if it means taking summer classes. I blink at her a few times. Who attends classes in the summer? She clears her throat and tucks her chin against her chest, and for some reason I hate it, so I reach out to tip it back up. She ducks out of range, avoiding my touch. I don't like that. Not at all. Lots of people, but mostly the ones who have missed classes and want to catch up as fast as they can. Sounds like a waste of summer to me. I scoff. Is it really worth it? The tiniest flicker of a smile tugs at her lips and then disappears. Depends on the price you're willing to pay. For me, it's worth it. I want to get back on track. I want to be normal, whatever that looks like in this day and age. Normal is overrated, says the guy with all the friends, who isn't wearing gloves or being stared at like he has two heads every time he enters a room. Touché. I smile, but it dawns on me that she's talking about herself. Who is this girl? What's her name? Why is she wearing gloves? I want to know all the fucking things so I can what? We don't know each other, and I doubt she's going to tell me the answer to any of those questions. Exactly, but that doesn't tell me why you're hiding. I recognize your voice. Wasn't that you a minute ago yelling about shots to the crowd? I'm thankful she can't see the hot embarrassment creep into my cheeks. Sure was. Goes to show that even the most put-together people on the outside can be crumbling beneath the surface. Fake it until you can't, right? I know I shouldn't, but I step a little closer, wanting a better look at her in the low light. This time she doesn't retreat, and our gazes collide, her warm brown eyes bleeding into mine. Damn. Just one look, one tiny glimpse into her eyes, and the sadness and understanding that reflects back at me makes it hard for me to breathe. She understands. She knows what it's like. I want to keep looking at her, keep trying to figure her out. Until you can't, she echoes. Her breath brushes my chin, and the scent of cherry alcohol and lime tickles my nostrils. I know all about can't. I reach out with the non-sticky hand and gently trail a fingertip over her full bottom lip. I'm consumed with the need to touch her, to trace her features so I never forget what she looks like. Part of me wonders if I'm already drunk off my ass and this is a dream. What the fuck is wrong with me? She tucks her lip in slightly, and when it looks like she's going to pull away, I frown. You don't want to be touched? Shaking her head, strands of hair fly into her face. It's not that. I don't know when you washed your hands last, and I have this problem with germs and dirt and, well, people in general. Problem? She nods. Yes, it's called OCD. OCD? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I take a step back, giving her space, even though my brain and my body are wanting the opposite. Besides the gloves she's wearing, there's nothing that makes her stand out in comparison to other girls. My steps back don't really give her space, not when she follows my movement and we get closer, our chests brushing against each other. The noise inside my head quiets. The heat of her skin and energy grounds me in a way I've never experienced before. I know what you're thinking, so just save it. I'm not defective or anything. I'm working on it, exposing myself to the things I fear most in hopes that I come out stronger on the other side. Her tone is defensive, but I can make out the anxiety bubbling underneath her words in the way her voice trembles and her gaze darts away. Who made her think she's defective, and why does she feel the need to defend herself? Anger zips down my spine because I want to do everything I can to prove that there's nothing wrong with her, that it's everyone else. Reaching for her hands, I gently grasp them and bring them up to the light. The slick gloves smell sweet and powdery. Without warning, the door behind me opens and the light from the kitchen spills onto us. Fucking fuck. My anxiety returns with a vengeance, but it's diluted with the desire to protect her. I spin around and block her body from view. The need to defend her lessens when I find Drew standing there, resting his forearm against the doorframe and not some random asshole. You're definitely weird, but not this weird. What the fuck are you doing in the closet? Closet? I snatch the first thing my fingers touch off the shelf. A bag of chips. Thank fuck. It's not a closet, dummy. It's a pantry, and I'm hungry. Jail does that to a man. He laughs, and I shove him out the door, keeping my new friend out of sight. As I step out of the pantry and reach to pull the door closed, I pause. My gaze finds hers again, and I hold it. Those brown orbs of hers glitter with curiosity. Fuck me. I don't have the heart to tell her she shouldn't be interested in a guy like me. I should, because that's the right thing to do, but I don't. I'm sure she already knows all there is to know about me. Playboy, trust fund brat, misfit. If she doesn't, all she has to do is ask around. Hopefully she doesn't. Hopefully she forgets about me and this entire conversation. No, that's not what I want. What I want is to stay with her, to get to know her and tell her how normal she is, and that it's everyone else that's fucked up. But if I did that, I would be tarnishing my perfectly disreputable reputation. So even if I want to stay, I'll go. Lee Sterling doesn't hide in pantries while the party rages on around him. He is the party, the heart of it. It's as I pull the door closed that I realize it's her. She's the fascinating one. She's the mystery I think I might be compelled to solve before it's all said and done.
Chapter 3. Salem. The library smells like old paper and sweat. Or is that me? I can't remember if I put deodorant on this morning or not. Oh, the things that can give you a panic attack on a random afternoon. I adjust my gloves for the 4th time in as many minutes, smoothing the rubbery textured nitrile over my knuckles until they sit just right. The edges need to align perfectly with my wrist bones, or I'll have to start over. It's a vicious cycle, never ending, really. I focus on my breathing, ensuring each breath is measured. It's fine. Everything is fine. And if it isn't, then it will find a way to be. Starting summer classes has been the death of me. I've done my best not to stand out, even while wearing nitrile gloves. If it isn't my OCD scaring people off, it's the rumors that have been spread about me. It's the primary reason I chose to start school early versus waiting till the fall. My thought was that there would be fewer students in the summer, and I'd have plenty of time to make a couple of friends and become accustomed to classes. As I look around the library, scanning the faces of other students, I have to wonder if I made a mistake. Why are there so many students attending summer classes? I've managed to survive 3 weeks, so I think I can do anything at this point. Although it's not really the attending of classes or the hushed voices that gets me. It's the gawking, the stares, the silent judgment grating on me. It's like everyone is looking at me, waiting for me to have another mental breakdown. They aren't, but it feels like they are. Enough, I scold myself, and focus my attention on arranging the notebooks at precise right angles. The corner of my calculus text needs to line up exactly with the edge of the study Carl. If I can get everything perfect, Maybe my brain will quiet down enough to actually absorb the differential equations I'm supposed to be learning. In the distance, someone laughs, and I flinch, causing disorder in my well-arranged system. Deep breath, start over. Align the edges, check the gloves. You can do this. I won't think about the alternative because there is no alternative. Getting through this term, graduating, it's no longer a can option and more of a have to. I already wasted 2 years of my life trying to return to some level of normal. Months upon months of disappearing into white walls, therapy sessions, and learning how to exist in my own skin again. I refuse to let all that time be a waste. I won't stand in my own way. Not anymore. The textbook shifts a millimeter out of place, and I bite back a groan of frustration. 3 more adjustments, and then maybe I can start studying. It's a silent promise I make to myself, but one that will soon be broken. Something always happens, and then I have to start the process over again. Salem? Is that you? The soft voice speaking my name makes me jump, which sends my perfectly aligned notebooks in every direction across the cubby. I really need to get a grasp on things. I peer up from the mess in front of me and find Maybelle Arturo. Or is it Maybelle Jacobs still? I guess I don't know anymore, since I've been so out of touch with the hierarchy. Her last name doesn't matter so much as the fact that her name is Belle, and we used to be pretty good friends. Still are, I guess. We just haven't spoken in a while. She stands at the edge of the cubby, her blonde hair escaping its messy bun in wisps that would drive me crazy if they were on my own head. Hi. The word squeaks past my lips. Belle shifts her weight, the movement making her oversized cream cardigan slip off one shoulder. Oh, good. I wasn't sure if it was you or not. You look different, but not in a bad way. So in a good way? I don't know how to take that. My hair is still the same mess of mahogany brown it was back then. I've lost weight, of course. An abundance of anxiety and a rigorous medication routine will do that to you. In the physical sense, I'm still the girl I was before everything happened. Mentally, the girl I used to be, and the one I am now, couldn't be more different. The memory of the past, of who I used to be, makes my skin crawl. 2 years ago, Belle and I shared notes in advanced literature and giggled over coffee between classes. Now, she's campus royalty, dating, and maybe even engaged by now, to Drew Marshall. And then there is me, the girl who's wearing medical gloves to be able to open the pages of a textbook. Never mind the fact that I can barely function in a social setting without having a mental breakdown or counting anything in sight. Nothing says I'm interested in you like counting ceiling tiles on the first date. Not that anyone is leaping at the chance to take me out. No, it's okay. I force my lips into a smile. My hands twitch, the need to fix the scattered notebooks making me itch. I bite the inside of my cheek, eliciting pain and drawing attention elsewhere in my body, while forcing my hands to remain where they are. I can fix the notebooks after she leaves. Do you mind if I... She gestures to the empty chair beside me. I nod, even though having someone in my space makes me want to walk into oncoming traffic. This is Belle, your friend, the girl who's always been kind to you, even before everything happened. I can take 5 minutes to talk to her. What's it going to hurt? She settles into the chair, tucking her legs underneath her like we're at a sleepover instead of in the library. I had no idea you were back. Are you doing summer semester only, or... I'm full-time right now. The plan is to catch up on the credits I'm missing and get back on track so I don't have to double up on classes. Going to class in the summer sucks, but if it lessens the workload during the school year, I can't complain. I mean, what else do I have to do with my time? I cringe internally at how dumb that sounds. Belle doesn't seem to sense anything strange about it. How are you doing? The edge of concern in her voice makes me want to crawl under the table. It reminds me of Lee Sterling and his question from the other night. Are you okay? That's a loaded question. Okay, deep breath. She's asking because she cares, not because she feels bad for me. I direct my attention to the scattered notebooks that are in front of me. I know I said I'd do it when she left, but I can't help myself. I realign them, letting the precise movements calm my racing pulse. I can't imagine how messed up I look right now. If she has thoughts about it, she doesn't say it out loud. I answer her as I adjust everything. I'm okay. Better than I have been in a long time. I'm happy to be back, to return to normal life. The silence settles and stretches between us. All the things we're not saying, all the history we're pretending doesn't exist, filling the crevices. I know she has questions. Everyone does. Is she going to ask them? I have to wonder. Do I even have answers to give her? I peek up at her. She's watching me straighten the textbooks. Seconds tick by in suspense. Then the silence shatters. That's good. I'm happy to hear you're doing better, and I'm even happier to see you again. Things are different, that's for sure. Different, but the same. Although sometimes I feel like the only thing that's different is me. Like I'm a triangle trying to fit into a circle spot. So, Belle starts, picking at a loose thread on her cardigan sleeve. I heard you were at the mill party last night. My hands freeze mid-adjustment of my pencil case. Oh, God. I can only imagine the things being said about me. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm no longer surprised by the hateful things people say. Everyone in attendance noticed me. In their defense, it's hard to miss the weird girl who is constantly counting, refuses to talk to anyone, and has to wear gloves to function. I'm pretty sure hiding in the pantry like a social reject was icing on the cake. Like, yeah, Lee was there for 5 seconds, but he's popular, normal by society's standards. I doubt anyone batted an eye at him. I was there briefly. It became overwhelming pretty fast, so I bowed out early. Belle leans forward, her expression brightening. But you came. That's something, right? I mean, I know parties aren't really your thing, but... She cuts herself off, catching her implication too late. I swallow hard, focusing on the exact angle of my calculator against the desk edge. 45 degrees. Perfect parallel lines. My thoughts drift, and this is usually when I spiral, everything going back to that terrible fucking night. But that's not what happens. Instead of going down a dark hole, I'm taken back to the memory of last night. A place I have zero business being. Nope, do not think about it. Too late. All I do is blink, and I can feel his warm hand against my skin. His sweet bourbon breath fanning against my lips, and that soft, understanding look that appeared in his eyes when I told him I have OCD. He's out of your league, Salem. More, he's out of your universe. Drew told me he found you and Lee in the pantry together. Yeah, we were both hiding. Nothing happened. I mean, if that's what you were hinting at. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I wish I could swallow them. I'm sorry, that was stupid. I didn't mean to imply that you were thinking we did something. Parties aren't really my scene. You are correct. In fact, this whole thing is new to me. I should have prepared myself better, but I didn't. Lee was... What was he? Interesting, at best. Intense, yes. Terrifying, also yes. The opposite of myself in every single way, 1,000,000 times, yes. And yet, being in his presence made me feel normal? Protected. Intense? She offers with a small smile. Inappropriate? Both? Heat crawls up my cheeks. I don't really know. He's just different. Yeah, he's definitely different. She pauses like she's choosing her words. And complicated. Far more than people realize. But if you like him, don't let that scare you away. He's one of the good ones, even if he tries really hard to convince everyone he isn't. Oh, no, it's not like that. I correct her, wanting to make certain she knows there isn't anything going on between us. Hey, that's fine. I get it. I just wanted you to know, on the off chance you were, that not all the rumors are true. Lee's a real good guy. He's just rough around the edges. The way she talks about him, like she feels the need to defend him. A light goes off in my head, and after his comments last night, I have to wonder how long he's been pretending to be something that he's not. How long he's been wearing a mask, faking it until he can't anymore. I bet Lee has a pile of secrets he's keeping. Hey, look, Freak Show's back for summer school. The comment slides through the study space like a poison-filled mist. I don't give it any acknowledgement. I know that voice, know who it belongs to without turning around. Marcus Chen and his cronies. The same guys who were there that night, who watched it all happen, who watched me break apart like entertainment. Their taunting and hateful words are meant to elicit a reaction. I'm sure I look weak in the eyes of my peers, since I don't bother trying to defend myself, but there's no reason. Anyone who believes their lies isn't someone I would ever associate with anyway. My hands start to shake, and I clench them into fists, feeling the nitrile stretch across my knuckles. Focus on the smooth texture. Count the bookshelves. Guess they let anyone attend these days, huh? Another voice adds, just loud enough to reach my ears. Even the ones who should be locked up. Belle's entire body stiffens, her usual gentle expression hardening into something fierce. Don't, I plead, but she's already half-turned in her chair. I thought the library was for studying, Marcus taunts, his voice dripping with fake concern. Shouldn't she be in a padded room? What if she loses it again? I hate that my only option is to leave, but I won't subject myself to this crap. Sinking deeper into the confines of my mind, I push out of my chair and allow my body to move on autopilot. Each item needs to go into my bag in the right order. Laptop, textbook, notebooks, pencil case. If I focus on doing it perfectly, I won't hear them. Won't feel the weight of their eyes on me. Won't remember how it felt when... That's enough. Belle's voice cuts through the whispers, sharp as broken glass. I look away from my backpack and find her standing, all 5'4" of her blazing with quiet fury. Marcus meets her gaze for half a second before he falters. Pussy. Everyone knows crossing Belle means crossing Drew Marshall, and nobody wants to be on the wrong side of the most influential graduate of Oakmount. Even with Drew having graduated, his shadow still looms over campus politics. Guess I wasn't aware you befriended psychopaths. Marcus sneers at Belle, drawing on false bravado. Not only do I befriend them, but I date them too. She smiles, tipping her head toward Drew, who wanders closer to our little tableau. Drew gives Marshall a small wave and a terrifying smile. How does a quiet bookworm end up with the psychopath football player? Something tells me there's a story there. Marcus mutters something under his breath and walks off with his friends in tow. The pressure on my chest lifts as soon as they're gone. I can finally breathe again. It doesn't change anything. The damage is already done. The perfect order of my morning is shattered, and no amount of reorganizing will fix it. I'm sorry. I know it's not my place to apologize for their shitty attitudes, but I feel the need to. Belle says, softly. It's okay. I'm used to it. And I was getting ready to leave anyway. Belle watches me with apprehension. Don't leave. Don't let him win. You have as much of a right to be here as he does. It doesn't matter if I have a right to be here. I don't belong. My voice cracks, and the honesty in my words is soul-piercing. Yes, you do, she counters, and there's no point in arguing with her. Thank you for your kindness, Belle, but I know I don't, and I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. I have another class soon, anyway. Belle frowns, and I know what she's doing, trying to save me, make me feel better, but nothing can save me from reality. Well, I guess we will have to meet up somewhere else then. Do you want to get a coffee sometime? Sure. Let's figure out a day. I don't bother telling her it will never happen. Belle is nice, kind, a great friend. But she doesn't need someone like me as a friend. Okay, I'll text you, and we can figure out a day. I give her a nod. Sounds good, I reply, and watch as she walks away and right into Drew's arms. It's crazy how different everything is now. The library used to be my sanctuary, back when I was just another honor student with a bright future, back before I became the campus cautionary tale. My gloved fingers trace the edge of the desk, counting the nicks in the wood, grounding myself in the reality of now versus then. How I used to share notes in study groups, raise my hand in lectures, walk across campus without counting my steps or checking door handles 3 times before touching them. I suppose that's what trauma does to you. It takes all your good parts and destroys them, shatters them, so you can never put yourself back together the way you were before. I'm still me, in the same body with the same skin and eyes, but I'm not me at the same time. Change is good. It's an inevitable part of life. That's what my therapist says, and I understand that. But I also wish it didn't hurt so damn bad. Returning to campus reminds me of everything that I used to be, everything I used to have. It's progress, a part of the journey and recovery, but in many ways it feels like a punishment. I pull out my phone and open the calendar app, checking my schedule even though I have it memorized. Statistics at 11, followed by British literature at 2, 8 hours of classes a week, perfectly spread out to allow for recovery time between social interactions. It's a carefully constructed house of cards, and one strong breeze is all it will take to send it tumbling down. The screen blurs as I stare at it, and I realize I'm thinking about last night. About a dark pantry, and a boy who didn't look at me like I was broken. And how, for just a moment, with his finger tracing my lip, and his soft voice caressing my ears, I felt closer to normal than I had in a very long time. But normal isn't for girls like me anymore. Normal walked out the door 2 years ago, along with my dignity, my future, and any chance of being more than the weirdo who wears gloves, counts her steps, and hides in pantries at parties. I close the calendar app and start repacking my bag. Everything needs to be in its place in perfect order. I might not have control of my life, but at least I can control this. A flash of memory hits me as I zip the bag. The sharp smell of antiseptic, fluorescent lights that never dim. My mother's face crumpling as she signed the admission papers. I grip the back of my chair, nitrile squeaking against the metal. No, not here, not now. Breathe through it. Dr. Martinez's voice echoes in my head. Find your anchor points. 1. The precise weight of my backpack straps, perfectly even on both shoulders. 2. The smooth texture of my gloves against my palms. 3. The rhythmic tap of my shoes on tile as I walk. Left, right, left, right. The memory recedes, leaving behind the usual hollow ache in my chest. 2 years of my life spent learning how to exist again after that night. After everyone saw me break apart in the middle of sophomore year. After I became the girl who... No, I won't think about it. I let my traitorous mind drift back to Lee, the misunderstood playboy. He didn't flinch when I mentioned OCD. He didn't give me that look of pity mixed with fear that I've grown so used to seeing. He simply accepted it, like it was as normal as having brown hair or blue eyes. Because of him, I know what it feels like to be seen instead of stared at, to be heard instead of whispered about. It didn't matter how he made me feel, though. Not when Lee is exactly what I need to stay away from. Wild, impulsive, always the center of attention. Everything that sets off my well-constructed warning systems. I've seen him around campus before, always surrounded by drama and desire. Everywhere he goes, chaos follows. The way he touches people so casually, drinks from other people's cups, lives life like germs and consequences don't exist. He's a disaster waiting to happen. No, I decide, pushing through the library's heavy doors and out into the summer heat. Last night was a momentary lapse in judgment, a strange intersection of his need to hide and mine, nothing more. I adjust my gloves one final time and start counting the steps toward my next class. Left, right, left, right. This is my life now. Careful and contained and controlled. Nothing will change that fact. Not even the guy with understanding eyes and a devil-may-care smile. Even if some small, reckless part of me wishes he could change it.
Chapter 4. Lee. There's this insistent buzzing, like a fly that won't go away. I crack one eye open and immediately regret it as sunlight stabs straight through my skull. There's that buzzing sound again. I groan and slap my hand in the direction of the noise. What the hell? It continues, and I realize my fingers are wrapped around my phone, the buzzing radiating up my arm. I squint at the screen to see the words on it. 17 missed calls from Mother. 2 from Father. Oh, I'm surprised he roused himself for the effort. 1 from my sister, Emma. That one I might return. There's close to 30 texts that all basically say the same thing. Mother, come home immediately. This is not a request. Fuck, I moan, rolling onto my back. I'm met with instant regret, the desire to vomit climbing up my throat. Why did I let Aries convince me those last shots were a good idea? The ceiling of my room spins lazily above me, and I try to remember if I have class today. Try to remember what day it even is. Oh, wait. I graduated. Shit. I'm further gone than I thought. My phone buzzes again, and this time I actually focus on the screen. Mother, if you are not here within the hour, there will be consequences. Another buzz. Mother, and please try to dress like someone who wasn't raised in a barn. I throw my arm over my eyes and contemplate going back to sleep. Except the last time I ignored a summons to the family estate, they froze my accounts for a month. I had to actually think about getting a job. The horror. Fine, I huff and announce to the empty room, moving into a sitting position. But I'm wearing ripped jeans just to piss her off. There's a dull throb in my skull that develops when I stand, and my attention scatters between the mess of my room. When did I get so many empty bottles? The growing urgency of my bladder, and the weird lingering memory of brown eyes and cherry-scented breath in a dark pantry. Focus. Shower, clothes, drive. In that order. I can do this. I can totally handle whatever fresh hell my family has planned for me this time. There goes my phone again. Buzzing. I wish it would buzz out the fucking window. Mother, 1 hour, Lee. Don't make me send your father. As if he would. What the fuck ever. Walking into the bathroom, I finish undressing and turn on the shower. I wash my hair and body, taking my time just for the hell of it. Once I'm rinsed off, I kill the water, step out, and dry off. I take my time getting dressed, my gaze catching on the bottles of medication lining the bathroom sink. I'm supposed to take the ADHD medication and anxiety meds daily, but I don't. I hate the way they make me feel, like I'm not me. I'd rather medicate myself with alcohol. I check the clock on my nightstand. I could leave right now, get there a little early, but I don't want to be in my parents' presence any longer than necessary. Plus, I've got a better idea. Walking over to the bed, I grab my laptop and plop down on the mattress and immerse myself in all that is Pantry Girl. Drew told me her name last night after I drunkenly asked him. Salem Masters. She looks like a Salem, but I prefer Pantry Girl more. Who knew obsession could ignite so quickly? One stolen moment in that dark pantry, and I had to know who she is and what she's about. I don't know what it is that fascinates me about her. She's nothing special, not really. But I can't seem to shake the immediate infatuation. So instead of fighting against it, I choose to lean into it. Maybe if I figure her out, the desire to know more about her will go away. It does help that I know a thing or two about hacking and my way around the dark web. I did somehow finish my degree in computer engineering. I keep my research light to start, letting Google tell me what it can about her. It doesn't take long for one tab to become 10 and a few minutes to become 20. I'm immersed in the information and I swallow it up like a processor. My phone buzzes insistently from across the room. I studiously avoid looking in its direction. Maybe if I don't look at it. Fuck. Anxiety slowly trickles in. I need to get going, but I'm nowhere close to being satisfied with what I've found on Salem. I need more. Leverage, secrets, everything. Old pictures of her in other people's Facebook posts, most dated from over a year ago, show a completely different girl from the one I met in the pantry. A happy Salem, laughing, with her arms wrapped around a friend's neck and a barbecue chicken leg in one fist. There's another of her on a pool floaty, a koozie in her hand. She's wearing a red bikini that gives me very indecent ideas. All I can do is shake my head, my thoughts spiraling. The Salem I met wouldn't get anywhere near a pool that 5 other people were swimming in, or touch a chicken leg without a latex glove protecting her hand. What the hell happened to you, Pantry Girl? I crack my knuckles and lean forward. It's time to fucking find out. When I hit the firewall of Willow Grove Psychiatric Institution, I freeze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Shit. Am I willing to go this far for answers? I scuff my index finger over the peeling sticker on the edge of my laptop, then sigh. I already know the answer. I'm more surprised by the fact that I'm hesitating. Maybe it's guilt, the idea that I'm violating her privacy and trust. It's never mattered before, or any other time I've dug deep into someone's background for one of my friends. This is different. She is different. Which is why I need this information, whatever information I can find. I push the guilt away and press on. It doesn't take long to bypass the firewall. When I find the sealed files, I stop again. I could always ask her, or like a normal person, wait for her to tell me herself. But I don't have the patience for that, and who knows how long that might take, or if she would ever really tell me. Obviously, there were rumors. There were always rumors, and I had glossed over an article or two that was printed in the paper about what happened to her friend Chelsea. A tiny part of my brain tells me to stop, to leave it, but I can't. I've already come this far. It takes seconds to open the files, but much longer for my heart to drop back into the protective cage of my ribs after I finish reading. Shit. Poor Salem. Anger stirs in my chest, the desire to protect her, to make all those who hurt her suffer the same way they made her suffer. My phone buzzes again, and I let out a sigh of frustration. Better check that or else. Rolling my eyes, I toss my laptop aside into the skewed bedding and get up to grab my phone. I stare at the screen, at the numerous texts cascading down, and read the most recent one from my mother. Mother, I sincerely hope you are on the way. I bite back a curse. Attending this bullshit family gathering is the last thing I want to do, but if I don't show up, they'll come find me, and that's so much worse. Begrudgingly, I grab my car keys and head downstairs. 55 minutes after the first text, the familiar gates of Sterling Grove loom ahead, all wrought iron and old money pretension. The family crest, a lion rampant holding a crown, makes me roll my eyes every time. Nothing says we've had money since the Civil War quite like a custom-made family crest. 500 feet of perfectly manicured driveway stretches before me. I could still turn around, go back to bed, move to Mexico, start a new family line of Sterlings who actually know how to have fun. My brain helpfully supplies images of sun-soaked beaches and tequila before skittering to the last time my mother got fed up with me. 6 months at Promised Land Prayer Camp when I was 16, all because I kissed Tommy Rodriguez behind the gymnasium and some helpful soul informed the Sterling family patriarch that his grandson was straying from God's path. Pray away the gay, I mutter, hitting the gas a little harder than necessary. Gravel crunches under my tires, probably leaving marks on their precious driveway, because that worked out so well for everyone. Sterling House grows larger with each passing second, a looming Georgian monstrosity that's been featured in more architectural magazines than I've had sexual partners, and that's saying something. Every window feels like an accusation. Every perfectly trimmed hedge is another reminder of the Sterling family motto, excellence without exception. I check my phone, 3 minutes late. Mother will have noticed. She notices everything except what matters, like how many times I've traced the words carved above the library fireplace. Sterling men lead, Sterling women breed, and wanted to vomit. The memory of Promised Land hits again, scratchy sheets and scripture readings and group therapy where they made us list our sins. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the memory, but my mind's already racing. Wonder if Tommy ever came out. Wonder if he's happy. Wonder if that girl from the pantry likes cherry-flavored anything else, or if it was just whatever she drank that night. Focus. I park crookedly, taking up 2 spaces just because I can. Anything to piss them off a little more. The front door opens before I kill the engine, and there she stands. Catherine Sterling in all her perfectly coiffed glory, mouth already pinched in disapproval. As always, her gray hair is pulled back in a tight chignon, her makeup minimal, her cream sweater set ironed to within an inch of its life. "You're late," she calls out. "And what on earth are you wearing? The garden club is here for breakfast. What will they think?" I glance down at my deliberately chosen outfit. Ripped jeans, vintage band tee, and the leather jacket that made her cry when she first saw it. "Sunday best, Mother. Just for you. Gotta uphold the Sterling name and all that bullshit." Her sigh could wither the prize-winning roses she's so proud of. I grin and bounce up the steps, ignoring the churning in my stomach that has nothing to do with my hangover. Time to face the firing squad. Wonder what brilliant plan they've cooked up this time to save the Sterling family reputation from their disappointment of a son. Walking into the house always feels like stepping into a museum. Everything gleams. The marble floors, the crystal chandelier, the gilt-framed portraits of dead relatives judging me from every wall. The sound of my combat boots on the pristine floor makes Mother wince. Good. "Your grandfather is waiting in the study," she says, already fussing with my collar. I dodge her hands, my attention scattered between the ticking of the grandfather clock, 2 minutes fast, always has been, the murmur of voices from the breakfast room, garden club vultures, no doubt taking notes on the family scandal, and the way dust motes dance in the morning light streaming through the windows. When was the last time I slept a full night? Wonderful. Nothing says good morning like disappointing 3 generations at once. The words tumble out before I can stop them, my filter apparently still drunk from last night. Mother's lips thin to nearly nothing. "Just try to behave, Lee. This is important." I'm already moving, unable to stand still under her scrutiny. My fingers trail along the wainscoting as I walk 1, 2, 3 panels until the doorway. An old habit from childhood, when counting things made this place feel less suffocating. The study door looms at the end of the hall, solid oak and heavy with purpose. I can practically smell the brandy and privilege leaking out from under it. Through the wood I hear my father's voice, then grandfather's deeper tone. They're undoubtedly discussing stock portfolios, or which country club member's daughter would make the best broodmare for their wayward heir. My hand hesitates on the doorknob. The metal is cool against my palm, and I let it ground me for a moment. Behind me, Mother makes a small sound of impatience. "Fuck it," I mutter, too low for her to hear, and push open the door. The study hits all my senses at once. Leather and tobacco and old books, late morning sun casting shadows over the window seats, the steady tick, tick, tick of Father's pretentious desk clock. Grandfather Sterling occupies his usual throne by the fireplace, looking like he just stepped out of a rich white men monthly photo shoot. Father stands behind his massive desk, probably for maximum authoritative effect. I drop into the leather chair across from the desk, deliberately sprawling. "Good morning, family. Lovely day for an intervention, isn't it?" Father's jaw twitches. One point to me. "Your sister's engagement will be announced at the Autumn Sterling Foundation Charity Gala." Grandfather's voice fills the study like smoke, heavy and suffocating. My leg bounces, fingers drumming against my thigh as I try to focus on his words, and not the way the clock keeps tick, tick, ticking, or how Father's pen scratches against paper. Fascinating. Good for Emma. Is that why you dragged me here at the ass crack of dawn? To tell me my sister's finally making an honest man out of James? Not gonna lie, I personally think this meeting could have been an email. Father clears his throat, and I grab a crystal paperweight off his desk, needing something to occupy my hands. The charity gala is our most important social event, Lee. The paperweight catches the light, sending little rainbows dancing across the walls. Pretty. Wonder if that girl from the pantry likes rainbows. Focus. They're still talking. Which is why, Grandfather continues, you will also be presenting your future partner that evening. The paperweight slips from my suddenly numb fingers. I catch it before it hits the floor, but just barely. I'm sorry, what? It's time, son. Father's voice has that practiced patience that makes me want to scream. You're 24. This is important. For you, our family. You need to prove you're capable of making responsible choices, that you're stable. My laugh comes out sharp and decidedly not stable. Responsible choices? Is that what we're calling it now? Not fixing the family disappointment? Lee Sterling. Mother's voice cracks like a whip. When did she move to stand behind my chair? This isn't about fixing anything. This is about your future. My future? The words taste bitter. Or the future of Sterling Banking and Trust. Wouldn't want anyone thinking the heir might be. I wave my hand vaguely. Different. Grandfather stands, commanding attention like he always has. You will find someone suitable, someone who can help guide you toward your responsibilities, and you will present them at the gala. And if I don't? The paperweight is warm in my palm now. I resist the urge to throw it. Then perhaps it's time to consider other arrangements for the family legacy. Father won't meet my eyes. Your trust fund, your position at the bank, your housing, all of it comes with certain expectations. The threat lands like a physical blow. My mind races through possibilities. No money means no safety net, no escape route. The walls feel closer suddenly, the tick, tick, tick of the clock drowning out everything else. You have 3 months, Grandfather says, like he's doing me a favor. Find someone appropriate or face the consequences. I stand so fast my chair tips backward. Mother catches it with practiced ease. It's not the first time I've knocked something over in this room. Someone appropriate, I echo, voice hollow. And I suppose you already have candidates in mind. Some nice debutante who can pray away my demons and pop out perfect Sterling babies? No one denies it. The worst part is, under the anger and panic, a small voice makes me wonder if they're right. Maybe if I just tried harder, wanted different things, was different. Fuck that voice. The paperweight hits Father's desk with a thunk that makes Mother jump. 3 months to find my very own conversion therapy spouse. How generous of you all. I'm out the door before they can respond, their voices blending with the tick, tick, tick of that fucking clock until I can't hear anything else. 3 months to find someone who can convince the Sterling family I'm worth keeping. 3 months to save myself or lose everything. Shit. I make it to my ride as my anger rides sharp through me. My hands shake as I grip the steering wheel of my Jeep Wrangler, still parked in front of Sterling House. The urge to peel out, to further fuck up their preciously leveled gravel, burns through me. But I don't move. Can't move. My mind races in 12 different directions, trust fund digits flashing behind my eyes, the weight of generations of Sterling men pressing down on my chest, the memory of promised land scratchy sheets against my skin. I bounce my leg, trying to ground myself in the present, but everything feels too loud, too bright, too much. 3 months. Find someone appropriate, someone suitable, someone who can fix me. A laugh bubbles up in my throat, edging toward hysterical. The garden club ladies are leaving now, their perfectly coiffed heads bobbing past my open Jeep like vultures. Probably already composing texts about Lee Sterling's latest drama, The Black Sheep, the family disappointment, the one who just can't be normal. My phone buzzes. Drew. Another buzz. Bell. A third. Emma. I ignore them all, pressing my forehead against the cool leather of the steering wheel. Focus on breathing. In. Out. Don't think about the walls closing in, or the weight of expectations, or how fucking unfair it all is. A flash of memory hits. Brown eyes in a dark pantry, gentle understanding without judgment. No expectations, no demands, just the quiet acceptance of broken pieces. I sit up so fast my head spins. Pantry girl, the one person who might understand what it's like to wear masks, to navigate other people's expectations, to be broken without needing to be fixed. It's a terrible idea, probably the worst I've had, and that's saying something considering last month's naked skydiving incident. But she needs something too. I saw it in her eyes, heard it in the whispers at the party. She needs protection, legitimacy, a shield against whatever demons chase her through campus. I could give her that, but I need an in first. I think back to the files and squeeze my eyes closed. Dr. Martinez was her doctor at Willow Grove, and by her letterhead I noticed she also has a private outpatient practice. Might be something to check out. Give me a way to connect with her on a familiar level. Fuck. If everything in those files is true, no wonder that happy girl broke under the strain, losing so much so fast like she did. And by the notes on her home life, she's not as accustomed to the push and pull of familial expectation as my friends and I are. She could give me 3 months of freedom, 3 months to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with my life. There's only one little hang-up. She's definitely a runner, so getting her to agree to what I have in mind won't be easy. My phone buzzes again, probably my mother with a list of suitable candidates, all daughters of her garden club cronies, I'm sure. Fuck it. I start the Jeep, its familiar rumble grounding me as my mind races ahead, plans forming and dissolving like smoke. It's insane. It's perfect. It's probably going to blow up in both our faces. But anything's better than letting them win. Time to make sure my pantry girl gets an offer she can't refuse. The tires spit gravel as I finally peel out of Sterling Grove, the Jeep's engine roaring in protest. In my rearview mirror, Mother stands in the doorway, one hand pressed to her throat. Sorry, Mother. Your son's about to disappoint you one more time. Maybe this time it'll be worth it.
Chapter 5. Salem. 1 week later, I find myself between a rock and a hard spot. I should have known Belle would make good on her word of hanging out again. I guess I had assumed she only said it to be nice. Surprise, she wasn't lying. That's why I've been staring at her text for the last 23 minutes, riding an endless roller coaster of emotions. I don't know if I'm ready to do this again. My fingers tap against the desk. 1, 2, 3, pause. Repeat. The motion soothes me, gives me something to focus on besides the knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. Belle. Small get-together at my place tonight. 8 p.m. Just a few friends. I would love to see you there. Just a few friends. That could mean anything. 10 people? 20? What constitutes small to someone like Belle? Does she even have fewer than 10 friends? My breath hitches, and I start gathering all the supplies I'll need before I can talk myself out of going. I've already talked myself out of it 3 times. Clean gloves, 3 pairs, neatly sealed in individual Ziploc bags. Travel-size hand sanitizer, 2 bottles unopened. Wet wipes, 1 package, fresh. Phone, fully charged. Keys, checked 3 times, they're actually in my bag. Salem? Noah's voice carries through my bedroom door, followed by his signature 3-knock pattern, something he started doing after I came home from the hospital. Mom wants to know if you're eating dinner with us. I glance at my phone. 6:47 p.m. Belle's text says the gathering starts at 8. I'm not really hungry, but it's probably a good idea to eat something, since I know my nerves will be too shot to eat at the party. Yeah, just give me a minute. Are you okay in there? The door is partially open, so of course my 17-year-old brother Noah peers in, all protective concern wrapped in a hockey player's frame. His eyes catch on my party preparation spread. Lifting a brow, he asks, "Going somewhere?" Yes, I think. I haven't officially decided yet. I stand in front of the mirror, adjusting my sweater until it hangs exactly right. The soft gray material is clean and fresh from the package. I ordered 3 of the same ones last week, making it much easier to decide what to wear. Belle invited me to her place. Just a small thing. I want to go, but I also don't, so the verdict is still out on whether I'm actually going somewhere or not. Noah's eyebrows shoot up. Belle Thompson? Yes, and before you start, I know I'm probably going to hate it, but Dr. Martinez says exposure is important, and Mom's been worried I'm not being social enough, and... Hey. Noah cuts me off mid-ramble, his gaze softening. There's no need to justify what you're doing. I'll support you no matter what, so long as it doesn't involve anything illegal or candy corn. What if I'm doing illegal stuff with candy corn? I wiggle my eyebrows playfully. Noah smirks. Then I have no idea who you are, and I disavow any knowledge of you as my sibling. Rude. I grin back at him. Oh, stop. You know I'm always here for you. Just text me if you need an escape plan, okay? The anxiety I was feeling before Noah entered the room has disappeared. I can do this. I can be normal. I know. All it takes is one message and you'll swoop in with some tragic story about our pet chipmunk dying. I pause and press my lips together. And I love you for that. But I have to try. Have to make an effort. I'm terrified, but I'm even more terrified of being this way for the rest of my life. Children! Mom's voice floats up the stairs. Dinner's getting cold. Coming, Noah shouts back, then gives me a pointed look. Got it. You're going to try and conquer your fears. Now what about Mom? Do you want to deal with her excited hovering, or do you want me to tell her? I tip my head back and groan. I take that as my cue to tell her. Noah laughs. Looking back at him, I nod my head. Yes, you do the dirty work. I'll be down in a minute, just need to... Check everything 3 times? His smile is gentle. Take your time. I'll save you from Dad's meatloaf and any lingering questions. Noah is a true hero. The best brother ever. After he leaves, I find myself staring at my reflection again. My chest is hollow as I force a ragged breath into my lungs. The girl staring back at me is half the person she used to be. Her perfect edges now cracked, with sharp, jagged pieces sticking out, threatening to slice anyone who might get too close. Tears sting the back of my eyes. Sometimes I wish I was still the girl I used to be, carefree, bright, open. But then I remember that night, and the reason that girl is dead and buried. Maybe this is what I deserve. No, that's wrong. I'm more than this debilitating disease. So as much as the annoying voice at the back of my mind tells me to stay home, to hide under the blankets with a book, to stay in my comfortable bubble, I remember my therapist's words. There is no room for comfort when you're trying to grow. You can do this. I hype myself up. It's just a party. No, a get-together. I pretend that minimizing is helping. Just a party. I snort in response to my own thoughts. If it were as easy as being just a party, I would have already attended a dozen or more. Last time I went to a party, I hid in the pantry almost the entire time. My phone buzzes, and Belle's name flashes across the notification screen with an incoming text. Before I can check it, I hear my mother's delighted exclamation from downstairs. Salem's going to a party? Another one? That's so exciting. I close my eyes and count to 3. You'd think she'd be like other parents with warnings about drinking and drugs. But nope. I suppose at 22, still at home, not done with college, she is hoping for normal as much as I am. After a few more seconds of self-pity, I check my supplies again for safe measure, and then head downstairs to face my family's well-meaning but overwhelming support. Sometimes I think their careful optimism is harder to handle than if they just treated me like I was broken. I grab my phone and check the new message from Belle. Belle, you coming? It's now or never. Before I can think better of it, I quickly type out a response and hit send. Me. We'll be leaving shortly. No backing out now. Not without making myself look bad. Dinner is a quick affair, and thankfully neither my mother or father dig deeper into my plans for the evening. The fact I'm leaving the house is enough for my mother. Her excitement bubbles out of her, and I have to remind myself that she's merely happy to see me taking the therapist's advice and using it. I eat a nibble here and there, but my anxiety makes it difficult to eat much more. When I realize I'm only prolonging the inevitable by shoving the food around my plate with a fork, I excuse myself from dinner. Have fun, my mother exclaims with a smile from her spot at the dinner table. If you need anything, let me know, Noah adds, before shoveling a spoonful of potatoes into his pie hole. I give them a weak smile and head for the door. My bag has been packed and ready since I came downstairs. I snatch it up, and as soon as I step out onto the porch, I suck a ragged breath into my lungs. They burn as if I've deprived them of air, and I wonder if I had been unintentionally holding my breath. Makes sense I would be trying to kill myself. With my gloved hand remaining on the door handle, I use my touch to ground myself and let the cool air filter into my lungs. The brain is an amazing thing, but it's also dangerous. A maze you can get lost in if you aren't careful. In my mind, I envision a beach, and then the ocean. The waves wash away pieces of my unease as they crest the beach. You can do this, Salem. I give myself one final hype up before I let go of the handle and descend the stairs. I climb into the car I share with Noah, an old Honda Accord. But old or not, Betsy is 100% trustworthy. I start the engine and then type the address Belle gave me into the map app on my phone. It's not too late to stay home. I squish the negative thought and smile to myself when I put the car in reverse. I'm doing this. I check the time when I arrive, parking outside the luxury condo building probably owned by Drew Marshall. I won't lie, I expected another raging party at the mill. Not this. I stare up at the 5th floor windows, where warm light spills out onto the balcony. Somehow this seems worse than a mill party. There are no dark corners to hide in, no escape routes to memorize, no way to blend into a crowd because hopefully there will be no crowd. Just an intimate gathering in an enclosed space 5 floors up. I can see them through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Maybe 15 people total, arranged in intimate clusters throughout what must be a massive living room. Real conversations, real interactions. My personal hell. "You've been sitting here for 10 minutes, I mutter to myself, hands clenching the wheel. The nitrile of my gloves squeaks with the motion, and I focus on that sound instead of my own racing heartbeat. Doom and dread encompass me at once. I can't do this. Through the window, I watch Belle laugh at something, her head thrown back, totally at ease in her shared home with Drew. A thorn of jealousy pricks my insides, and the thought appears before I can stop it. I can only imagine what it's like to simply exist, to not have to count breaths, or worry who might touch you, or stare at you like a weirdo because you're wearing gloves. The judgment and cruelty. I used to be like that. Maybe it feels all the worse for having had it and lost it. I shake the jealous thought away, shame filling its place. It's not Belle's fault I'm this way, and I have no real reason to be envious of her. She's only ever been caring and kind, even when others weren't. I return to counting the balconies, even though I've counted them 6 times now. My phone buzzes 3 times, and it startles me. Probably Belle, wondering when I'm going to show up. Never, at this rate. With trembling fingers, I grab my phone and skim through the messages. "Noah, you okay? Been a while since you left." "Noah, need that escape plan? Blink 3 times if you're in danger." I smile, despite myself, and type out a response. Me. Still in the car, counting things. "Noah, want me to call with an emergency?" All I can do is shake my head. Me. You're supposed to encourage me, not enable me. I'm trying to be brave. Bubbles appear on the screen while he's responding. "Noah, you're already brave, dumbass." "Noah, but seriously, 1 text and I'll fake appendicitis." A tap on my passenger window makes me jump so hard I bang my knee on the steering wheel. Motherfucker! I clutch at my leg and look up to find Belle standing there. Concern etched into her features. How long has she been standing there? Oh God, I hope not long. She points down, gesturing for me to lower the window. I lower it to exactly 3 inches. Not enough for anything to get in. Not enough for anyone to reach through. "Sorry if I scared you. I had been watching for your car from upstairs. After a while, I got worried you wouldn't come up, since you've been parked here for a bit." Her voice is soft, without a hint of judgment. I swallow hard. "I'm sorry. I'm being weird. I should just go." "Salem." She cuts me off gently. "No. Take your time. There is no rush. I know this is a lot for you. Just know that whenever you're ready to come up, there's a sealed bottle of water and a clean spot saved for you on the couch. Drew made sure everything was sanitized." The walls of anxiety that I've spent so long building up to protect myself crack at her confession. Her kindness is far more than I expected. 3 more minutes? I whisper. She nods, like this is completely normal. 3 more minutes. I'll meet you at the door. Then we can walk up together, okay? I nod my head absently and watch as she walks back toward the building. I count her steps all the way to the door. 27. The same number of therapy appointments I've had this year. Maybe it's a sign. My phone buzzes again. Noah, you've got this, sis. I don't know if that's true, but I suck up his belief like a dry sponge. Then I take a deep breath, check my gloves, and count to 3. Time to be brave. My limbs are numb, my stomach a trembling mess as I slip from the safety of my car. Belle smiles at me from the entrance, and I do my best to return the smile, but I'm sure it looks more like a grimace. Staring at the asphalt, I count each step I take until I reach her. She guides me through a clean, elegant entrance and directly to an elevator. You're doing great. Belle praises, her voice soft. Thank you for saying that and inviting me. I reply with a smile. She has no idea how much encouragement her words are giving me right now. I can do this. All I have to do is try. The elevator dings and the doors open. Of course. Once a friend, always a friend. We step inside together, and a moment later the doors slide closed. Belle types a code into the keypad and we start moving. Silence surrounds us. Minus the thundering beat of my heart, which I fear is so loud Belle can hear it. I adjust my gloves, the latex squeaking. When the elevator stops, the doors open directly into Drew and Belle's enclosed foyer. The breath catches in my throat as I take in all the gleaming marble and modern art. I step out of the elevator and my boots make no sound as I walk across the polished floor. Belle waits by the sleek double doors, her smile warm and genuine. Ready? She asks, and I appreciate that she doesn't reach for me, doesn't try to hurry me along. Am I ready? No. If it was up to my anxiety, I'd never be ready, but I have to be. It's time to move on. It's time I find myself again. How many people exactly? 12. She replies immediately, like she knew I'd need the precise number. Only people you know, no strangers. My throat tightens, and I nod. The doors open, and we step into a corridor leading to one door at the end of the hall. I follow her in, cataloging everything at once. Exits. 3. Balcony, main door, service entrance. People. 12, just like she said. Surfaces I'll need to avoid. Too many to count. The space is massive, all open concept and floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the city lights. Beautiful, but nowhere to hide. Drew got everyone's favorite drinks, Belle exclaims. Yours is still sealed. Raspberry LaCroix, right? I fell off the face of the earth for 2 years, and somehow she managed to remember my favorite drink? I don't even know what to say. Not that she waits for me to respond. She points across the room. There's a spot by the window that no one's touched. We put out clean throws just for you. I blink hard against the sudden rush of tears. No one's been this kind to me since... My memory shifts to that night in the pantry. How Lee blocked the door to keep others from seeing me. I nod, fearing tears might break free if I speak. Conversations pause as we enter further, and even though I don't pay them any attention, I can see their heads turning in our direction. I feel each gaze like a physical touch, making my skin crawl under my gloves. There's a flurry of whispers and someone laughs. Not unkindly, but still. Drew appears at Belle's side in an instant, like he's an extension of her. I assess him, knowing fully well the kind of guy he is, He's dressed casually, in designer jeans and a blue Henley that looks incredibly soft.
Salem.
He nods, keeping his distance.
Good to see you.
I manage a weak smile, and because I don't know what to say, I start to count. 3 steps to the couch. 2 people by the kitchen island. 1 sealed LaCroix waiting on a clean counter. Lee's running late. Bell announces, and I hate how my pulse jumps and the way my body reacts to his name. But he texted that he's on his way. I'm not. I start, but then Marcus Chen's terrible voice grates across my nerves.
Didn't expect to see you here, Masters. Thought crowds made you crazy.
The room falls silent. 1, 2, 3 breaths. Don't react. Don't give him the satisfaction of knowing he's got you right where he wants you. A part of me twists with empathy, knowing that Marcus is the way he is because he can't go crazy. Not like me. He's got to find a way to deal with the poison in his veins, and the only way to do that is to spit it at other people. As if sensing the direction this is going to go in, Drew steps in.
If you're going to be an asshole, Chen, then you can leave. When you asked to come, I didn't realize you were only attending to be a dick.
Belle steps between them, leaving both men to tower over her, but she doesn't seem to care. After what happened in the library, I wouldn't have invited you at all. Now, if you want to stay, you will be kind. I stare down at my gloved hands, refusing to look up, because I know all I'll see reflecting back at me is pity. Belle's hand hovers near mine. Not touching, just offering support. And somehow that makes it bearable. Just breathe. Just stay. Just prove them wrong. 3 more hours. 2 more glove changes. 1 more chance to be normal. I can do this. Marcus mutters something under his breath and marches away, disappearing into the darkness of the hall. The next hour is an exercise in controlled panic. I perch on the designated clean area of the sectional, watching everyone as they move through each social interaction like it's as easy as breathing, like it's basic nature. It makes me envious that they aren't forced to think about every surface, breath, and potential point of contact they touch. I wish I could be like that, like them, normal. I try my best not to dwell on the negative and consider what my future could be like if I continue to be more social, to expose myself to my fears. Anything could happen. Maybe I won't need to wear gloves someday. As the minutes tick by, I become more and more comfortable. But I know I'll never fully let my guard down. No matter where I go or who I'm with, I manage to feel like a museum exhibit. The front door bursts open, and Lee saunters in. It's stupid the way my body reacts to his mere presence. This strange warmth unfurling in my gut. Lee Sterling is my opposite in every single way, and I have no right feeling this strange warmth in his presence. If anything, I should feel anxiety, or at least irritation, but not warmth. Yeah, something is very wrong with me.
Sorry I'm late,
he announces, all windswept hair and explosive energy.
It's always something.
It's incredible how quick the atmosphere changes. The air becomes electrically charged, a current of energy rippling through me. I've noticed Lee has that effect on people, drawing attention like gravity, making everyone else orbit around him like he's the earth and we're his moons. I try to look away, but my gaze gravitates back to him. He's wearing ripped black jeans and a vintage t-shirt. Simple, but expressive. It's almost annoying how carefree he is. The way he oozes confidence and commands the space like it belongs to him. One glimpse at his face and I'm taken back to that dark pantry, where he showed me a side of him I doubt anyone else in this room has seen, or even knows exists. The person he projects to this room is nothing like that man I met. Right now he's loud, bright, happy, a social butterfly, offering casual hugs, shoulder clasps, and quick kisses on the cheeks. It's all an act. I can't imagine how exhausting that must be, to pretend to be something you're not. Looking up, his eyes find mine. Recognition filters into his expression. The mask slips away, just for a second, and I see a flash of the boy from the pantry. Changing course mid-conversation, he heads towards me, with purpose in his stride. Oh God. My heart hammers against my ribs. 1, 2, 3 beats of panic. Don't, I whisper, but he's already too close. I'm on the fringes of panic, knowing he's going to enter my careful bubble of space and send me into a spiral. I'm not sure why, but he pauses. Stops right where he stands. The air ripples around us like waves lapping against the shore. He makes no attempt to touch, crowd, or push past my barriers. Hey, pantry girl. His voice is soft, and nothing like his loud entrance. Saved me a seat. I blink at the clean couch section beside me. His smile is different, up close. Realer, brighter. Mind if I join you? Promise to keep my germs to myself. And just like that, my careful count of breaths falters. I start, but Marcus's voice cuts through again. Careful, Sterling. She might sanitize you to death. Lee's expression darkens, and I know he's going to say something, stick up for me, just like Belle did. I don't want him to fight my battles. I don't want anyone to do anything for me. Without thinking it through, I say the first thing that comes to mind. Better than catching whatever STD you're carrying, Chen. Did I just say that? The words hang in the air, and then Lee throws his head back and laughs. The sound warm, soothing. Around us, conversations resume, and Marcus sulks away without another word. It's weird, but that tiny bit of laughter eases the tension in my chest. And when I take another breath, I'm lighter, calmer. Pantry girl's got teeth. Lee's smile grows while settling beside me, close but not touching. Feisty. I like it. Pantry girl? I should tell him to stop calling me that. Maybe tell him my real name? No, he definitely already knows it. Everyone knows it. At this rate, the smartest thing I could do is vacate to another area of the room, stick to my rules about interaction, distance, and safety. I think all these things, but I already know I have no intention of doing them. Instead, I find myself sitting there, smiling like a fool. Lee's presence carries both a calming and terrifying effect on my nervous system. He doesn't fidget or try to close the careful gap of distance between us. He just exists in the space like he belongs there. Like sitting quietly with the campus freak is totally normal for the popular playboy who could be talking to any girl or boy he wants right now. Thirsty? He asks, gesturing to my still-sealed LaCroix. The word sticks in my throat as I watch someone across the room sneeze into their hand. 1, 2, 3 seconds of pure horror. Lee follows my gaze and stands, smoothly. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. I watch him walk across the room, and without meaning to, I start counting his steps. He stops at the fancy built-in fridge, peers inside, and pulls out a sealed water bottle. My breath catches in my throat when he grabs a paper towel and wipes it down before returning.
Still sealed.
He smiles, presenting it with a flourish, but maintaining that careful distance.
And sanitized because I'm a gentleman.
You're something, I mutter. But accept the bottle. Our fingers don't touch, but an electric current ripples between us, zinging across my skin.
Oh, I'm definitely something.
The tone of his voice is playful. He plops back down on the couch and turns to face me.
Care to find out more?
The line is pure Lee Sterling, flirty, provocative, and designed to charm. It would work if I were anyone else, and it still does, kinda. But it doesn't stop me from seeing the dark waters beneath, from seeing the truth. You don't have to do this, I whisper, adjusting the bottle until it sits perfectly aligned with the coaster's edge.
Do what?
This. I gesture between us. Pretend, play the nice guy, the one that keeps a safe distance. I don't want your... The muscles in my throat constrict as I continue to force myself to speak. Pity. His playful expression vanishes.
Pity.
I know what people say about me. I know why they... My voice cracks. All the insecurities I carry bleed through. Please, just don't pretend. Don't act like you care if you really don't. I promise I'd rather have your honesty than your pity.
Salem.
He knows my name. That's not the jarring part, though. It's the way he says it, with authority and control, that makes me look up. His intense gaze is focused entirely on me.
Do I look like a guy who does anything he doesn't want to do?
Stupidly, I feel compelled to trust him. Trust that his intentions are pure. But I've allowed myself to be led blindly by putting my trust in others, and in the end, the only one who ended up hurt was me. I don't know who you are, so I can't really say. What I do know is that you like to play games. I snap. Anxiety, making the words come out harsher than intended. And while it might be cliché, everyone knows guys like you find it fun to mess with the crazy girl, just to see what happens.
Stop.
His voice is soft but firm. Lifting his hand, he reaches for me, and instinct makes me flinch because anyone touching me sends my nervous system into shutdown mode. Except him, I consider, thinking back to the night in the pantry. Or maybe the alcohol helped. Seeing my building reaction, he freezes, then slowly lowers his hand.
Guys like me?
He scoffs.
Not all of us are assholes. Have I given you any reason to think I'm some douchebag who plans to hurt you?
Shit. Did I offend him? Like I said, I don't know you, and I don't want to pass judgment either. That would be unfair. But I hear what's said about you. Rumors spread quickly. You know that. I don't believe even half of what I hear, but when you confirm many of the things yourself, it's hard not to believe. I whisper. Honestly, it just seems wrong of you to be sitting here, talking to the weird girl, when you could be somewhere else.
What's your point? It's my choice to sit here.
His tone is all matter of fact.
I don't take orders from anyone, and sitting with you has nothing to do with pity. Besides, what you said isn't true. I know some things about you, Salem Masters.
He shakes his head.
You aren't as invisible as you try to be. Have you ever thought that maybe I like that you're different? That you see through my bullshit? Maybe I'm tired of dancing and flirting and being Lee fucking Sterling all the time.
There's a certain rawness laced into his words that my emotions hook onto. He looks away, as if to hide his feelings, and when he looks back, he has this sad smile on his face.
I know you want to help people, heal them. I know you like one coffee shop in town, only one. And I know you've got a secret that is tearing you up physically and mentally.
I catch another glimpse of that shattered man, the one who's perfected being the person everyone else wants him to be, the one who's spent so much time pretending to be someone he's not, so much so that he's lost sight of who he is and what he wants. My heart aches at the reminder, because that was me before I lost it. I'm still that broken girl now, wishing for normal, but no longer capable of pretending to be something she isn't. Instead, I'm the example of what happens when you pretend for too long. Before I can fall down that hole, I change the subject. Have you been following me? His dark gaze narrows, and his brown hair falls over his brow.
Just some light social media stalking.
I'm hardly ever on social media, so I doubt you got all that information from Facebook or Instagram. He shrugs.
I can be very persuasive when I need to be, and I've taken a special interest in you, pantry girl.
I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Why? There's nothing special about me, Lee.
Wrong. There's something so special about you that you make me want to figure you out. And that's never happened before.
I don't want to be the object of some rich boy's fascination. I want to be normal. I want to find my way back to being who I used to be. I'm not a trophy or a prize to be won and claimed. Befriending the weirdo isn't a requirement to being nice. You can be nice and not pretend to give a shit about me or what I'm going through. I know I'm coming off bitchy, but I can't let his fascination impact me. And it will. Instead of pulling away or reacting with anger, he smiles. It shocks the hell out of me.
And this right here is why I'm interested in you. You don't give a fuck who I am. You aren't trying to sleep with me, and you're not pretending to be my friend to climb the social ladder.
He leans in closer. And for some reason I can't look away, move away, can hardly breathe as the clean soap scent of him surrounds me.
In that pantry was the first time in forever I felt seen. I didn't have to pretend with you. I was myself, and you witnessed the mask falling away. You saw me, really saw me, and it made me think, to consider.
The seriousness of this conversation starts to sink in, and I'm seconds away from telling him I need to leave. But I pause when he starts to speak again.
We share a common problem. You want to be normal, accepted by your peers, and I need the same thing, but for a different reason entirely.
Is he propositioning me? I gulp and lick my suddenly dry lips. I think I should go. Even as I say the words, I can't seem to get my legs to move. His gaze drops to my mouth, and then back up to my eyes.
Wait. At least let me finish.
I give him a small nod, and he continues.
I know you are working on being normal. Anyone can see that. But wouldn't it look a whole lot more convincing if you were dating, say, someone who can draw attention away from the fact you're trying so hard? We're both looking to fit in. I need someone to make my family think I'm doing that.
Is he asking me out? or something else. His words are light, deliberately so, but beneath them runs a current of pain that shines bright as day. What? What do you mean? Are you saying we should date? If so, I can't do that. Another dip closer. So close his mouth is inches from mine. The germs, except all I can smell is the peppermint on his breath, and the soap on his skin, and the noise in my head just stops for a split second. My brain is quiet, and I almost don't know what to do. So I listen.
Why not? You're single, and so am I. It wouldn't be real, obviously. But we both have a dilemma that we could use the other person to help with. Think about it, Salem. It'll help you with that sense of being normal.
I don't. My lips tremble as I try to put together the rest of my response. No, there is no way this would ever work. And even if I have his help, there is no way in hell I could pretend in front of his family. The sheer idea of putting my trust in a man like Lee? I might as well admit myself to the mental hospital again.
There's no need to tell me the answer now. Think about it. And maybe Marcus and his asshole friends will leave you alone once they discover you have my protection.
Perhaps. But I don't need a pity fake boyfriend, which is kind of what his offer feels like, even if he would be getting something in return. All of these different ideas, thoughts, options, plans, it makes my anxiety climb higher and higher. Lee is over the top, a panic attack waiting to happen.
All I want to do is help you. That's it. Nothing else. Let me do something good for a change.
He speaks so casually, and yet all I can see is the way his beautiful mouth forms each word. Someone across the room calls his name, and the spell holding us captive breaks. No, I can't do this. Being around him, seeing his pain, mixed with a weird mirage of my own, it reminds me too much of her. Chelsea. Of the past. It presses against wounds that aren't fully healed, that may never be healed. As interested as I am in Lee, I don't belong here. Not with him, not at this party, and nowhere in his perfectly planned future. The options, the possibilities, they all echo around me, overwhelming me. I need to leave. I need to think. I have to go, I blurt out, shoving myself off the couch and grabbing my bag in one swift movement. I know it's rude of me. I can't. I should.
Salem, wait.
I don't. I'm already moving, counting the steps to the door. Salem, what's going on? Belle's concerned voice calls after me, but I continue forward. I don't stop walking until I reach the elevator and punch the button. Why do I keep trying? Keep putting myself through this? No one wants the crazy girl. No one chooses the broken pieces. No one stays. Even now, Lee doesn't want me. Not really. He wants me to pretend, to join him in his parade of masks, which makes no sense since he said he wanted to stop wearing them. The elevator takes exactly 30 seconds to arrive. I know because I count every single one, trying not to think about the fact that I left my backup gloves on Drew's pristine coffee table, trying not to think about Lee's face when I ran, trying not to think at all. My current gloves are contaminated from touching my car keys earlier. I'll need to change them before driving, except... The elevator doors slide open with a soft ding just as I hear rapid footsteps behind me.
Salem, wait.
Lee's voice carries around the foyer, and I glance back just in time to catch a glimpse of him running toward the elevator, something clear in his hand. My Ziploc bag of clean gloves. 1 second to decide. Wait for him, face whatever he's going to say, deal with the mortification of him seeing me like this. Or I step into the elevator and hit the lobby button. Just before the doors close, I see him skid to a stop, my gloves held out like some kind of peace offering, his expression a mixture of concern and something else I can't quite read. "Fuck," I whisper as the elevator descends. My hands are shaking in their contaminated gloves, and I have no backups, no safety net. My phone buzzes. Unknown number. I have your gloves. Unknown number. Let me bring them down. Unknown number. Please. I stare at the messages until they blur, counting the floors as they tick by. How did he even get my number? Maybe Belle gave it to him? 5, 4, 3. Another buzz. Lee. At least let me know you're okay. 2. The latex squeaks as I clench my hands into fists. I should text him back. Should tell him I'm fine. I should thank him for remembering the gloves. I should... My phone lights up again. Noah. Everything okay? Noah. Want me to come get you? I type back a reply, my fingers trembling. Me. Coming home. Need new gloves. Noah. On it. Supply run to CVS? Noah. I'll have fresh ones waiting. My brother. The only person who never makes me feel broken. 1. The elevator chimes and the doors open. I rush through the lobby, ignoring the doorman's greeting, focusing my attention on counting each step I take. Just as I'm about to slip out the door, the second elevator dings. I don't look back. Can't look back. Even if I wanted to say yes to Lee's offer, there's no way it would work between us. Oakmount's playboy and the town weirdo. No one would believe it. Some things are better left in dark pantries, hidden beneath a mask.
Chapter 6. Lee. Fuck. I'm both angry and disappointed in myself. Did I come on too strong? There's no denying I triggered her. I could see the anxiety building with every word I spoke. I should have eased into it. Damn it. Salem's gloves mocked me from the passenger seat of my Jeep, pristine in their Ziploc prison. I've been sitting in Drew's parking garage for 20 minutes, drumming my fingers against the steering wheel and trying to convince myself that following her isn't completely insane. The lights flicker overhead, drawing my attention to everything at once. The echo of someone's footsteps 3 rows over, the way my phone keeps lighting up with texts I'm ignoring. My mind races between possibilities faster than I can grab on to any single thought. Follow her. Don't follow her. Make sure she's okay. Give her space. Go to her house. That's definitely stalking Sterling. But she needs her gloves. And I need... Fuck. I mutter, hitting my head against the headrest. The memory of her face, the broken, despairing expression that reflected back at me, mixed with a dash of panic. Is she afraid of me? Afraid of getting too close? Obviously, you idiot. You looked at her mental health records. Then there's Chen. He's a problem in itself, something that needs to be fixed, removed. I'll deal with him, with all of them in due time. My phone buzzes for the millionth time. Drew, you good? Drew, should I be worried about the weird guy sitting in my parking garage? Drew, security called. I snort and type back my response. Me, just plotting my next scandal? You know how it goes. His reply is almost instant. Drew, I know what you're thinking, and I'm telling you now. Don't do it. Leave her alone. She's been through enough. Being your next conquest is not on her bingo card. My fingers hover over the screen. I want to tell him the truth, that I'm not trying to add her to my list of conquests, that for once in my life I'm trying to be a good fucking human. But what's the fucking point? Would any of them believe me anyway? Probably not. I don't bother replying and instead start the Jeep. Decision made. The engine's rumble grounds me, gives me something to focus on besides the chaos running laps in my mind. If I were her, where would I go? She changes her gloves often, and if I have her extras, which I'm assuming I do, then she'll need more, right? My money's on the drugstore, not the one near campus. Too many students, too much exposure. Probably the 24-hour one on Maple. The night pharmacist doesn't give a shit who you are or wonder why you're buying latex gloves at midnight. I bet that's where she went. I slam my foot on the gas and drive out of the parking garage, squealing tires. Minutes later, I'm parked outside the drugstore, watching, waiting. There's no Salem in sight, and I have to wonder if I guessed wrong. Then I spot him, a tall kid in a Letterman jacket exiting the store. He looks vaguely familiar, and a light bulb goes off in my head. What was his name from her files? Noah? Yes, her brother. There were some pictures of him that she was tagged in on social media, but he looked younger. I hadn't ventured over to his socials yet. I can barely see the outline of glove boxes and hand sanitizer in his bags as he walks down the street. He didn't drive. It takes me a second to remember he and Salem share a car. At least from the insurance records I pulled, that seemed to be the case. My foot bounces against the floorboard, mind racing with possibilities. I could go after him, introduce myself properly, could explain about the gloves, could... My phone lights up again. Bell. Stop stalking her. Bell. I mean it, Lee. Me. I'm not stalking. I'm strategically placing myself in her vicinity. Bell. That's literally the definition of stalking. I ignore the next 3 texts, watching Noah walk down the street with his bags. He moves with the same careful precision as his sister, but there's something protective in his stance, like he's ready to fight the whole world for her. Join the club, kid. Wait, where the fuck did that thought come from? Focus, Sterling. Just follow the brother, return the gloves, and try not to scare her away any more than you already have. Noah leads me to a quiet neighborhood off Mountain View Drive. It's a nice, safe area, all craftsman-style homes with well-manicured lawns. Nothing like the fancy estates my family owns. These homes are the kind of places where people actually live, instead of just existing for show. I park 3 houses down and watch him jog up the short porch steps of a sage-green 2-story with white trim. The porch lights flicker on, and there she is, Salem, silhouetted in the doorway with her arms wrapped around herself. My grip on the steering wheel tightens. This is fucking creepy. I'm being fucking creepy. Noah passes her the bag and they enter the house together. I should just... A light turns on in an upstairs window, and I catch a glimpse of her pacing. 1, 2, 3 steps. Turn. Repeat. My ADHD brain latches onto the pattern, finding comfort in its predictability. Wonder if that's how she feels when she counts things. What the fuck are you doing? I mutter to myself, running a hand through my hair. The gesture reminds me of the way she flinched when I almost touched her face, and suddenly I'm drowning in memories of promised land, of people trying to touch me, fix me, change me, make me into something I'm not. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Emma. Emma. Mother's making calls. Country club daughters, church girls. You might want to figure something out fast. I should message her back and tell her I'm already working on it, but I don't. If I have any hope of fixing this with Salem, then I need to focus on the present. She needs me. I need her. We're both just trying to survive in worlds that want to fix us. If she'd agree, I know we could protect each other. Now you just sound like a Lifetime movie. I speak to my empty Jeep. but I'm already reaching for the Ziploc bag of gloves. I'm halfway up her driveway when I realize how batshit crazy this is. It's almost midnight, like I need to end up in jail again. Jesus. I'm stalking. No, strategically approaching a girl who literally ran away from me an hour ago when I shared a prospective idea that could benefit us both. And my brilliant plan is what? Hey, just swinging by to drop off your gloves. Also, please agree to fake date me so my family doesn't disown me. Yup, smooth, real smooth. Movement catches the corner of my eyes, and I spot Salem at her window again, this time pressing her forehead against the glass. The streetlight catches her face just right, highlighting the exhaustion in her expression. The way her gloved hands press flat against the window pane. 1, 2, 3 times. My attention fractures between a dozen details at once. The wind chimes tinkling on her porch, the way her dark hair falls across her face, and the welcome mat that's been realigned exactly parallel with the doorframe. Everything about this house screams careful control, except the basketball hoop hanging over the garage, crooked and well-used, a pair of muddy cleats kicked off by the steps, the overgrown garden that's seen better days. It's perfect and imperfect all at once, just like her. You lost? I jolt and spin to find the voice, turning my gaze away from Salem. Noah stands at the side of the house, a trash bag in his hand and an expression that clearly says he's deciding whether to kick my ass or call the cops. I hold up the Ziploc bag like a peace offering. She left these at the party. His eyes narrow with suspicion. Lee Sterling, right? My reputation precedes me. Your reputation is exactly why you should get back in your Jeep and leave. Fair enough. I'd feel the same way if some fuckboy showed up on our doorstep trying to talk to my sister, especially after everything Salem's been through. He has every right to be wary. Good thing I know my intentions are pure. Mostly. Noah doesn't know that, though, and his protective stance reminds me of all the times Emma stuck up for me, shielding me from our parents' help. I'm not here to cause trouble. I smirk. I know given my reputation that seems odd, but I promise, I just wanted to make sure she was okay and return these. I lift the Ziploc bag of gloves. I know she needs them. Noah studies me for a long moment. And you care why? Because she's my last hope and I'm obsessively fascinated with her. Probably not the best thing to say, so of course my brain conjures up the next terrible response. She gets me. Nope, too honest. Fuck, I don't know what I mean. Noah's stance shifts, curiosity warring with suspicion. I shift and risk catching another glimpse of Salem. She's pacing again. 1, 2, 3 steps. 3 is her number. Do you really expect me to believe that? That she gets you? Noah snorts and rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm crazy, and he's not wrong. I have to wonder if I'm losing my mind as well. Even saying it out loud makes me cringe. The filthy rich playboy and my OCD sister. It sounds like a really bad joke. I know what it sounds like, but you would be surprised by the things people hide behind. I try to keep the bitterness out of my voice, but from Noah's slight frown, I don't quite manage it. That doesn't matter because maybe... I trail off, distracted by movement inside. Salem has disappeared from the window, and I check the other windows, waiting for a light to flick on in another part of the house. A moment later, it does. Downstairs. Shit. What if she comes out here looking for her brother and finds me? Maybe what? Noah prompts, his tone different, less hostile, more assessing. My attention snaps back to him, but my thoughts scatter like marbles. Maybe we're both tired of being what everyone expects us to be, Her, the girl who needs fixing. Me, the whatever the fuck people think or expect me to be. The guy who got arrested last week for making out with some dude in a bar. I bark out a laugh. How did he know? First, that wasn't my fault. I don't know why everyone thinks it was. And why the hell is that the only thing anyone is talking about? I'm so much more than that. Salem mentioned it. He shrugs, then adds, right before she said she met you in a dark pantry and that you were nice to her. Warmth blooms in my chest. She talked about me and thought I was nice. I can't remember the last time someone complimented me in a way that wasn't sexual or weird. Focus. This is not what you think it is. I'm not. I run a hand through my hair, struggling to organize my thoughts. I'm not trying to hurt her or use her. I just followed her home in the middle of the night to return her gloves. He finishes my sentence, and I suppose when he puts it like that. Well, technically I followed you home in the middle of the night, but yeah, okay. This definitely sounds creepy as fuck. A hint of a smile tugs at his mouth. At least you're self-aware. The porch light behind him turns on. Shit. Noah? Salem's voice carries from the doorway, tight with anxiety. Who are you talking to? I freeze, caught between the instinct to bolt and the sudden, overwhelming need to remain standing here so I can see her face. You. She steps onto the porch, but then stops, her gaze ping-ponging between me on the driveway and her brother. I watch as she clenches her hands at her sides, the nitrile squeaking. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? How do I tell her I need her help, that I need her as much as she needs me without sounding desperate, that I'm so interested in her? You counted as people moved around the couch earlier. It was soft, but I heard it. Her soft eyes fill with surprise. Noah looks between us like he's watching a tennis match. I count things too. I continue, the words spilling out faster than I can filter them. Not the same way you do, but panels on the walls at home, seconds between traffic lights, heartbeats when I'm trying not to lose my shit at family dinners. It helps, sometimes, makes the noise in my head quieter. Oh, Lee. Her voice is drenched in heartache. No, that's not what I need. She doesn't realize it yet, but we have a lot more in common than she thinks, and just like her, I don't want anyone's pity. I brought your gloves. I hold up the bag. I saw how your hands were shaking in the elevator, and I assumed you needed clean ones to drive. I shake my head, thinking maybe sanity will return to my brain. Good luck getting her to agree to be your fake girlfriend now. This is all coming out wrong. She takes another step forward, then walks 1, 2, 3 steps down. She hovers on that last step. You followed me home? Technically, I followed your brother to the drugstore, then followed him home. That's not any better, Noah mutters, amusement lacing his words. Salem wraps her arms around herself, her gaze drifting away before coming back. She hasn't run away yet. Hasn't called the cops, hasn't looked at me like I'm crazy. That's something, right? Can we? I glance at Noah and then back to Salem. Talk, just for a minute. Salem shifts her weight, and I notice how one foot slides back toward the door. Retreat position. That's expected, but I'm patient and can be very persuasive. The only issue is I don't have a lot of time. I need Salem to agree to be my fake girlfriend ASAP so I can escape my mother's meddling. My heart kicks against my ribs, and I feel the pinch of anxiety. It's late, she whispers, and I need to change my gloves and count the kitchen tiles and probably have a panic attack about you knowing where I live. The honesty in her voice, the way she just puts it out there without shame, it hits like a punch to the gut. When was the last time I was that real with anyone? Everything I do is measured to ensure the least amount of embarrassment so I don't make a dumb decision or say something out of line. I have ADHD, I blurt out, and probably a bunch of other mental health problems my family pretends don't exist. Sometimes I can't sit still or shut up or stop myself from doing stupid things like following pretty girls home because they look at me and see beneath the variety of masks I wear to cover up the realness that's beneath. Noah makes a choking sound while Salem's lips part as if she has something to say. And sometimes I continue, because apparently my filter is completely fucked, and what does it matter at this point? I hide in pantries because everything gets too loud and bright, and then I meet someone who understands me without explanation. Someone who is wearing latex gloves and counting her breaths, and well, she's terrified of being different. She has no idea how special she is. Her expression softens, and I know she not only sees it, but she understands. "You're crazy," she whispers, but it doesn't sound like an accusation. "Probably," I agree. "Most definitely." I don't think she would take too well to discovering just how crazy, about her, about all of this, I am. Want to be crazy together? Noah groans. Oh my God. But Salem damn near smiles. "Coffee," I say suddenly, like it's the answer to everything. "Tomorrow? Let me explain myself properly without your brother plotting my murder in the background, without any expectations." "I'm not plotting," Noah protests, "just considering it a potential option." Salem fidgets with her gloves, and I hold up the clean ones. "Why don't we meet at the coffee shop on Oak Street? They have individually sealed creamers and those paper sleeve things for the cups." I know that coffee shop is her favorite. She's checked in there on social media more times than anywhere else. Salem bites her lip, and I force myself to remain standing there, to let her process what I've said. 1, 2, 3 seconds of silence. "Why?" she finally asks. It's a simple question, but one I don't have an appropriate answer to. "Because you might be my salvation." She has no idea how insane I can be, and she won't have to find out so long as she agrees. I push the thought away and take a careful step forward, close enough to hand her the gloves, but not enough to spook her. "Give me the chance to explain myself, my idea. I'm not asking you to agree tonight." She takes the Ziploc bag, her fingers careful as not to brush mine. I don't know. There's wavering apprehension in her voice, and I want to banish it. "Please, just hear me out. Meet me for coffee. Nothing more. Tomorrow at 10. Pausing, she chews on her bottom lip as if she's weighing her options. This is a big step for her, and I understand her fear, even if I don't like it. "Please?" I add for safe measure. She sighs, no doubt her anxiety prickling. "Fine. Let's meet at 10. This is either really sweet or really serial killerish," Noah comments. "Tote's not a serial killer." I smile and wink. "That's to be determined." Noah smirks back. "I can't promise you an answer," she adds. I back away, hands raised in surrender. "I don't need an answer, pantry girl. I just need you to hear me out." As I walk back to my Jeep, all I can do is hope she agrees to help me and allows me to help her in return. It doesn't matter that I could find another girl with little effort. None of them are Salem, and I won't settle for anyone else. Not when I've had my eye on her since the pantry, unable to stop myself. I have to figure out what makes her so damn fascinating. I slide behind the wheel, watching in my rearview mirror as she disappears inside, Noah following behind her protectively. My phone buzzes, probably another text from Emma with more warnings about Mother's matchmaking attempts, or Drew telling me I'm an idiot, or Belle threatening bodily harm if I hurt her friend. None of the messages matter. All my attention and thoughts are on tomorrow morning at 10. 14 hours and 27 minutes. All I have to do is convince Salem Masters that fake dating the campus disaster is exactly what she needs. Chapter 7. Lee. The coffee shop feels like a cage after 2 hours of waiting. 2 hours of watching tables fill up and people come and go. 2 hours of growing certainty that Salem Masters isn't going to show up, no matter how long I sit here. My fingers drum against the table, creating chaotic rhythms that would probably drive her crazy. Good thing she isn't here to see it. Good thing she isn't here to see how fucking frustrated I'm getting, watching that perfect corner stay empty. I need her. Need her patterns and counting and carefully measured world. Need her to help quiet the chaos in my head that's getting louder with each passing minute. Need her to agree to this fake dating scheme so my family will back off about finding someone suitable. But more than that, I need her to need me. Need her to see how I could protect her. Need her to understand how perfect we'd be together, even if it's just pretend to start. The barista side-eyes me, probably wondering why the campus bad boy is posted up at a table for 2 hours, getting more agitated by the minute. If she only knew, if any of them knew how much I've thought about this, about Salem, about how I intend to make her see how perfect we are for each other. Even if I have to manipulate everything to make it happen. Fuck this. She's not coming and I need a real drink. Something stronger than coffee. Something to help me think clear about how to make this work. I could go to her house and confront her. No, not a good idea. I'm not certain I can control myself, and when it comes to Salem, the slightest thing can set her off. It doesn't take long to get to a corner pub most of the football team frequents. Even at this time of day, it's busy. The bourbon burns going down, but not enough to quiet my obsession with Salem Masters. 3 drinks and a couple hours later, and all I can think about is how she stood me up, and how I guess I failed at making her feel safe enough to accept meeting me at a fucking coffee shop. The bartender knows better than to make small talk. The sterling name and my reputation ensure privacy, ensure no one asks why I'm drinking at noon. I trace patterns in the condensation on the bar top, thinking about how Salem would count the water droplets. She's so careful with everything, so desperate for control. It's beautiful, really. The way she creates order from chaos, the way she measures her whole world into manageable pieces, the way she could be manipulated using that very need for control. Another, I tell the bartender, mind racing with possibilities. I've watched her enough to know her triggers, her fears, her desperate need for safety. Watched how she flinches when people get too close, how she retreats when chaos threatens to destroy her world. If someone were to threaten that safety, if someone were to make her feel like she needed protection, if someone were to create just enough chaos to send her running toward control. Movement at the end of the bar catches my attention. Marcus Chin sits at the far end, looking smug and untouchable as always. The same Marcus who torments Salem, who makes comments about her gloves, who seems to know way too much about why she needs such careful control of everything. The doctor notes from the hospital mentioned him, but I skipped over his name, hunting for more about Salem. Now I might have to go back and read. Anger burns hotter than bourbon in my veins, not just because he hurt her, but because he knows her secrets, knows things about her that I need to know, things that could help me get closer to her. I watch him through the bottom of my glass, plans shifting and reforming like a game of Tetris. Maybe it's time someone taught Marcus a lesson to show him what it's like to lose control. Maybe it's time I did something about anyone who makes Salem feel unsafe, starting with him. I spend the rest of the day drinking and wait for Marcus to pay his tab. Following him outside is easy. He's too busy texting to notice my shadow trailing him into the alley. The neon LED mask sits heavy in my hands, retrieved from my car's trunk where I keep it for nights exactly like this. Nights when chaos needs direction. Nights when violence needs anonymity. The mask glows softly in the dim alley, casting eerie patterns against brick walls as I slide it over my face. The alcohol in my system makes everything sharper somehow, more focused, more purposeful. Marcus doesn't hear me coming, doesn't sense the danger until I'm right behind him. He doesn't have time to react before my fist connects with his kidney, the hit dropping him to his knees. What the fuck? His words cut off as I grab him by the throat, slamming him against the wall. The mask distorts my breathing, makes it sound mechanical and threatening. Perfect. I don't speak, don't give him any hint of why this is happening or who I am. Don't risk my voice or words giving me away. Instead, I let my fists do the talking, let violence speak what words can't, let him feel what it's like to be powerless. He tries to fight back, but the bourbon has made me stronger, given me a sharper focus. It allows me to be more deliberate in each punch, each kick, each moment of controlled chaos. I release my disappointment and anger toward Salem's rejection out on him. The LED lights reflect in the growing puddle of blood from his split lip, red and blue and violence painting the alley in abstract patterns. His attempts to speak are met with more force, more silence, more purposeful pain. This is only the beginning. The first step in a much bigger plan. One piece of chaos I need to create before I can offer her the careful, ordered protection she'll need. He can't know that, can't suspect who's behind the mask. If he does, things for Salem will only get worse, which will, in turn, make me lose my fucking mind. Maybe the next time I go to jail it will be for something worthy, like killing the next fucker who dares to touch her. My muscles are burning, and my chest is heaving when I leave Marcus in a bloody mess in the alley. It feels unfinished, like I didn't complete the mission. He's still conscious, still breathing, still able to pick himself up, eventually. For now, he got a glimpse of fear and felt what it's like to be helpless, discovered that sometimes chaos finds you without warning or reason. I strip off the mask once I reach my car, the neon lights dying as I shove it under the seat. My knuckles throb beneath leather gloves, split and bloody, but worth it. The bourbon buzz has faded, replaced by something more intoxicating. Power, purpose, possibility. I slam my fist against the steering wheel. It's not enough. Violence alone won't get me what I want, won't get me who I want. To get Salem, I need to make her see how much she needs me. I need something more calculated, more purposeful, more designed to her specific fears. My phone contains numbers of terrible fucking people, friends, family, and people who owe me favors, guys who don't ask questions. Guys who understand the value of making someone feel unsafe without actually causing harm. Guys who know how to create just enough chaos to send someone running toward protection. Toward me. It would be so easy to orchestrate an encounter, a threatening moment in the library. Nothing too extreme, just enough to make her feel like she needs someone to keep her safe. The irony of creating chaos to offer protection isn't lost on me. The need to have her in my grasp burns stronger than logic, stronger than morality, stronger than anything, including the bourbon in my blood. I park behind the mill, already scrolling through my contacts. I know exactly who to call, know exactly what to offer, know exactly how to make this work. because I've seen how she flinches from disorder, how she retreats from uncertainty, how desperately she needs control. And I can give her that, can be that, can become everything she needs. Even if I have to manipulate everything to make it happen. I hate that it got to this point, but I'm running out of time. I'll have to make her biggest fears a reality so I can protect her from them. I'll become chaos to become her peace. I hit the first number in my phone and wait while the line rings. A gruff voice answers. "Hello? Yeah, I got a job for you." My voice sounds steady despite the bourbon, despite the adrenaline still coursing from the beating I laid on Marcus. Nothing too rough, just need you to make someone feel unsafe. Jake's voice crackles through the phone, asking for details. He's done jobs like this before. Subtle intimidation, careful threats, nothing that leaves marks, but everything that leaves fear. "Tomorrow, the library, around noon." I think of Salem's usual study schedule, how she always takes the corner table near the emergency exit. She'll be alone, wearing gloves. Just crowd her space a bit, make her uncomfortable, maybe mention how isolated that corner is. Jake listens, professional in his silence. No questions about motives, no concern about morality, just business. "Bring someone with you," I add, remembering how Salem counts everything, memorizes faces, creates patterns from threats. 2 guys are more intimidating than 1. Make sure she sees you clearly. I want her to recognize you when I step in. The price we agree on is nothing. Pocket change for a sterling heir. Worth every cent to create the perfect scenario where I get to swoop in like a knight in shining armor. If only she had showed up to the coffee shop, I could have explained my plan to her, made her see how much she needs someone like me in her life. I'm fucked up, I know this, but that doesn't stop the grin from appearing on my lips. My fingers drum against the steering wheel as I outline the final details. Nothing physical, nothing traceable, nothing that could lead back to me. Just enough to make her feel unsafe. Just enough to make her reconsider my offer when I make it the second time. The plan feels solid now, simple. One encounter, well orchestrated, perfectly timed. I'll be nearby so there's no chance of things going too far. Satisfaction slithers through my gut. By this time tomorrow, Salem will understand how much she needs someone to keep her safe, how much she needs me. Whatever it takes.
Chapter 8. Salem. The library's corner table feels like a sanctuary. Tucked away near the emergency exit, it allows me to see everyone as they approach. My books align at perfect angles, laptop precisely centered, everything in its proper place. I feel good. This feels good. Everything except my thoughts, which keep drifting to Lee. I feel guilty about standing him up the way I did. My phone sits beside my pens, screen dark but somehow accusing. I've drafted 17 different messages to him since this morning. Sorry about yesterday. Something came up. I got overwhelmed. Maybe we could... Delete. Nothing sounds right or seems good enough to explain how I panicked at the idea of meeting him, of discussing whatever he wanted to talk about, of facing those storm-gray eyes that see too much. Besides, what would I even say? Sorry I'm too broken to handle a simple coffee meeting? Sorry I spent an hour organizing my closet instead of showing up? Sorry I'm the kind of person who needs to count ceiling tiles before entering any room? My nitrile-covered fingers hover over the phone again. Composing attempt 18. Lee. About yesterday. Delete. The textbooks in front of me offer safer territory. Physics doesn't judge. Equations don't care that I wear gloves or count things or measure spaces between people. Numbers make sense in a way people never will. I say that, but deep down I know Lee makes sense. He notices my patterns without commenting. He creates space around me without making it obvious. I'll never understand how a person who is my complete opposite in every way can understand that chaos must be met with control in equal measure. And that's exactly why I can't text him, can't face him, can't handle his proposal. The scariest type of people are those who understand, who see through you when they look at you. I've come to learn that people who accept broken pieces usually end up cutting themselves on the sharp edges. I talk myself out of messaging him again. It would be better if I focused on physics. Better to count equations instead of heartbeats. Better to pretend yesterday never happened. Even if guilt sits heavy in my chest with each deleted text. 1 minute, I'm sitting there. The world around me is quiet, safe. Then it all comes crashing down. The books scatter across the table without warning, several falling to the floor with thuds that echo through the quiet library. My careful arrangement shatters, pages bending, corners creasing, order dissolving into mess. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry," I stammer automatically, surging to my feet, even though I know my books weren't hanging over the edge. I always check 3 times to ensure everything is properly placed. In the back of my mind, I latch onto the knowledge that this was deliberate, an attack on me. Looking up, I find 2 guys standing far too close to my table. I recognize them. I've seen them around campus a time or 2. The taller one smirks at me and doesn't even try to pretend it was an accident. His friend moves to my other side, boxing me in against the wall. "Nice gloves," tall guy mocks, reaching for one of my fallen books. His boot deliberately steps on a page of another, creasing it. "Germaphobe or just crazy?" Don't engage. Don't react. Don't let them see how my hands shake with everything out of order more than their hulking presence. "Please." My voice comes out small, pathetic. "Stop. You can sit here. Just let me pack these up properly." "Properly?" The friend laughs, knocking another book off the table. "What's proper about wearing gloves in 80-degree weather? And did I hear you counting the fucking shelves?" They've been watching me. Please, just leave me alone. I hate how my voice trembles. Their bodies pressing closer. My throat tightens. I can't even grab my things and run because everything needs to be packed in the right order, the right way, the right pattern. "Alone?" Tall guy leans down, his breath hot against my ear. "You mean how alone you already are in this secluded corner? I doubt anyone would hear your screams this far back. Probably wouldn't even notice if something happened to the crazy girl with the gloves." Terror claws up my throat as they press closer, my brain finally reacting to them instead of the mess of my system. Tendrils of fear wrap around my limbs. I need to run. I need to escape. I need to get away. Please, someone notice. Make them stop. "Get the fuck away from my girlfriend." A voice cuts through my panic like a blade, steady and dangerous. That voice, I know it. Lee. I didn't even hear him approach, but suddenly he's there, all controlled fury and protective stance. "Girlfriend?" Tall guy backs up immediately, recognition flashing in his eyes. Everyone knows Lee Sterling. Everyone knows not to cross him. "We were just leaving." Lee steps between them and me, creating a barrier with his body.
Get the fuck out of here before I toss you out.
They retreat quickly, too quickly, but I'm too overwhelmed to question it. My hands shake as I stoop to try and gather my scattered belongings, nitrile squeaking against paper as I attempt to restore order.
Hey.
Lee's voice gentles as he turns to me, all traces of threat gone.
Let me help. Tell me how you need things packed.
The offer startles me enough to pause my frantic organizing. He's not trying to do it for me, not trying to rush me, not trying to tell me it doesn't matter. No. He's asking how he can help me do it right. Textbooks first. I managed to speak, my throat tight and my eyes filled with tears I hadn't realized were falling until just now. Largest to smallest. Then notebooks by subject. Then
pens by length?
He finishes, already reaching for the correct book.
It fits the pattern.
His movements are careful, precise, following my patterns without my prompting. He maintains careful distance while still somehow making me feel protected. Slowly, order returns. Chaos recedes. My breathing steadies.
Better?
He asks, once everything is properly arranged. He doesn't touch me, doesn't crowd me, doesn't do anything except create space for me to feel safe again. I nod, unable to voice how his understanding affects me, how his protection soothes me, how his attention to my needs makes something warm unfurl in my chest. Thank you, I whisper, meaning it for more than just the help with my books. His smile is gentle, nothing like his usual campus bad boy smirk.
Anytime, pantry girl.
And somehow that's exactly what I need to hear right now.
Breathe with me,
he says softly when my hands shake too badly to zip the bag properly. His fingers cover mine, and he guides my hand across the zip.
In for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 4. Just like that.
His voice is soft, a whisper that shouldn't be warming me from the inside out. Not now. Not here. The reminder of our first meeting shouldn't comfort me, but it does. I follow his counting, letting his steady voice guide me back to my center. I replay the entire event back again in my mind. Those guys, I start, then stop, unsure how to explain my fear. They were watching. My voice breaks as the fear rushes up at me all over again. What if he didn't show up? What would they have done to me? I'm used to people saying terrible things, even messing with my books. But no one has ever threatened me like that, made me feel like they would actually follow through.
I know.
His voice carries an edge of danger. You called me your girlfriend. He shrugs.
It made them scatter, didn't it?
All I can do is nod. It makes sense. As soon as they put the pieces together, they ran.
If they're smart, they won't bother you again. Not while you're with me.
I see the message woven within his words. He's offering me protection, safety, a shield against the chaos that threatens my perfectly put-together space. About yesterday? I say, finally meeting his eyes. I'm sorry I didn't show up. Sometimes I get overwhelmed. I need to organize things, to make everything perfect before I can...
Salem.
He cuts me off gently.
There's no need to explain yourself to me. I get the need for a system. I understand them. I respect them.
That honest, sincere response breaks me. It's not the attack, not the fear, not the chaos, but his quiet acceptance of my broken pieces. Lee is something else. In the way he pays attention to my needs and understands my carefully constructed walls. I need to give him a chance. Hear what he has to say. Coffee, I blurt out, surprising us both. Tomorrow? To talk about what you suggested the other night? His smile is different now. Softer, more real. Nothing like his usual practiced charm.
Same time, same place? I promise to have everything sanitized before you arrive.
I'll be there. I promise. Meaning it this time. No closet emergencies, panic attacks, or standing you up.
Good.
He stands, offering to carry my bag without trying to take it without permission.
Let me walk you to your car? Just to be sure those guys are really gone.
The word no sits on the tip of my tongue. It's the right thing to say. It would help keep the distance between us. Unfortunately, I don't have it in me to say no. When it comes to Lee, I find it difficult to see anything but the man in that dark pantry, exposing his own insecurity to me. I find myself nodding, finding safety in his careful attention to my needs. The walk to my car feels longer than usual. Each step measured not just by my usual counting, but by the weight of what I'm considering. Lee's offer hovers between us. Protection in exchange for pretense, safety in exchange for performance, control in exchange for fake dating the campus bad boy.
You're thinking too hard,
he says as we approach my car, his stride matching mine perfectly. Not too fast, not too close, just present.
I can practically hear you counting pros and cons in your head.
Is it really that obvious? I try to smile, but my hands still tremble with residual fear while I dig for my car keys.
To someone who pays attention, yeah.
He leans against the car next to mine, careful to give me space while still maintaining protective presence.
Most people don't notice patterns like I do. Kind of a problem, really.
His observation is both terrifying and refreshing, and while I want to run for cover, I also want him to know how understood, accepted, and normal he's made me feel. Except I'm not normal. Never will be. The leather seats of my car will need to be wiped down 3 times when I get home. The books in my bag will need to be realigned perfectly on my desk. I hate this, I whisper, more to myself than him. Hate needing help, being scared, of not being able to just exist like everyone else.
Whoa, it's okay.
Lee's voice is gentle in a way I've never heard.
Everyone else is overrated. Their normal is bullshit. Their existence is just as messy as yours. The only difference is they're better at pretending.
Like you? My response is out before I can stop it. His laugh holds no mockery, only understanding.
Exactly. Like me. From the outside looking in, you would never know how many issues I have. Because I've mastered pretending to be something I'm not.
I study him in the afternoon light, seeing past his cultivated bad boy image, past the rebellion and charm and perfect facade. Belle is right. There is more to Lee than what most think. Tomorrow, then, I say, finally unlocking my car. Coffee, talk, discussion of arrangements.
Tomorrow.
He straightens but doesn't move closer.
I'll be there, with sanitizer and sealed cups.
The fact that he remembers these details, it shouldn't make me feel better about this decision. But it does. Thank you, I say, as I slide into my car. For today. For understanding. For... I gesture vaguely, encompassing everything I can't put into words. His smile is gentle, real, nothing like his usual practiced charm.
That's what fake boyfriends are for, right?
Chapter 9. Salem. I'm technically 10 minutes early, but I can't help but feel I'm late. Maybe because I've been sitting in my car for a while watching Lee perform the most unexpected show of my life. He arrived a few minutes after I did. I know because I counted every second until he got out of his Jeep. I expected him to head straight inside the daily grind, order a coffee, and wait. But that's not what he did. The backpack he brought in with him makes more sense now, since how the heck would he have brought all the cleaning supplies in without getting a bunch of strange looks? And he wouldn't need to bring books or anything. I've been watching him systematically sanitize what I assume is meant to be my seat and all surrounding areas since. 1, 2, 3 wipes across the table surface. The chair gets the same treatment. Even the napkin holder hasn't escaped his attention. I clench my hands in their fresh gloves as he arranges sealed creamer cups in a perfect line. After a minute, he rearranges them, then does it a third time. The morning sun catches on his dark brown hair as he leans down to inspect his work, mumbling something to himself that makes him shake his head and start over. He's actually counting. Like me. Something warm and dangerous unfurls in my chest as he disappears from my sight inside the windows, returning with what looks like sealed water bottles and individually wrapped straws. He sets them down, steps back, surveys the arrangement, then adjusts one bottle slightly. "What are you doing?" I whisper to my empty car, directed at him, but I already know. He's making it safe. Making it perfect. Making it mine. My phone buzzes, shattering the moment. Noah. You're still sitting in the parking lot, aren't you? Me. Shut up. I hate how obvious I am. Noah. I know you too well. Just wanted to know if I needed to call in the fake emergency yet or not. Me. Crisis averted. I'm fine. He's just... Noah. Weird? Triggering? Reckless? Me. No. He's... careful. I hit send on the message and watch through the window as Lee runs a hand through his hair, messing it up in a way that makes all the effort he put into styling it a waste. A moment later, he looks down, checking his phone once more before he returns to wiping down the table again. My phone vibrates. 1, twice, 3 times. After the third, I look back down at the screen. Noah. Careful? What does that mean? Noah. Are you still there? Noah. Faking appendicitis if I don't hear from you in 5. All I can do is smile. Me. I'm still here. Sorry I zoned out. He's cleaning everything. Noah. What? Me. Like I would. 3 times. Noah. Huh? Maybe he's crazy too. Me. Maybe we all are. The screen of my phone lights up again, but I ignore it. Probably Noah with another check-in, or Mom wondering why I needed 3 new pairs of gloves this morning, or Dr. Martinez responding to my panicked, mid-dawn text message. We have an appointment coming up, but I still needed, I don't know, validation? My attention is entirely on Lee. He's fidgeting now, unable to keep still. Leg bouncing, fingers drumming, constantly checking his phone. Every few seconds his eyes drift to my carefully prepared seat, adjusting things minutely. The contrast strikes me. His chaotic energy versus his precise attention to my needs. It's like he's containing his own nature to make space for mine. No one outside of my own family does that for me. No one. Fuck it, I whisper, reaching for my door handle. The leather squeaks against my nitrile gloves, and I head for the door. The bell above chimes as I enter, and I swear every molecule of air shifts inside me. Exits, 3. Front door, kitchen, emergency. People, 7 customers, 2 baristas. Surfaces to avoid? Basically everything. And one man, looking up at me like I'm something interesting and terrifying, all at once. You came. His voice is soft, and he remains seated instead of jumping out of his chair to greet me. Everything about his posture screams well-constructed restraint, minus his leg, which continues to bounce under the table like he's containing lightning. I do my best to focus on anything except how my heart is trying to escape my ribcage. You cleaned. A flush of embarrassment creeps up his neck.
Yeah, I figured it might make things easier. Did I do it right?
The uncertainty in his voice catches me off guard. This isn't the Lee that I've heard so many things about. The reckless, wild man who cares about no one's opinion but his own. But it is him. I'm just seeing him in a different light. Unfiltered. Raw. He watches me with those gray eyes, waiting to see if his efforts meet my standards. I approach the table slowly, inspecting his work. Everything is sealed, everything is clean, everything is perfect. You did it 3 times, I say, not quite asking, but stating. His mouth quirks at the sides, and I won't lie, it's kind of adorable.
Seemed like the right number.
I sink into my designated chair, arranging my phone and purse at the precise angle. A little too far to the left and my anxiety will skyrocket. 3 is my lucky number.
Mine too. And I guess luck's on my side since you're really here this time.
I know. I'm sorry about... I trip over my words. It's usually me that's scaring everyone away. I mean, have you seen the gloves?
Your gloves don't scare me, Salem. If anything, you pique my curiosity by being nothing like all the others. I'm not really sure if that's a good or bad thing, especially since everyone already has their assumptions about me.
Lee merely shrugs.
I find it best to ask before assuming. Assuming makes an ass out of both of us.
The way he speaks without a hint of judgment, and the aloof energy surrounding him, sets me at ease. He doesn't seem to be bothered by anything I'm doing. Something in my chest cracks open, the pressure escaping like air out of a tiny hole in a balloon. This is definitely going to be a problem.
You're doing that thing again.
He leans forward. His elbow nearly knocks over the sugar packets, but he catches himself at the last second. What thing? I try to sound casual while counting the ceiling tiles above his head. 43. Always 43.
That thing where you're pretending you're not counting everything in sight.
His voice drops a little lower, intimate.
All while I'm trying my hardest not to memorize every single detail about you.
Heat crawls up my neck. I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
He grins, all dimples and dangerous charm.
So you haven't noticed that I'm wearing a clean shirt? Or that I used your favorite sanitizer brand? Or that I've been watching your lips move while you count under your breath?
I freeze, because it feels like a trap. I've noticed, subconsciously, the shirt he's wearing, crisp black cotton, probably fresh from the package. The sanitizer, the expensive kind that doesn't leave residue. The way he almost touches me but stops just short of doing so, like he's mentally reminding himself. I swallow hard. You're very observant.
Only about things that matter.
His fingers drum against the table, creating a rhythm that matches my pulse.
Only about you.
Only about me? He doesn't even really know me. I mean, unless you take into account all the rumors and negative things said. The words hang between us. Too honest for whatever this is supposed to be. Lee is a lot. His ADHD energy radiates across the table, making my skin buzz. It's a miracle, but somehow it doesn't set off my usual alarms.
Well, look who it is, the freak and the fag.
Marcus's voice cuts through our bubble like a knife. Lee's whole demeanor shifts in an instant. Gone is the playful flirt. And in his place sits something dangerous and possessive. Before I can process what's happening, he's sliding around the table and directly into my space on the other side.
Trust me.
He breathes against my neck. Trust? I can't trust him. I barely know him. Although I don't say either of those things. Not that it would stop him, since his arm is already wrapping around my waist, pulling me against him. Panic claws at my insides. I need to count, run, to... The panic starts to recede with every breath I take, and I focus my attention on his touch. Careful, deliberate, clean. His lips brush my ear.
Breathe, Salem. 1, 2, 3, baby. I've got you.
Then he tips his chin up at Marcus. I look up at Marcus too and bite back a gasp. Marcus's face is swollen. Both eyes black and blue.
Hey man, what happened? The vacuum cleaner you used to suck your dick finally fight back?
A couple of the guys with him snicker, and Marcus shoots them a glare.
Sterling?
Is all he says in response. And man, is it loaded. Did Lee just replace me at the top of Marcus's most hated list? Marcus and his cronies hover at the edge of my vision, but they're already backing off. Lee's hand spans my ribs, his thumb tracing small circles through my sweater. The gesture is intimate, claiming. A clear message to everyone watching. She's mine.
Got something else to say, Chen?
Lee's voice carries that lazy danger that makes people nervous. His other hand comes up to play with my hair, and I find myself leaning into him, despite every instinct screaming about germs in contact and him being too close.
Just surprised,
Marcus mutters, already retreating.
Didn't think she let anyone touch her.
Lee's laugh is low and dark.
Guess you don't know everything about her then, do you?
They slink away, but Lee doesn't move. keeps me tucked against him like I belong there. Like this isn't making his skin crawl as much as it should be making mine. The stark truth is it's not. Lee's hand stays at my waist, and I watch the way people deliberately avoid looking our way now. It's like he's created a force field around us, one that no one dares to try to enter. His fingers absently trace patterns against my sweater, while he checks his phone again, scowling at whatever message lights up the screen. "Your mother?" I ask, guessing by the grimace he sports as he surveys the screen.
"Always."
He locks the screen, but not before I catch a glimpse of words like suitable and family reputation.
"She's curating a list of appropriate potential partners. All female, all from good families, all guaranteed to pray the gay away. And to make it even better, she's holding my trust fund hostage until I find myself a suitable bride. I have to present my partner at the family charity gala when they announce my sister's engagement."
The hostility in his voice is unlike anything I've heard come out of him. But it's understandable. I know what it's like to have people want to fix you, change you, make you into something more palatable. But my family, my parents and my brother, have all been nothing but supportive, kind. I can't imagine what he's going through without a family's love and support. I'm not sure I'd still be alive without my own family lifting me up. His phone buzzes again. Another text about a minister's daughter. All I can do is shake my head. Lee needs a shield from his family's matchmaking. Wait, that's it. A light bulb goes off in my head. Wait, did you say bride? His mouth shifts from pursed with contempt to twisted with playfulness.
"I did indeed. My family wants to ensure I don't go full gay and marry a man just to piss them off. If it didn't mean losing actual millions, I'd be tempted, honestly. It's like the more they want me to do something, the more I rebel against it."
I can help him. I feel better knowing there's something I can offer him in exchange for his protection. Better than him just suggesting we date for show. This way we're both getting something out of it. Plus he's gay. Or bi? Or knows it doesn't matter. There's no risk of any real feelings developing either way. I'm broken, and no one wants broken. His thumb keeps drawing circles on my waist, and I realize he's counting too, unconsciously matching my breathing pattern. We could date. The words tumble out before I can overthink them. I mean, not for real. Fake, for show. Like you asked at Belle's party. If you were serious, I mean. I cut myself off abruptly so I don't keep freaking rambling. Lee's hand stills against my waist, his whole body going quiet in a way I didn't think was possible for him. Even his perpetual fidgeting stops. It makes sense. I continue, my voice dropping lower. You need your family off your back. I need people to stop looking at me like I'm about to shatter. The assholes are more inclined to stay away from me with you around. Plus,
I'm what?
His voice is neutral. Safe. I twist slightly to look at him. You're gay or bi? I'm sorry, I'm not sure on terminology, but it doesn't matter. There's no risk of complications. No chance of real feelings making things messy. And I gesture to my gloved hands. Well, I'm me. You don't have to worry about me getting attached or expecting anything real. Something flashes across his face, too quick to catch, before his usual playful smirk returns.
I'm something, all right.
He doesn't linger on that comment.
You think I'm safe?
I've heard the rumors about the bar fights when people make jokes, about the guy last week that got you arrested. I feel him shift slightly, but push on. I know you've dated girls, done things with them, but let's be honest, I'm not your type. I'm far from standard, from being anything you would ever want.
How do you know what my type is?
His tone is playful. I shrug. I don't, really, but it's pretty obvious. I haven't seen you with other girls that wear gloves or count their steps.
Maybe I've changed what my type is.
Sure. I shake my head in disbelief. Even if he did, it wouldn't ever work out. Lee is a twister, barreling straight through my perfectly aligned books, hand sanitizer, and overabundance of gloves. We're polar opposites in every way. And that's only one reason why real dating would never work between us. Either way, when it comes to your family, I fit the bill. At least on paper. They want standard, normal. I'm neither of those things, but I can pretend to be.
Who gives a fuck what they think is normal or standard? What do you need, Salem?
His fingers resume their pattern on my waist. But there's something different about his touch now. Something almost possessive. Protection, I whisper. Legitimacy. A shield. He's quiet for so long I start counting my breaths again. 1, 2, 3.
You really think I'm safe?
He finally asks, and there's something in his voice I can't quite read. Aren't you? His laugh is soft and a little dark.
Oh, pantry girl. You have no idea how dangerous I could be.
Compared to your friends, you're pretty tame. Or so I've heard.
Tame?
He grins.
Don't think even for a second that I don't have the capabilities of being as depraved and fucked up as my friends, simply because I don't wear my darkness front and center. If anything, I'm even more dangerous. It's the quiet ones you have to watch out for.
Are you telling me I should be scared of you?
Are you scared of me, pantry girl?
Am I? Lee, his friends, the mill. It's all shrouded in secrets. Of course, there's whispers. Everyone knows about the messed up stuff they do, about what happens when you cross one of them. If I was using any part of my brain in thinking this response through, I would say yes. But it isn't any of those things that scare me. It's the prospect of falling for him, wanting something that I can't have, that was never mine for the taking. As if my response is taking too long, Lee cocks his head to the side and frowns.
I'm going to take that as a yes.
No, I'm sorry. I finally speak. I'm not afraid of you. I don't think you'd hurt me.
Good, because I wouldn't. Now, if we do this,
Lee says after a long moment, shifting to face me fully.
We have to do it right. No half measures.
I nod, already making mental lists. Ground rules, boundaries, a clear timeline.
No.
His hand slides from my waist to catch my chin, making me look at him.
I mean, we have to be convincing. My family, they're going to watch every move. Look for any sign this isn't real.
Oh. I hadn't thought about that part. About having to actually act like a couple in love.
And Marcus?
His thumb brushes over my gloved knuckles.
He's not going to buy it if you flinch every time I touch you.
My throat goes dry. What are you saying?
I'm saying we need practice. His eyes drop to my lips, then back up. Need to get comfortable around each other. If we're going to do this, it needs to look real. You mean... We need to kiss, Salem. The way he says my name makes something flutter in my stomach. Not just once. Not for show. We need to look like we can't keep our hands off each other. But you're... a very good actor. He cuts me off. Something dangerous dancing in his eyes. The question is, are you? I swallow hard, watching his fingers trace patterns on my glove. What exactly are you suggesting? Let me kiss you. Right now. Think of it as a trial run. Here? My voice squeaks. In public? His smile turns wicked. Where better to start our performance? One reason to say no? He's gay? There's an actual question mark in my brain right now. 2 reasons to say yes. We need this to be convincing. 3 seconds to decide. Okay. His eyes darken. Okay. But... I hold up a finger. You have to sanitize your hands first. His laugh is surprised and genuine. Already did, pantry girl. 3 times. Of course he did. Lee Sterling is going to destroy me. Ground rules. I manage, trying to focus as Lee reaches for the sanitizer again anyway. 1, 2, 3 pumps into his palm. We need to establish boundaries. Like sanitizing before touching? His eyes sparkle as he rubs his hands together thoroughly. Already planned on it. And no tongue. I blurt out, my cheeks heating. I mean, that's not... I can't... Rule number 1. He cuts in, his voice firm but gentle. I'll always listen when you say stop. But you have to let me push your boundaries sometimes. You'll never learn to function in normal society if you stay in your bubble of safety forever. The protest dies in my throat when I see the understanding in his eyes. He's right. I hate that he's right. Fine, I whisper. But not all at once. Baby steps. He agrees. And something warm unfurls in my chest at the way he says it. Rule number 2? I nod, gathering my thoughts. No public displays without warning. I need to prepare myself. Except when someone's harassing you. He counters. Sometimes we'll need to act fast. Like with Marcus. Fine. Emergency exceptions. I watch him flex his recleaned hands. Rule number 3? This ends after your family's gala. Something flickers in his expression. 3 months. He supplies. 3 months, I agree. Then we go back to normal. Lee leans closer, and I catch his scent. Clean cotton and something spicy. Rule number 4. When we're alone, we practice. Get comfortable with each other. Make it believable. My pulse jumps. Starting now? Starting now. His hand comes up to cup my face, palm warm against my skin. Last chance to back out, pantry girl. I really should. But... one more rule, I whisper. Anything.
Don't. I take a shaky breath. Don't pretend too well. Remember, this isn't real. Can't be real. For either of us. His thumb brushes my bottom lip and I watch his pupils dilate.
Trust me, Salem. I never forget what's real and what isn't.
Liar, I think, as he leans in.
We're both liars.
His lips brush mine. Featherlight at first. Testing. Waiting for me to count my breaths, organize my thoughts, and prepare myself for contact. 1. His hand is clean. 2. This isn't real. 3. He's safe. A low, throaty sound escapes him and he presses closer. Suddenly, counting doesn't matter anymore. His mouth moves against mine with devastating precision, like he's mapped out exactly how to short-circuit my brain. My gloved hands hover uncertainly until he catches them, placing one on his chest and the other is in his hair, along his neck. It's soft and wafting whatever soap he uses. His heartbeat races under my palm, matching the erratic rhythm of my own. The kiss deepens, and I forget about germs, about boundaries, about the fact that this is supposed to be practice. I forget that he's not really interested in me, and that I'm broken and this is all pretend. There's just Lee, tasting like coffee, and the possibility of normal. When he finally pulls back, his pupils are blown wide, his storm gray eyes appearing almost black. My lips tingle, and for once I don't feel the need to count or clean or cut and run. It's like I've been electrocuted, and all I can do is stand there, trying to find balance.
Well,
he says, voice rough.
I'd say that was convincing.
I can only nod, still trying to remember how to form words.
One more thing.
His hand slides to the back of my neck, possession in every line of his body.
From this moment on, you belong to me. There will be no one else. Not for pretend, not for real. I'm claiming you, until we see this through. If another man touches you, looks at you, or even breathes in your direction, and I will lose my shit.
The possessive undertone in his voice makes me shiver. It should sound like part of the act, like another rule for our fake relationship. It doesn't. It sounds real. For 3 months. I remind him weakly. His smile is all predator.
3 months.
He agrees.
Better make them count, pantry girl.
As I watch him gather up backpack to leave, his words echo in my head. You belong to me. 4 simple words that sound like a threat. Or a promise. Or both. What have I just agreed to? More importantly, why do I want to find out? Chapter 10. Salem. I stare at my reflection, adjusting my black sweater for the 3rd time. It's new. Ordered in triplicate like all my clothes. There's nothing special about it, except for the fact that I haven't worn it yet. However, it feels different. Dressier. Don't ask me how, since I have no idea. The soft material skims my curves in a way that makes me look normal. Like the type of girl who could really be dating a guy like Lee. Fake date, I remind myself. Fake relationship. Fake everything.
You look beautiful.
Noah comments from the doorway. He's been watching me pace for 10 minutes, counting my steps along with me without realizing it.
What's got you worried?
It's our first public date, I say, checking my gloves again. Everyone will be watching, judging, waiting for me to
Breathe.
He enters the room, careful not to disturb my perfectly arranged belongings.
You've got this. And from what you said about your coffee date and the week after, Sterling's pretty good at handling your...
He waves vaguely at my organized routine.
Stuff.
He's right. The past week of practice has been surprisingly manageable. Lee remembers to sanitize without being asked, warns me before touching me, and never complains when I count, clean, or arrange things. Then there is the kissing. No, do not think about that. My phone buzzes, and I look at the text message. Lee, I'm here. Hope you're wearing something you can move in. What does that mean? I show Noah the text. Panic starts to build low in my belly from the slight change in plans. I thought we were going to dinner. A nice, quiet dinner. Clean silverware wrapped in plastic. Individual salt packets.
Salem.
Noah grabs me by the shoulders, then immediately releases me when my entire body tenses.
This is what you need. What you want. Someone who's going to push you out of your comfort zone and help you find yourself again.
Yes, but what if... My thoughts are a never-ending merry-go-round of everything that could possibly go wrong.
Stop.
Noah shakes his head at me.
Don't go down that rabbit hole, or you'll never leave this room. There are 1,000 things that could go wrong, but there are also 1,000 things that could go right. What if you enjoy yourself? What if you're happy? What if you fall in love?
Fall in love? I freeze at the last suggestion. I really hope not, because nothing about us is real. And to fall in love with the man that is using me as a decoy? That sounds like heartbreak. It's fake, Noah, all of it. Air shudders out of my lungs. I don't want to fall in love with my fake boyfriend. Oh God, I'm spiraling. I can't do this. I can't.
Stop. Deep breath. You can do this. I'm sorry I said fall in love. You don't have to fall in love with him, but you could use this opportunity to experience something new.
Something new? I mumble.
You trust him, right?
His question catches me off guard. Do I? Maybe. Probably. Okay, let's be real. If I didn't, there is no way I would be going anywhere with him. After a long moment, I nod. Noah smiles, understanding how close to losing it I am.
Then that's all that matters. Let him guide you and be your anchor. Not all change is bad, but you'll never know if you don't take the risk.
It's just a date, a fake one, at that. And you trust Lee. You know he won't let anything bad happen, so what's the problem? Fear of other people, germs, the whispers and strange looks. Even as my mind reels, my legs start to move, and I count the steps as I walk down the stairs. I can hear my therapist's voice in my head. In order to conquer the fear, you have to expose yourself to it. Exposure therapy is what he calls it. I call it hell on earth. Conquer your fears. You can do this. My brother's encouraging but imposing presence forces me to continue forward. 1. Deep breath. 2. Checking my emergency gloves are packed. 3. Steps to the door. Turning, I give my brother a weak smile.
You've got this, Salem. Have fun. Be reckless.
He smiles in return, and I step out onto the porch. It's not too late to turn around and go back inside. I push the thought away, then slowly descend the steps until I reach the sidewalk. I don't dare look up until I've reached the driveway. By then, I wish I hadn't. Lee is beautiful, and it's honestly disgusting because he doesn't even try. All I can do is stare. Dark brown, disheveled hair, and lashes that frame a pair of eyes the color of clouds after a rainstorm. I can understand why so many have fallen for him. I drag my gaze lower, roaming over high cheekbones and a strong jaw that looks as if it's chiseled from stone. I've looked at Lee many times before, but it's like I'm seeing him in a different light tonight. In fact, his entire slender body looks as if it's carved from stone. I know he's got an 8-pack on him. I've heard the rumors, even seen pictures that were shared with every girl on the cheerleading team and then somehow got sent to every other club on campus. Lee has a body made for sinning, and I know that's exactly what he uses it for. He leans against his Jeep, all dangerous grace in ripped black jeans and a shirt that probably costs more than my entire wardrobe. Remember, he's filthy rich, and he can have any girl he wants. I only tell myself this so I don't end up falling for him. Maybe if I remind myself enough, I can stop the inevitable from happening. His gaze drags over the length of my body in a similar way, but his expression is hungry, like he wants to take a bite out of me. Those mysterious eyes of his keep me in place as they meet my own. Holy shit, is he good at acting. "Ready, pantry girl?" he calls as I close the distance to him. No, never. But where are we going? His grin becomes mischievous as he opens the passenger door for me. Do you trust me? I slide into the Jeep, noticing he's already wiped down my seat and door handle from the lemony scent of disinfecting wipes in the car. These little considerations keep throwing me off balance. Fake or real, he's far more considerate than any guy I've come across in years. That's debatable. It's our first date, and I only know a fraction of everything there is to know about you. Also, that's not an answer. No, he agrees, starting the engine. It's not. So, are you going to tell me? Lee glances away from the road and right at me. What would be the fun in that? I frown. There wouldn't be much fun, but at least I wouldn't be anxious. I thought we were going to a restaurant to have dinner. You're worth more than a 5-star dinner, Salem. You deserve it all. Why does he say things like that? He can't. Shouldn't. We continue driving past all the restaurants I researched, past the safe, quiet places I'd prepared myself for, past everything familiar until... No. The word comes out sharp when I spot the neon sign for Pulse. No way. Yes way. Lee parks but doesn't unlock the doors. I know you're scared, afraid of something that is different, but if we want this to look convincing, we need to be seen, and not just at some restaurant. The nightclub is perfect. At least one person there knows my family and will happily report back to a member of the Sterling crew. It'll make waves, which is what we need. Are you sure about that? My voice rises. Do you know how many people? How many germs? How much? I called ahead. He turns to face me, all playful pretense gone. VIP booth, clean surfaces, security keeping crowds back. I've thought of everything. Lee, but... Remember rule number 1? His hand finds mine, thumb tracing over my nitrile-covered knuckles. I went for black ones tonight to match my sweater, at least. You have to let me push your boundaries, sometimes. I stare at the club entrance, cataloging threats. Crowds, approximately 100 people in line, exposed surfaces, countless, potential contact points, infinite. I can't. You can,
He squeezes my hand. It's not that you can't. It's that you're afraid. I've got you. We'll be here for 3 hours tops. Then we go home, and I'll let you sanitize everything twice.
3 times. I counter automatically. His smile softens.
3 times.
The bass from the club vibrates through the Jeep, matching my racing pulse. VIP booth? I ask weakly.
With sealed bottles only, and I already wiped everything down.
3 times? He laughs, low and warm.
Got there early and did it 3 times. Just for you.
Something in my chest cracks open at that. At how well he knows me already. At how much effort he puts into making me feel safe. Okay. The word comes out as barely a whisper.
Okay?
His eyes light up with surprise. 3 hours, I say firmly, not a minute more.
Deal.
He kills the engine but doesn't move to get out.
One more thing.
What? His hand slides up to my neck. His touch careful but sure.
We need to look convincing. Remember?
Oh. The kissing. The part I wasn't supposed to think about. It doesn't matter. Not really, since my brain short-circuits when his lips descend on mine. He tastes like mint and possibility. And I don't understand how, but I forget about the club, the crowd of people, the germs. All those things vanish in the wind. Reality slowly funnels back in when he pulls back. His pupils are dilated, and his chest heaves as he breathes.
Ready now?
I suck a ragged breath into my lungs and give him a quick nod. Fake. This is all fake. The kiss, his reaction, every smile and touch, it's not real. He doesn't want me, I tell myself. But my heart is already invested. He wastes no time in rushing around the Jeep to open my door. I wish I had the same confidence he does. We go inside, skipping the line as the bouncer at the door gives Lee a jerk of his chin to allow us access. Whoa, it must be nice to walk right into a place like that. Oh wait, shit, I just did. My cheeks heat. My anxiety climbs higher as the bright lights, booming music, and scent of alcohol and sweat permeates the air. I shouldn't be here. I don't belong. But more than that, what if someone touches me? What if they see my gloves and laugh? Lee gives my hand a squeeze, as if he can sense my brain wandering to dark places. You can do this. Against my instincts, I let him guide me through the club. While I tuck my head low and keep my gaze glued to the floor, I count each step we take and shut out my surroundings. 63, 64, 65, 66. I know we've reached the VIP section when Lee's steps slow. I squint at the bright lights and take in my surroundings, the anxious boulder in my gut, shrinking. The VIP section is better than expected, elevated above the crowd, with clear sightlines to all the exits. Lee leans into my side. His breath skates across my earlobe, making me shiver.
I'm going to assume that the smile on your face means you're happy.
Am I smiling? I didn't even realize it. I'm just surprised. You really thought of everything, didn't you? Placing his hand on my lower back, he guides me up the stairs into the booth.
I wanted it to be perfect.
It's beyond perfect. My chest feels warm, my emotions turbulent. I'm not sure if he realizes how much this means to me. No one except my family goes out of their way to show this level of kindness and care.
Here.
He presents me with a sealed bottle of vodka, already using a sanitizing wipe on the cap.
Premium stuff. No one else's lips have touched it.
I watch him pour the bottles into clean glasses, trying not to focus on the writhing mass of bodies below. "That's a lot," I observe as he downs his second shot, both of them back to back.
Liquid courage.
His smile is all white teeth, gleaming in the light.
For both of us.
I guess that makes sense. We're at a nightclub, and honestly, by the time we finish here, my nerves will be shot. A little liquid courage could dull the edges of anxiety, and maybe instead of worrying profusely, I'll enjoy myself. The music pulses through the space, making my ears throb. It's sensory overload, between the flashing lights and thundering bass. But as I look back at Lee and the clean bottle in his hand, I know I have to try. He's done so much, too much, for me not to at least sit down and have a drink with him. The bottle is clean, his hands are clean, the glass is clean. It's all a reminder I tell myself as I take the shot glass from him and down the clear bitter liquid, letting it burn a path down my throat. How can anyone drink this? I cough around the burn.
The more you drink, the less it burns,
Lee states proudly, while handing me another shot. Of course I take it, letting the campus bad boy corrupt me one drink at a time. Yeah, only because every nerve ending is burned off, not because it stops burning, I reply, and wrinkle my nose at the next shot before taking it. Immediately, I regret it, because it still burns and truly tastes awful. I can't believe I used to drink this crap right out of the bottle.
One more, because 3 is your lucky number.
Lee smirks, and all I can do is shake my head as I pluck the glass from between his fingers. The alcohol burns a little less this time, and that's either because of the proud grin Lee gives me, or because the nerve endings in my mouth have been reduced to nothing.
Good girl,
he whispers into my ear, his tongue darting out over his bottom lip to catch a stray drop of vodka. This foreign feeling unfurls in my stomach, and it resembles red-hot desire. Note to self, don't let him call you a good girl. You may spontaneously combust. Lee and I sit together, people watching for a while. The nearness of his body makes me feel safe and protected, and it's easier to let go. As the alcohol works its way through my body, altering my senses and judgment, the world around me softens. Below us, people writhe on the dance floor, their bodies colliding, everyone touching everyone. It's a nightmare for a girl like me. And somehow I wish I could be in the thick of it. They're all smiling, having the time of their lives, carefree and unaware of all the things that could go wrong.
How are you feeling, pantry girl?
Lee questions, his tone curious. Like I shouldn't drink any more vodka? I smile back at him. How are you feeling?
Better than ever with you by my side.
He winks, and then orders another drink as the waitress passes by. It strikes me that he's utterly at home in this environment. Confident, authoritarian, at ease. But then I imagine there are very few places he wouldn't feel like that, or at the very least give that impression. The very opposite of me.
Dance with me,
he says suddenly, standing and holding out his sanitized hand. I don't.
Trust me.
His eyes are dark and full of promise.
I'll keep everyone else away.
The vodka makes me brave enough to take his hand. I let him lead us to the dance floor, but he doesn't stop in the crowd. Instead, he creates our own space at the edge, positioning himself between me and any potential contact.
Breathe. Feel the beat of the music.
He murmurs against my ear.
Nothing else exists. No one else matters.
He grabs onto my hips, gently but firmly. I should panic, should count breaths, should run. I do none of those things. Instead, I lean back against him. The bass thrums through us as he guides my movements, his body a solid wall of heat behind me. We dance for a while, and then one of his hands splays across my stomach, his touch possessive and grounding. The air squeaks past my lips as the sensations he elicits out of me.
See?
His lips brush my neck.
Not so scary.
But it is scary. Because I'm not counting. Because I'm not thinking about germs. Because all I can think about is him. His fingers dig into my hips, and I feel his breath stutter against my neck when I roll back against him. The music pulses through us both, or maybe that's just my heartbeat thundering in time with his. I swear he emits a low growl against my skin.
Fuck,
he mutters, one hand sliding up my ribs, hovering just beneath my breast, while the other splays possessively across my lower stomach, pulling me tighter against him. I feel every hard line of his body, including one I definitely shouldn't be noticing if this were really fake. The vodka sloshing around inside my belly makes me brave, makes me arch my back and tangle my fingers in his hair. His hips snap forward in response, and the sound he makes, half growl, half moan, zips through me straight into my core.
Salem,
he warns, lips dragging across my pulse point.
You're playing with fire.
I turn to look at him. Our faces so close now our breaths mingle. Maybe I want to burn. His eyes go dark, pupils blown wide. One of his thighs slides between my legs as we move, and suddenly we aren't dancing anymore. We're communicating by a different sort of touch. The air crackles and danger dances with us. This isn't fake. This is real. The realest thing I've ever felt before. I spin in his arms and he adjusts his grip to mold me to his front and doesn't say a word as he lowers his mouth to mine. It's a wild kiss, as frenetic as the music, the dancing people around us, my heartbeat in my chest. He tastes like vodka, cold, and it's soothing against my hot mouth, delicious, as I deepen our kiss for once. His tongue tangles with mine, and then he pulls back enough to take my bottom lip between his teeth. It starts gentle and grows sharp. Enough I gasp and pull away, the edge of my desire dulled by the tiny bite of pain. He keeps his eyes closed a moment longer, then blinks down at me, his expression dark with need.
Water,
Lee murmurs against my ear, his voice rough.
You need water.
I whimper at the loss of contact as he pulls away, immediately missing his heat, his barrier against the world. He presses a kiss to my temple, too gentle for our current state, and a sharp contrast to the tiny throb in my lower lip now.
1 minute,
he promises.
Don't move from this spot.
I nod, still dizzy from dancing, from vodka, from him. I watch him weave through the crowd toward the bar, all predatory grace, even when drunk. His absence leaves me feeling strangely exposed, but I focus on counting beats of the music instead of panic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hands grab my waist from behind. Wrong hands, wrong size, wrong smell.
Hey, beautiful.
Unfamiliar breath hits my neck, reeking of cheap beer.
Let me show you how a real man dances.
Terror freezes my lungs. My gloves feel too tight, my skin too small. Everything is wrong, wrong, wrong.
Let her go.
Lee's voice cuts through my panic like a blade, and I look up from the floor to see him standing in front of me. The hands disappear instantly, and I stumble forward into Lee's chest. He steadies me with one arm while the other holds out a sealed water bottle. He remembered, even now, even furious.
Sorry, man.
The stranger holds up his hands.
Didn't know she was taken.
Look closer next time.
Lee's voice is deadly soft, the kind of quiet that precedes violence.
She's wearing my fucking jacket.
I am? I glance down. Somehow I hadn't noticed him draping his leather jacket over my shoulders earlier, marking his territory.
Honest mistake.
The guy tries, but he's backing away.
She was alone.
She's never alone.
Lee shifts, angling me behind him. The movement is smooth, but his muscles are coiled tight, ready.
She's mine.
The guy must have a death wish, because he snorts.
Yours? Isn't she that bitch who lost it a couple years?
He doesn't finish the sentence. Lee moves faster than someone who has drunk as much as he has should be able to, his fist connecting with the guy's jaw in a sharp crack that somehow carries over the music. The club goes silent in ripples, attention drawing to us like blood in water.
Say it again.
Lee's voice is arctic.
Say one more fucking word about her.
The guy spits blood, angry now.
You're defending the campus psycho?
This time when Lee swings, his target is ready. Chaos erupts as they collide, the dancers nearest us scattering. Someone screams, a couple bouncers rip through the crowd, and I'm frozen with fear, watching as Lee defends my honor like some dark avenging angel. I don't understand. He shouldn't care. None of this is real. We aren't real. But the blood on his knuckles, the insanity surrounding us, all of that tells a different story. The tension in the air snaps tight like a rubber band, and I know I can't stand here, waiting, watching, knowing I caused this. Clutching the water bottle to my chest while using my other hand to keep Lee's jacket in place, I turn and find the nearest exit. I race through the growing knot of revelers, wincing every time someone touches me, dodging and weaving to avoid any skin contact. Panic claws at my insides, my throat closing up like I'm experiencing an allergic reaction. There are too many people, too much noise. I'm drowning, suffocating. I slam into the exit door and rush out into the alleyway. Relief ripples across my senses as the night air blows through my hair. I gasp for air, as if I've been holding my breath the whole time. Safe. I need to find somewhere safe to go. My thoughts are a jumbled mess. The door behind me opens and Lee's warm scent fills my nostrils a moment before he envelops me in his arms. Even after what just happened, I don't want to push him away or sever the connection, but I can't. I just can't. Shrugging my shoulders, I pull away and turn to face him. No, don't touch me. He holds up his hands in surrender, and my eyes gravitate to his bruised and split knuckles, which overlay other bruises and cuts. Has he been fighting before tonight? I hadn't noticed when we got coffee. It doesn't matter. It's none of my concern. It's a lie. Deep down, I know this. It does matter, and I do care. I care more than I should. More than he deserves.
I'm sorry.
His words are a slow exhale.
All I saw was his hands on you, and I lost it.
I squeeze my eyes shut and breathe systematically through my nose. I understand why you did it, and I appreciate you coming to my rescue, but when I blink my eyes open and see him staring at me, his fists opening and closing like he wants to reach out and grab me, that perfectly chiseled jaw clenched tight, I nearly crumble. Protective, kind, smart. There are so many unseen pieces to the man standing in front of me, and I wish he would allow others to see them.
But what? I shouldn't use violence to defend your honor?
I shake my head. No, that's only part of the problem. The other part is the fact that none of this is real. I'm not really yours. This date.
You were mine the moment you agreed to fake date me.
Lee interrupts. All I can do is sigh. This will never work. We're too different. My knees shake, and I can feel the crash coming, the familiar exhaustion tugging at the edges of my mind. The first thing to give out is my legs, and I sink to the ground. Lee catches me mid-motion and hauls me up into his arms.
It doesn't matter to me if this is fake or real. I'd still defend you against those assholes.
My gaze darts to his lips. So close and full, his warm breath fans against my face. He smells like sweet vodka and soap. All I would have to do is lean forward and press my lips against his. Oh, shit. That warmth, the electric zing that flows over my skin. It's been years since I felt it.
Let's take a brief moment to rest. Enjoy this melody while your mind takes a gentle walk, and we'll soon return to our journey. Thank you for watching this video.
that distinct want and desire unraveling in my gut, to touch and feel. I want him to kiss me, like he did in the coffee shop. The connection severs at the sound of a beeping car horn. Lee realizes this in an instant, his dark gaze softening.
Let's get you out of here, pantry girl. Then we can talk. Yeah?
I narrow my eyes. Talk about how you can't just go around slugging people? Sure. He chuckles.
A scolding, then. Can't wait. Maybe we can graduate you to spanking afterward.
I'm not sure if he means me or him.
Chapter 11. Lee. My knuckles sting as I run them under the cold water. The blood swirls down the drain, taking with it all my anger and hostility, leaving behind a cold ache that's bone deep. 1, 2, 3, rinse. I count, just like she would. Salem. She has my emotions all fucked up, balled up into this tight little box. I look up and catch a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror just as the bathroom light flickers overhead. Of course, it makes the bruising look far worse than it probably is. Violence doesn't solve anything, Lee. I can hear the drop in Salem's voice in my ears, can see her slumped shoulders and frown as if she's standing right in front of me, disappointed but not scared, even with blood on my hands. I should have known I'd ruin our first official date. I'm a disaster wrapped in a bow. At least she didn't rub it in my face. Didn't tell me what a disgrace I was. Didn't lecture me about how I made her look, us look. She'd let me hold her through her panic attack afterward, her gloved fingers gripping my shirt while I counted breaths with her. 1 inhale, 2 exhale, 3 seconds of quiet. You didn't have to fight him, she whispered against my chest. I did. The second I saw those hands on her waist, I snapped. Not in the usual way. No, this was different, with a violence that simmered under my skin. More primal. Mine. The word echoes in my head as I dry my hands. 3 paper towels, just like she would use. Fuck. When did I start adopting her habits? More importantly, when did I stop minding? It doesn't matter. My thoughts shift to when I dropped her off at home. The way Noah stood like a bulldog on the porch, his arms crossed over his chest, his features mostly blanketed in the dark. The quiet thank you that slipped from Salem's lips before she ran inside. I sat in my Jeep, counting her steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 27. I waited until she was safely tucked inside before pulling away from the curb. Fuck, I muttered to myself. The guy in the mirror looks wrecked, hair wild from Salem's fingers running through it while we danced, a busted lip and eyes a little wild from too much vodka and not enough control. I've been with women before, not many, and never seriously, always preferring men for anything beyond basic experimentation, if only to punish my family for their bigotry. Salem, though, she's different. I've never been so drawn to a woman before, never wanted to simultaneously protect and possess someone like this. The mill is quiet tonight, as it typically is. Summer is here, classes are mostly done, and everyone is enjoying their time away from school, hanging out with friends and family, getting ready for the next chapter of their life. Not me. I've come to enjoy the quiet, and I made peace with being alone. I'm used to it now. Drew's got Belle, and Seb has Elise, and a fucking baby that will be here any day now. All my friends, minus Aries, are maturing, finding their soulmates and living happily ever after. My phone buzzes. Salem, did you ice your hand? 3 times, 10 minutes each. Me. Yes, Dr. Salem. Insert saluting emoji. I'm serious. I know. I'm counting the minutes. Good. You better be, or you're getting a spanking next time. This strange warmth unfurls in my chest. She's worried about me, counting for me, thinking about me. My lips twist up into a smile. I'm so fucked. We just started fake dating, but that's the last thing I want us to be. I've spent my entire life pretending, and for once, I don't want to do that anymore. With Salem, I don't have to pretend. Except that's exactly what we're doing. Pretending. The bathroom door creaks in greeting, and I expect Drew to be there, ready to lecture me for fighting in public again. But it's not him. It's Aries, who is leaning against the doorframe with an odd look on his face. Quite a show tonight, Sterling. I shrug, turning back to examine my knuckles. Nothing I haven't dealt with before. Fighting is the only way to get the chaos in my head to shut up sometimes. Fighting, bourbon, and sex, which actually sounds like the perfect fucking night. What the hell? You were there? Why didn't you come say hi? I didn't see you. A few guys from the team wanted to hang out, so I took them up on the offer. I was going to come over, but thought better of it. I didn't want to interrupt you. We'll say I've never seen you so protective before. He moves closer, his reflection appearing behind mine in the mirror, but especially not over a woman. His voice sounds strange, and I don't know if it's the way he's acting or the topic of discussion that's got me wanting to count exit routes instead of bruises. Salem's different. I speak carefully, watching his reflection. Is she? He's way too close now. I can smell the vodka on his breath. Or are you just playing a very convincing game? I grip the sink edge, forcing myself to remain still, to count my breaths like Salem taught me. One reason to step back, he's drunk. 2 reasons to worry, he's acting strange. 3 seconds to decide how much truth to tell. But then my gaze catches on my bruised knuckles, and I remember the way Salem felt, cradled in my arms, our bodies swaying together as we danced. Nothing about this is a game. Come on, Lee, he presses. I blink and am back inside the bathroom. Aries is closer now, his broad linebacker frame crowding me. The air is heavy and thick. Something is off. His long curly hair falls forward as he leans in, his scruffy beard almost brushing my shoulder. Despite years of friendship, he's never shown interest in exploring anything sexual with me, but right now he's looking at me like he might be interested. Since when do you commit to women? You barely commit to men, he adds. I clench my jaw and bite out a response. Don't start that shit. Why not? Everyone wants to know. His hand lands on my shoulder and gently caresses my arm. Come on, Lee. We're friends. I know your track record with both teams, and commitment isn't in your playbook. Fucking and leaving before things can get serious, that's more your style. I take a step back, putting space between us. The movement is careful, deliberate, trying not to hurt him while making my position clear. I'm with Salem. Only Salem? He laughs, but there's no joy in his laughter, more bitterness and anger than anything. Sure, you've been with women before, but never in a serious way. Never like this. Things change. People change. I shove around him into the bedroom. Do they? He stalks forward, caging me against the bed banister by using his large-ass size to his advantage. People and things don't change that fast. Not that you asked for my opinion, but I feel like this is another one of your games. A way to get your parents off your back momentarily. Are you trying to improve your skill? In need of a challenge? Wait, don't tell me. The usual girls aren't doing it for you anymore, so you decide to conquer the campus freak? I clench my hands into fists involuntarily, the urge to hit him close to outweighing our many years of friendship. Don't fucking call her a freak. I grit the words out through my teeth. Or what? Anger pools in my gut. Or we will have a problem. Maybe that's what you want. You act like you're looking for a fucking fight, and you know I'm always down to throw a few punches. But I'm really holding myself back here because we're supposed to be friends. I push back against the desire to act on violence and send Aries' head spinning. We are friends. Why the hell do you think I'm trying to talk you out of whatever stupid mistake you're making? Talk me out of it? All you're doing is pissing me off. Because I'm telling you the truth, he whispers into my ear. His breath is warm on my neck, and I can't lie to myself. A tiny part of me wants to push back, kiss him. Let the physical way it would be between us shut off this swirling in my head. But I don't. I take a deep breath like a fucking adult and narrow my eyes. What truth? I'm serious about her. Whatever fucked up shit this is between her and me, I'm going to see it through to the end. Whatever this is? A cruel laugh bellows out of him. You can't even identify what you guys are. I don't know. Smells like bullshit to me. Like it's not real. You don't do relationships, Lee. Not with men, and definitely not with women. Didn't. I correct him. I didn't do relationships, but the past doesn't matter. Oh, really? As many years as I've known you, you've never had a serious relationship, and now you just expect me to believe you've changed? I don't expect shit, and best of all, I don't need your approval. Part of me has to wonder if you really know me as well as you think. Don't I? His fingers brush my jaw, his curls falling forward as he leans in a little closer. All of us have watched you bounce between guys and girls at the mill. Never once have I seen you commit to anyone. Never seen you lay claim. Never seen you throw a punch because someone else showed interest. And then Salem comes along, and suddenly you're off the market? I catch his wrist before he can touch me again. Back off, Aries. You're drunk. I grit my teeth, the sting in his words far worse than the pain in my knuckles or my face. Better to be drunk than lying, which is what you're doing. To her, to everyone. His eyes narrow suspiciously. Or maybe just to yourself. The darkness in his tone makes me grip his wrist tighter. What the fuck is going on? This attitude and behavior is unlike Aries, and it makes me wonder what the hell is going on with him. All he does is shrug. Maybe I'm tired of watching you play games. He yanks his arm free, muscles flexing. Tired of pretending I don't see through your bullshit veil. There's no veil. The words come out sharp. I'm with Salem. That's all you or anyone else needs to know. Right. He steps back, danger dancing in his eyes like flames in a campfire. Keep feeding yourself those lies, but we'd both know the truth. You wouldn't even know what to do with her if she gave you the chance. Fucking asshole. That's a low fucking blow that drives a knife of anguish deep into my gut. He's right. I wouldn't know what to do. Not that I've shared that truth with anyone else, and especially none of my friends. In a way, it feels embarrassing to admit that I've never gone all the way with a woman before. Yeah, I've made out with them, sure. Done almost everything else, but never full-on sex. It's embarrassing. At least in my mind. I let everyone think whatever they want about me and my sexual prowess. No point in correcting them or drawing more attention to something that I don't want to talk about anyway. Dude, what the hell is going on with you? Do I need to call an intervention? Because I fucking will. I will get all of us together and we will fix whatever the problem is. Aries runs a hand through his hair, and when he blinks and that dark, dangerous energy disappears right before my eyes, he morphs into the familiar, warm friend I've always known. Weird. What the actual fuck? Fuck, he mutters under his breath while taking a step back. I'm being an ass, aren't I? The tension in my shoulders eases. Yeah, an absolute dick? You called me a slut? It's the fucking vodka. He slumps against the bedroom wall, sinking to the floor, suddenly looking more tired than threatening. Makes me dramatic. Next thing you know, I'll be writing bad poetry and crying about my ex. Despite everything, I snort. This is Aries, self-deprecating, harmless, able to break tension with a well-timed joke. The linebacker frame seems less imposing and more like the gentle giant I've come to know. You're still an ass, I say, but there's no heat in it. Yeah, well, he sprawls his legs out in front of him. When am I not? But in all seriousness, this thing with Salem, is it really different? I join him on the floor, keeping some distance between us, but feeling more comfortable than before in his presence. We've had countless drunk conversations here about hookups, friend drama, the endless pressure of expectation from our families. This isn't any different, but for some reason it feels like it is. It's different, I confirm, examining my bruised knuckles. She's different, because she's a woman. I don't think it matters if she's a woman or not. She's different because she's her. The words come out before I can filter them. She's a puzzle, Aries, like no one I've ever met. She counts things. Did you know that? Steps and breaths and ceiling tiles. Makes this fucked up world make sense somehow. Aries is quiet, probably thinking up his next asshole retort as he picks at a loose thread on his jeans. This is surprising. You really like her. It's not a question. Yeah. I let my head fall back against the wall. There's only a slight issue. With women I've done stuff, but never... You implied you knew, but I'd never talked to you about it before. Not this. Wait. Aries sits up straighter, and I look back at him, meeting his shocked expression. You've never fucked a woman? Dude, I was just ham-fisting buttons until they hit. Heat crawls up my neck, but the embarrassment seems to fade. Not with my cock. The admission hangs between us like a bright red flag. It feels good not to carry that secret on my shoulders anymore. Shit. Aries runs a hand over his beard. And Salem, does she know? That I'm bi? Obviously. That I've never fucked a woman? No. You should tell her. I laugh, but it comes out hollow. And this is why none of us take relationship advice from you. Aries smiles. I'm the perfect one to come to for advice. I'll just tell you to stay the fuck away from women in general. All I can do is shake my head. Well, FYI, it would not go over well if I said, Hey, pantry girl, just so you know, I have no idea what I'm doing, but please let me slip my cock inside you. Smooth, Aries chuckles. See, not following your advice. Pantry girl, that's what you call her? I can't take this fucker seriously. That's all you got from that big-ass sentence? He nods, accepting this like he accepts most of my weird shit. If you're serious about her, I'm serious, she's not. The certainty in my voice surprises us both. Then make her serious about you. I'm sure she'll be super gentle when she takes your other virginity. He wiggles his eyebrows at me. I flip him off and he chuckles, but my thoughts drift away from anger and right to Salem. The truth is terrifying. I want her. For real. What if I mess it up? The words come out barely a whisper. What if I hurt her? Aries leans close and bumps my shoulder with his. That's what everyone worries about, man. Gay, straight, bi, doesn't matter. First times are scary as fuck. Since when did you become the voice of reason? Since my best friend started having a sexual identity crisis? He grins, then sobers. Salem seems different, special, maybe worth being scared for. I close my eyes, remembering how she felt in my arms, how she lets me count with her, how she makes the chaos in my head quiet down. Yeah, I whisper, she is. Aries stands, offering me a hand up. Then figure it out, preferably before I have to watch you two eye-fuck one another at a party. Shut up. But I take his hand, letting him pull me up. Never. He heads for the door, then pauses. And Lee? Yeah? About earlier. I'm sorry. I'm really worried about you. I don't say anything since right now I'm worried about me too. And him. Fuck. He's been acting so freaking weird since the graduation party. First the thing with Belle, now this. I wonder if he's feeling the loss of our brotherhood. It's something to think about. Instead of bringing it up or diving deeper, I nod, understanding what he's not saying. He's seen me spiral before, seen me self-destruct, seen me run from anything real. But Salem makes me want to stay, makes me want to sit inside the discomfort, especially if it means I get to be beside her, to figure it out, to be brave, even if I have no idea what I'm doing. Especially then.
Chapter 12. Salem. I adjust my gloves as I leave the science building, focusing on the familiar nitrile squeak instead of the curious stares that follow me. 3 weeks into being Lee Sterling's fake girlfriend, and I haven't gotten used to the extra attention. I guess I should be grateful. At least now when people stare at me, it's with curiosity, not cruelty. My phone buzzes with Lee's morning text, something he started doing to help with my routine. It's hard not to smile at my phone. Lee. Good morning, pantry girl. Everything's clean and counted and waiting for you, as always. I try to remind myself that the warmth in my chest from receiving that text isn't real. Just like the way he kisses me in public, or how he remembers exactly how many times to sanitize his hands, or how he's learned all my patterns, taking them on like they're his own. It's all an act, all of it. But it doesn't feel like it. I still can't believe he's kept this up for 3 weeks. That someone like Lee is willing to count ceiling tiles with me and carry sealed water bottles and make sure every surface is clean before I touch it. I can't even imagine how exhausting that must be. I mean, it's exhausting for me, so I can't imagine trying to pretend.
Salem, wait up.
I freeze at the sound of my name and turn just in time to find Aries jogging towards me. I know him only through Lee, as he and Aries are best friends. Go figure he's as polished as always, with designer clothes, perfect hair, and a winning smile. He's never said or done anything that made me uncomfortable, but something just pings in my brain when he's near. Not like with Lee. It's something I haven't been able to put my finger on. Hey, what's up? I ask, once he's closer.
Lee asked me to get you,
he says, coming to a stop precisely 3 feet away. He's clearly noticed how I am about personal space.
He's stuck in some family meeting bullshit, but he asked me to bring you to him.
I clutch my bag a little tighter. I can just meet him later.
He insisted.
Aries' smile widens.
Wouldn't want his girl wandering around campus alone, would he? Especially with Marcus Chen still causing trouble.
The mention of Marcus makes me flinch. Just yesterday, he'd accidentally knocked my books out of my hands, scattering my once organized notes everywhere. Only Lee's sudden appearance had prevented worse from happening, I'm sure.
Besides,
Aries continues smoothly,
What kind of best friend would I be if I didn't look after you?
He has a point. Lee does trust him. They've been inseparable since freshman year. Never mind how protective Lee has gotten since the Marcus incident. It's not surprising that he'd ask Aries to accompany me somewhere. With a sigh, I tell myself that I'm being paranoid, and that this is merely Lee continuing his protective boyfriend position. Locking eyes with Aries, I ask, "Okay, where is he?"
Not far.
Aries' laugh sounds almost genuine.
He'll be happy to see you.
I hope so, I murmur as we start walking, my steps falling into place beside his, while I maintain my 3-foot bubble of space. I try to ignore the small things, like how Aries' smile doesn't quite reach his eyes, and how his demeanor appears to grow more excited now that I've agreed. One step at a time. 2 messages I should probably send Lee. 3 reasons this feels wrong. Even so, I don't say anything. I continue walking. When we turn toward the historic district of campus instead of the usual coffee shop or library, my steps falter. The massive brick building ahead makes my skin prickle. I've only been the actual house once, the night of Drew's party, the night I hid in a pantry and met Lee. The mill? I stop completely, nitrile squeaking as I clench my fists. Lee and I have never met here before. At least not after the first time. Aries turns, walking backward with casual grace.
Well, it had to happen sometime, right? He told me he would be waiting upstairs for you.
My intuition says this is wrong, but what do I know? I've never had a fake boyfriend. I've never experienced these things.
Come on, Salem. What's the problem?
Aries goads. The way he says problem makes me shiver. The sensation similar to nails on a chalkboard. His smile is still perfect, still friendly, but there's an edge to it now that I can't quite read. I should text him, I mumble, reaching for my phone. It takes 2 tries to get it out of my pocket with trembling hands.
Already did.
Aries holds up his own phone.
Told him we're on our way. He's tied up in his meeting, but said to bring you upstairs for him.
I stare at the heavy wooden doors of the mill. Last time I was here, the place was packed with people. Now it looms, silent and empty. Late afternoon shadows making it look more imposing than I remember. I swallow hard. Maybe I should just...
Hey.
Aries' voice softens as he steps closer, making me stumble back.
I get it. You're nervous, and given your past, I understand completely. But Lee would kill me if I let you wander around campus alone with Marcus and his crew still giving you trouble.
My phone feels heavy in my hand. I should text Lee myself, should verify this with him, should trust my instincts that are screaming at me that something's wrong. But what would I even say? Your best friend is being too nice? I'm paranoid about entering a building. I don't trust the person you trust most. Lee's been so patient with me, and my counting and complete need for control. He pushes my boundaries, yes, but always with care, always making sure I feel safe. Maybe this is just another lesson, another boundary he is trying to help me overcome. Besides, Aries is right. Marcus's behavior has been escalating lately. The books incident was only the latest in several outright attacks. And I swear I feel someone watching me, even when I know no one is. Fine, I concede, following Aries up the steps. But only until Lee's done with his meeting.
Of course.
He holds the door open with another perfect smile.
Whatever makes you comfortable.
As I step into the dimly lit foyer, I try to ignore how the heavy door sounds like a tomb closing behind us.
Lee talks about you constantly.
Aries continues speaking as we climb the ornate staircase. His voice echoes off the wood-paneled walls, making it sound like there are multiple voices speaking. It's kind of sweet. I've never seen him so invested before. I focus on counting stairs instead of responding. 20 to the first landing, another 15 to what looks like a hallway with private rooms. The building feels different and empty. More threatening, somehow. I won't lie to you. He moves closer, his hulking frame invading my 3-foot bubble. I'm a little confused. About the two of you and what you are. My shoulders tense. Is that a question? His dark laugh makes me shiver, and not in a good way. Come on, Salem. Don't play dumb. We both know Lee's preferences, his inclinations. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. My voice shakes, giving away the lie. No? He stops abruptly at the top of the landing, and I'm forced to stop too, or run into him. The arrests? The bar fights? The guys he's been caught with? He turns to face me, and the smile he gives is nothing short of predatory. I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't my story to tell, and even if Aries and Lee have been friends forever, I don't want to give away my and Lee's agreement. Not if Lee hasn't revealed it himself. Lee's my best friend. I know everything there is to know about him. And this, whatever he's doing with you. My heart jumps inside my chest. I press myself against the wall, trying to maintain distance without looking afraid. Did you say Lee was here somewhere? Of course. He steps closer, trapping me against the wall. His movements predatory, his features dark. My breath hitches and panic makes my vision narrow. But while I escort you, maybe we should talk about what's really going on between you two. About the real reason he's with you. My gloved hands shake as I try to count the wallpaper patterns behind him. 1, 2, 3 fleur-de-lis. Again. It doesn't stop the panic clinging to my bones like a second skin. I need to... I try to slip past him, but he lifts his arm and blocks my path. Fear wraps around my limbs. Why did I listen to him? Why did I come here? Need to what? His breath hits my cheek, and I fight the urge to scrub my skin. Run, hide, count things until you feel safe. Don't. Or maybe... His voice drops lower. You need to hear the truth about your boyfriend. About what we really do here at the mill. About how brothers share everything. I don't understand what he's saying, but the implication in his tone makes bile rise in my throat. This isn't right. Lee wouldn't set this up, wouldn't let his friend intimidate me. Lee wouldn't hurt me, right? There's his room. Aries finally steps back, gesturing to a door at the end of the hall. Why don't we go in, talk to him together? My options collapse around me like falling dominoes. Can't go back downstairs alone. Can't stay here with Aries. Can't run without looking crazy. Can't breathe, can't think, can't... After you. He smirks, placing his hand on my lower back. The fear I feel is fleeting when I remind myself of who I am and how far I've come. Did Lee set this all up? If Lee wants to hurt me, he'll have to try harder. I bolt forward, away from Aries' touch and toward Lee's door. Anger grips me as I reach for the handle. If this is some kind of test, some kind of cruel joke between Lee and his best friend, the door swings open and rage propels me forward. The familiar scent of Lee's cologne mixed with soap and humidity fills my nostrils first. Then I notice the steam rolling out from what must be an attached bathroom. If this is some kind of sick joke... I start yelling, my voice tight with anger and betrayal. All those careful weeks of trust building, of him learning my patterns, of me actually believing someone could understand my broken pieces. Was it all just leading to this? Some elaborate prank with his best friend? The words die in my throat when I round the corner and enter the bedroom area to find Lee standing there in all his naked glory. Droplets of water clinging to his skin. I watch as the droplets trail down his chest, catching in the late afternoon sunlight that filters through the window behind him. His brown hair is darker, almost black when wet, and pushed back from his face. His eyes are warm, intense, and brimmed with shock. I lick my lips involuntarily, heat rushing to my core. Stop staring. Don't look down. Don't do it. But the more I tell myself not to do it, the more I'm tempted to. And against my better judgment, I let my gaze shift. Every muscle, every line, every inch of him is on display. And my brain short-circuits. One drop of water slides down his abdomen. 2 seconds of absolute silence. 3 racing heartbeats.
Salem?
His voice is rough, mixed with a hitch of surprise. Yet he makes no effort to cover himself. If anything, he straightens, allowing me to get a better look at him. Close your eyes. Run away. Look at the floor. I do none of those things. I simply stand there, frozen in time, cataloging details I shouldn't want to notice. The way his muscles flex as he shifts. The trail of dark brown hair leading down his stomach. The obvious evidence that he's affected by my presence. The intensity in his storm gray eyes as they lock with mine. My voice trembles, and I'm not even sure how I'm managing to speak right now. Aries said...
Aries?
The way he says his friend's name, appearing to be as confused as I am, tells me all I need to know. Oh, God. Lee's expression changes in an instant as he mentally puts the pieces together. That soft look in his eyes transforms into something dark and dangerous in seconds. I spin around, face flaming, only to find Aries leaning against the closed door with a satisfied smirk. I don't mean to, but I flinch when he reaches behind himself, the sound of the lock engaging, deafening.
Surprise,
he drawls, and I realize with horror that I've walked into whatever terrible plan he had. Caught, like a mouse in a trap, looking for a quick escape. I glance back at Lee and then check my exits. There are none. There is no escape.
What the fuck did you do, Aries?
Lee growls, and the timbre of his voice makes me shiver. Time suspends like honey dripping from a spoon. Thick, slow, inevitable. I can't move. Can't breathe, can't do anything but stand there caught between them. The steam from Lee's shower makes everything hazy, and for a moment I wonder if all of this is merely a dream. Reality crashes into me hard and fast when Aries clears his throat.
Little old me? Oh, I didn't do anything. Just being a good friend and helping things along.
Aries' voice is filled with false innocence.
I saw Salem here in passing and thought, since you're together now, her being your girlfriend, that she might want to see what she's said yes to. What we are or aren't isn't any of your business,
Lee growls.
Salem isn't your concern. I didn't say she was my concern, but I guess it doesn't really matter since it's all fake, right?
His gaze bounces between us, watching our faces, our reactions. The word fake lands like a slap against my cheek. And when his eyes narrow, I know I just confirmed it. Is it really that obvious? It shouldn't matter if Aries knows our relationship is nothing but an act. He is Lee's best friend, after all. But if he sees it so easily, are we really going to be able to sell this to his family? I peek back at Lee. He remains standing, with little care for his current state of nudity. My cheeks heat to the temperature of the sun. Don't stare at his junk, Salem. One look at his face, and I know he's close to detonation. Drops of water continue to trail down his muscled chest and abdomen, each one distracting me further. And right now he looks less like a Greek statue and more like an avenging angel.
Salem.
Lee's voice is deadly quiet.
Come here.
Don't, Aries counters.
He's playing you. Has been this whole time. The perfect gentleman act. The careful distance, pretending to be... Shut up. What we're doing, who she is to me, it's none of your concern.
Lee takes a step forward, all predatory grace, and my breath catches.
Salem, come here.
One foot moves forward without my permission. Two warring instincts, run or stay. 3 seconds before everything explodes.
You should see your face.
Aries laughs bitterly.
Both of your faces. All this pretending, these carefully constructed lies. If you really want to convince people, you need...
Whatever he was going to say gets cut off when Lee lunges at him. Moving with shocking speed, he pins Aries to the door with his forearm across his throat. Side by side, they're about the same height, but Aries is bigger, with more muscle and weight on him. Somehow that doesn't seem to matter. Anyone with enough anger can be dangerous if given the right incentive. But all I can see looking at them are the long white streaks across Lee's back. Pale white lines over his shoulder blades, his lower back, even his butt. Mark after mark. There has to be at least 30 of them. I cup my hand over my face and gasp, but he doesn't hear me.
If you ever,
Lee growls through his teeth, the word bitten off,
come near her again.
The threat hangs unfinished in the air, but clear. Aries' eyes widen with something that looks like fear. There are a lot of other things I should be doing right now, like counting, cleaning, or running. Should be doing anything except noticing how the muscles in his back flex, how powerful he looks, how much I want. And yet, I can't help but wonder about those scars.
Salem.
Lee's voice slices through me, dragging me back to the present. He hasn't looked away from Aries, hasn't moved an inch.
Go into the bathroom and wait for me.
But
now.
It's not a request. I can't think of a response, so I do as I'm told and flee into the steam-filled room, slamming the door behind me. Is it true? Is this really nothing but a game to him? It seems unlikely, but how can I really know? I've been fooled before. I press my gloved hands against the sink and try to breathe. Thoughts swim in my head, and my throat tightens. On the other side of the door, I hear Aries' voice, only vaguely muffled by the door.
You can't keep pretending forever. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to tell me what I can and can't do. My love life is none of your business. It's no one's business. We might be friends, but you've taken this shit too far this time.
I don't want to hear this. I cover my ears with my hands and pace from one side of the bathroom to the next, my eyes darting around. Exit. I need an exit. Outside, Lee and Aries continue to argue. I don't understand why this is such a big deal to Aries. Why he's inserting himself in the middle of things. Does he think I'll rub off on Lee or something? I utter a choked laugh, the sound echoing back harshly from the tiled walls. Maybe that'll turn him into a freak, just like me? Jesus. He's not wrong. My anxiety climbs higher and higher. I peer around the room looking for a way out, an outlet, something, anything to help. An amber bottle sits on the counter near the sink. Don't act like you're actually interested in this girl. We both know you aren't. This is some fucked up game because you're bored. Anything but that. I'm terrified to realize suddenly that I really, really don't want that to be the case. I actually like Lee. My breath hitches, and my chest squeezes hard and painfully, and before I know it, I'm reaching for the bottle of pills like they're a lifeline. Maybe they're the same thing my doctor gave me to stop the noise. Maybe they're not. I don't think it matters. Lee's response is too quiet for my ears to hear. Next thing I know, the door to the bedroom is slamming closed, the sound rattling through me. 1 minute of silence. 2 racing heartbeats. 3 impossible truths. I'm in Lee Sterling's bathroom. He's still naked on the other side of this door, and nothing about my emotions right now feels fake.
Salem?
His voice is closer now, softer.
We need to talk.
Yes, we really do. But first, I need to remember how to breathe.
Chapter 13. Lee. The door slams behind Aries as he leaves, and the sound echoes through my bones like a gunshot. My hands shake with leftover adrenaline and rage. Fucking asshole. What the hell was he thinking, fucking with something that isn't his? It's an irrational thought, since Salem isn't technically mine, but it doesn't matter. I can't wrap my head around what made him think bringing her here was a good idea, acting like he knows a damn thing about what is going on between us. He doesn't know anything. No one does, just Salem and I. So why the fuck was he pressing so hard for answers? Water drips from my hair, trailing down my back, so I snatch up a towel off my bed and tighten it low on my hips. The room feels too small, too hot. The remnants of steam from my shower making everything blurry. Or maybe that's just the anger clouding my vision. Salem? My voice comes out rougher than intended. She's still hiding in the bathroom, and I don't blame her. What a fucking mess. You can come out. He's gone. Silence stretches between us, broken only by the sound of water droplets hitting the hardwood floor. I count them without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. It's crazy how her habits are becoming mine. Are you? Her voice is muffled through the door. Are you dressed? Heat crawls up my neck. Why the hell am I blushing? This is my room. Not exactly, just a towel. More silence, then, oh. That single syllable carries so much weight, so much possibility. I drag a hand through my wet hair, trying to think past the rage still simmering under my skin, past the way she'd looked at me when she first walked in, shock mixed with something darker, hungrier. I can get dressed if... no. The word bursts from her so quickly it startles us both. Give me a minute. I hear her counting under her breath. 1, 2, 3 deep breaths. The familiar pattern soothes me even as it makes my heart race faster. The bathroom door opens slowly, and Salem emerges, and her face is a mixture of terrified and determined. Her chin up, lips pursed, but her eyes are haunted. Her gaze immediately drops to my chest, then lower, following a water droplet as it trails down my abs. Her gloved hands clench at her sides. I'm sorry. We both speak at the same time. A laugh escapes me, but it sounds strained. You have nothing to be sorry for. Aries. Fuck. I don't know what got into him. I never thought he'd... Was he telling the truth? She cuts me off, still not meeting my eyes. I know this is fake, obviously, but is it a game? Is it some twisted joke? My heart stops. Salem? No. Aries doesn't... Just be honest, please. Honest? I've been honest with you from the very beginning. Kinda. There are things I've done she knows nothing about, and hopefully never will. I take a step closer, the towel slipping dangerously low. Her eyes track the movement, and something hot unfurls in my stomach. Then tell me the truth. I know we have an agreement, obviously. She swallows. But is it more than that? Like some kind of pity party? A game because you're bored and tired of the same old, same old? Nothing about this is a game to me. The words hang between us like mist in the air, making it hard to breathe. Water drips from my hair onto my shoulders, and I watch her follow the droplets' path down my chest. Down, 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 until they disappear beneath the towel. I continue. Aries knows nothing about our agreement. He doesn't know what we're doing. He only acts like he does. She nods, and it looks like she believes me, but that's not good enough. Not for me. I took some of your anxiety medication. The words tumble out in a rush. Or whatever was on your bathroom sink. I thought it might make this easier. I was on the brink of a panic attack, and I remembered you saying they helped, and I shouldn't have, but that explains the boldness, the way she's looking at me, the slight dilation of her pupils. Salem. I take another step closer, and this time she doesn't back away. You're not thinking clearly right now. Maybe that's a good thing. Her gloved hands twist together. Maybe I think too much usually, count too much, clean too much. Maybe. She trails off as another drop of water slides down my chest. I feel exposed in a way that has nothing to do with being nearly naked. We shouldn't, I say, gulping, but I move closer anyway. She nods like she understands, but her eyes are fixed on my mouth. One more step and we'll be touching. 2 ragged breaths between us. 3 seconds before everything changes. Lee. Her voice is barely a whisper, a brush of air against my lips. Yeah, you're dripping on my shoes. There's so much open need, so much fucking desire in her voice. The tension snaps. Fuck it. I growl against her sweet, full mouth and then sweep in to take it. She tastes clean and sweet, like a peppermint candy. I reach up to wrap my fingers around her throat to drag her hard into me. She stumbles, but catches herself against my chest, her nitrile gloves roving up onto my shoulders as if she needs an anchor. I like that idea, being her anchor. When I pull away, she sways again, her eyes closed, her face lax and dreamy. Look at me, pantry girl. I want to see your eyes. She opens them slowly, batting her long lashes, then looks up at me. I want to see you come apart. Let me make you come. For a second, I think she's going to turn me down and run away, but then slowly, so slowly, she nods once. That's all I fucking need. I reach down and scoop her up by the ass, take her into the bedroom, and thank all the fucking gods in heaven the housekeeper just changed my sheets and made the bed. If she's going to let me do this, I don't want something like unclean sheets to pull her out of the moment. My erection tints my towel, and I take a fraction of a second to squeeze the soft, round globes of her ass in my hands. Then I sigh and slide her down my body so her feet touch the floor, loving the way her eyes widen as she feels my dick against her belly. She looks down, then back up at my face, and I don't like what I see in her eyes. Questions that I don't have answers to. I give her a tiny shove until she falls onto the end of the bed, then lift her by the waist and deposit her a little higher. As much as I love your eyes on my cock, what I want more than anything is to taste your sweet pussy. Her throat bobs, and I watch her fingers curl into the coverlet. The skin along her neck and cheek flushes pink, almost like she's embarrassed. Fuck, she's so pretty, her pupils blown wide, desire and need flowing out of her. I'm barely restraining myself at this point. I need to taste you. I can't wait another second. I drop to my knees, grab her thighs and haul her toward me so her knees frame my shoulders. If I were a better person, I'd have asked and waited for her reply. But if I don't taste that sweet honey on my tongue right now, I might lose my fucking mind. Never mind that she doesn't make a single move to stop me. Not when I pop the button of her jeans, pull the zipper down, or even as I peel the denim off her legs. All she does is watch me, staring like she's hypnotized. Her chest starts to rise and fall rapidly, her breath coming out in pants. Yeah, she's turned on and wants me, but in the back of my mind I know she'll never forgive me if I do something she isn't willing to accept, so I need to watch her closely. Her eyes are all heat, and she keeps licking her lips like she's ready to take a bite out of me. Patience, there's plenty of time for that. I peer down at her little white panties, and they stare back, taunting me. Fuck. I want to rip them off with my teeth, but I don't want to scare her. Ah, hell. What's it matter? I'm going to hell anyway. Leaning forward on my knees, I shove her thighs wide and bury my face against her mound. Her entire body shudders, and I inhale her sweet, musky scent. Mine. She is mine. Then I lick her hard right over the fabric. I damn near come unglued when her lips part and a soft moan escapes. Oh, fuck me. She's going to make noise through this. I might come in my towel like a fucking teenager. I find the little nub of her clit and bite it gently, drawing another moan out of her. My cock is harder than steel, and I'm seconds away from humping the damn bed frame just to get some relief. I need these panties gone, need her laid bare to me. Inching back a bit, I reach for her underwear, but she shakes her head, smiling, and shifts forward, lifting her hips and ass as she shoves them down her legs. Is it wrong that I want you? Salem whispers, her voice soft. If it's wrong, then we can deal with that later, because I'm too far gone for you to stop now. I've barely finished speaking, and I'm delving between her legs once more, my tongue slipping between her folds to find her clit. Overtaken with pleasure, she falls back onto the bed, her hands fisting the covers. I half expect her to freak out, for reality to catch up with her, but neither of those things happen. Her perfect face twists with pleasure, and there's something so beautiful about watching her come undone. I continue to lick her, flicking my tongue against that tiny little bundle of nerves, making her go mad. She withers against the sheets, and soon her knees tremble against my shoulders. Oh my God, she groans, and her voice, the deep sound, sends an electric current straight to my throbbing cock. I can't take the torture anymore. With one hand, I grip my length, tugging the towel loose on the way to get access to my skin. I suck on her clit and stroke myself, using some of the pre-cum already gathered on the head as lubricant. Fuck, I've never been so turned on. I groan against her folds as I pull back and look up the length of her body. She's killing me, slowly, painfully. Don't stop. Please don't stop, she begs, her eyes pleading as she stares down at me. Never. Nothing could stop me from watching you come undone. I grin against her soaking wet flesh and gently slide a finger inside her pussy. Her pretty brown eyes widen a fraction while her body tenses with surprise, but then relaxes a second later. So warm and wet and fucking tight. Pure perfection. Lee, Salem whines, and I can feel her need, her want. Lifting her hips, she seeks out a release that only I can give her. That power and control, the trust she's putting in me. It makes any fear I have about doing something wrong dissolve into thin air. I'll worship her body until she's begging me to stop. Until she can't tell what is pleasure or pain. I'm right here, pantry girl, I whisper against her thigh. You're so tight, so fucking perfect. Think you can take another finger? Yes, she nods, her eyes pleading. All I can do is smile as I insert a second finger, stretching her a little bit more, making the space even snugger. I can already imagine what it will feel like to sink inside her. I let it play out like a movie inside my head, doing my best to make sure I remain present so I don't take it too far. This is Salem, and she's nothing like any of the others I've been with before. She's different, special. In and out, in and out. I keep my pace slow at first and only move faster once her little body starts to writhe against the sheets. Her hands fly up to her chest and she tugs at her nipples, rolling the tips between her fingers through the fabric of her shirt. I think I'm... Her voice is tight and she bites at her bottom lip in a way that makes me want to replace her teeth with my own. Leaning forward, I replace my thumb with my tongue, sucking on her little clit, and begrudgingly withdraw my fingers from her tight channel. She offers a small whimper of displeasure at the loss, but melts again when I stroke her clit. Her legs clamp tight around my ears, and that's all the indication I need to know that I'm doing what I need to do. Oh, God, Lee, don't stop, she moans, and her thighs continue to tremble. She's close, and I can't wait to taste her orgasm on my tongue. I forego giving myself pleasure and use both hands to push her thighs open, keeping my tongue right where I need it to be. Salem releases a soft gasp, and then she spasms. Her entire body shatters as pleasure ripples through her, rewarding me with the sweet juices of her orgasm. So fucking good. I groan against her pussy while I continue licking her slowly as she rides it out. There is nothing that I would love to do more than stay between her thighs, but we both know as soon as the orgasmic effects wear off, things won't be so amazing. I don't want her to regret this moment, to think I took advantage of her. Pulling away, she lets her thighs fall open like a butterfly, and I get a good look at her. The soft pink flush against milky pale skin, the dark curls just above her clit. Damn, I could look at her like this all fucking day and never get tired of it. Her eyes widen as they skim over my achingly hard cock and up my chest, stopping at my mouth. I wipe it with the back of my hand, then lick it clean. She bites her lip, and I lean over and kiss her, tasting her cunt and her mouth at the same time. Her hands clutch onto my shoulders, and before I realized what's happened, she's set me off balance and pulled me down on top of her. I brace myself on either side of her body and grin down at her face, expecting to see my own dreamy expression mirrored in hers. But I don't. She's looking at me the same way she was before, all need and urgent hunger, and just that look shoots heat through me, thickening my still hard cock further. "What are you doing, pantry girl?" "Oh, nothing. Just trying to get my boyfriend to fuck me." She tugs me into a quick kiss, then trails her mouth over my chin, blazing a fire of sin across my neck. Fuck me. I could think of lots of other things to do with that mouth. "I don't think you mean that," I reply. "But I do. I want you to fuck me, Lee." Her seductive words skate across my skin. Morally, I know it's wrong to continue, to fuck her while she's under the influence. But on the other hand, I want her just as badly as she wants me. I clench my jaw and weigh my options, while she continues to kiss me with that perfect mouth of hers. Seeing her like this, so free, so expressive, it's better than I could have ever imagined. Stop overthinking it. As if it's that easy. If she were anyone else, I would have done it by now. But then again, I had yet to fuck a woman because I hadn't found one I wanted to stick my dick in yet. That and the desire to piss off my parents outweighed any need for pussy. Can't knock someone up and accidentally fulfill my parents' wishes to produce an heir if you aren't fucking the right sex. Fuck, Salem. I'm over here trying to be a gentleman. Are you trying to see how much I can take before I break? I grit out as she sucks on a sensitive spot at my neck. I didn't ask you to be a gentleman. I want you, all of you, every inch. I blink down, tugging her away so I can see her face. Fuck. Her pupils are dilated and she's still got this lustful look on her face. She's still under the influence of my anxiety meds, still compromised. But she grinds against my thigh, rocking her hips forward, and I want that warmth, her fucking arousal soaking my cock. As I try to wrangle some semblance of control over myself, I stare down between our bodies, where my already hard cock lays pressed between us. We fit together so perfectly. I might not have fucked a woman before, but I can feel how easy it would be to slip inside her and feel her cunt clutch around me until she's whimpering. Her teeth rake down my collarbone and over to my chest, and I clench my jaw, grinding my teeth together to stop myself from sinking deep inside her. "Pantry girl," I groan, "you'll regret this." "I promise I won't." She licks her lips and smiles at me, then tugs me forward, her glazed expression roaming over my face. "I want you, all of you, please." Shit. Does that count as consent? What if I don't come? Just enter her enough to take the edge off. Watch her unravel again. I press up out of her hold and she whimpers. And there's no walking away from her. Not right now when I'm so close to the edge. If she regrets this later, then so be it. Shirt off. Now. I want to see those nipples. Taste them. Bite them. She blinks a few times like she's surprised at my response, and then scrambles to remove her shirt, her gloves catching in the fabric. I have no idea why, but the sight of her in nothing but those powder blue nitrile gloves is a bigger turn-on than I thought it would be. Or maybe it's just her. I ease my weight back on top of her, and she butterflies her thighs open again, welcoming me against her body. She's so warm and slick. All at once, I'm hit with anxiety. My stomach twists into a knot, tightening by the second. What if I come too fast? What if I don't make her come before I do? What if I hurt her? Salem reaches for me, tugging me closer. Our lips are nearly touching when she says, "It's okay, Lee. I trust you." I don't understand how, but it's like she could tell something was wrong, that I needed a reminder. As quick as it arrived, the fear and anxiety disappears. Letting my body take control, I erase the remaining distance between us and press my lips to hers. It's a bold kiss, feverish and exhilarating. She opens her mouth to me and my tongue slips into hers. Pleasure zips up my spine as our tongues tangle and her vanilla scent surrounds me. Shifting my hips forward, I let the head of my cock slide against her slick heat, and she reacts like she's being hit by a bolt of pleasure. She bucks against me, driving the head of my cock further into her, and I grit my teeth at the onslaught of sensation. Stars fill my eyes, and I'm consumed with the need to claim her. I'm possessed, past the point of rational thought. I slide in a little deeper, and my lungs tighten to the point of pain as her pussy swallows a little bit more of my cock. So tight, so perfect. Salem throws her head back, her eyebrows pinched together as if she's in pain. Shit, am I hurting her? Her chest heaves, and my attention is momentarily drawn to her pink, dusky nipples. I need to rein it in, gain control before the moment takes control of me. What if she starts to have a panic attack? The reality of that gives me enough patience to pause, and I reach for her, cradling the side of her head. Did I hurt you? Are you okay? She smiles, fucking smiles, and I swear a piece of my heart breaks off and joins hers. I'm fine. Don't stop. It's been a while, that's all. Okay, at least she's not a virgin. Not that it matters. It does make me feel a little less guilty. Wrapping her legs tight around me, she digs her foot into my ass, forcing my hips forward and my cock a little deeper. Holy fuck. Then she stops. Condom? Salem's voice is a squeak. Fuck, yes, I'm sorry. Only I would forget that. As messed up as it is, impregnating Salem is the last thing I fucking need. I start to pull back, but she stops me with a flex of her hips. Her dreamy gaze meets mine. It's fine, I'm on birth control. I study her features, contemplating what I should do. I know it's irresponsible, but the feel of her around me, my bare cock sliding into her warm heat, is too good. I thrust forward, giving her the last 2 inches of my cock. She hisses out a long breath and digs her nails into my back. There's no way she didn't cut through those gloves. I've never experienced pleasure like this before, and my mind is blown. Salem's brows are still pinched together as if she's in pain, and so I snake a hand between us and gently stroke her clit. You were made for me, pantry girl, made to take my cock. I whisper against her throat before I rake my teeth down her neck and then kiss my way back up. My gaze catches on where our bodies are joined, and all I can do is stare, the raw hunger unfurling in my gut at the image of her impaled on my length. Fuck, you feel so good. So fucking good. I finger her clit, strumming it until she raises her hips, seeking friction. It only takes a minute to find a steady rhythm, and then I'm torn between watching the ecstasy play across her features and ducking my head to take her mouth until I capture her sweet, breathy moans. Lee. She moans my name, and butterflies take flight in my stomach. I clutch her to my chest and thrust into her, meeting her stroke for stroke. Soon an all-familiar pleasure builds at the base of my spine. God, no. I can't come before she does. I will not fucking come before she does. I need you to come. Are you going to come for me? I growl through my teeth, holding back my own pleasure. Yes, she exclaims. Fuck, yes you are. Come on my cock. Come for me. My voice is animalistic, and it's like she was waiting for my command. because not even a few seconds later she explodes. Her walls clamp down around me, her whole body tensing, making it damn near impossible to move inside of her. 1, 2, 3 more strokes, and I pull out of her, pumping my achingly hard erection until release shudders through me, and I pepper her skin with my cum. Some primal part of me loves the way it looks there on her pretty flushed skin, so I leave it, even wiping the end of my cock onto a clean area. Some of the orgasmic haze starts to wear off, and I glance up at her to make sure she's okay, that my cum on her skin isn't setting off her OCD, but she appears to be more than okay. She simply lays there, dazed, her body limp. It gives me a minute to clean up my mess, then gather a fresh pair of gloves for her. While in the process of doing that, reality crashes back into me, reminding me of what a piece of shit I am. What the fuck did I just do? A bottle of liquor on the sideboard beckons to me, but I hold off, wanting to make sure she gets out the door first at least. I should get dressed. I step back, snapping up the towel and wrapping it around my hips, trying to put distance between us before I do something stupid, like pull her back into my arms. And you should probably go before I drink myself into oblivion, because we can't spend the next 2 days fucking like animals. Go, she finishes for me. Sadness fills her eyes, and it guts me like a fucking fish. I'm such an asshole. I open my mouth to comment on it, to tell her I don't really want her to go, but then she blinks, and it's gone. Yes, I should. I need to. She rises from the bed and starts to gather her things, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. I want to help, but I know touching her right now would be dangerous. Instead, I watch her rip off her old gloves, which seems an almost intimate act in and of itself after what we just did. She slips into a fresh pair and checks them 3 times. Once in place, she quickly dresses and smooths her sweater exactly 4 times. I can tell anxiety, confusion, maybe even fear is settling in, the impact of what we did, what I allowed to happen. She counts her steps to the door 6 times before actually reaching for the handle. Salem, don't. She doesn't turn around. Please don't make this more awkward than it already is. We just got carried away. The medication, the adrenaline from Ares, you being, well. She gestures vaguely at my towel. It's fine. We're fine. Everything is still fine. She's lying. I'm lying. We're both lying, and we both know it.
Chapter 14. Salem. It wasn't as awkward as I imagined it would be to have sex with my fake boyfriend. I was more embarrassed about the fact that I had taken his medication and acted so boldly. Yeah, it was terrifying, but it was also exhilarating. And it proved to me that I was still normal, not completely broken. That's what I think about as I watch the sunlight filtering through the coffee shop windows, the rays catching on Lee's eyelashes and making them look almost golden as he dozes off in the chair across from me. It's been a week, and it hasn't happened again, nor have we talked about it. I watch him openly, but only because he's partially asleep. I would never be brave enough to do such a thing if he were awake. In my mind, there is nothing more that I could possibly be embarrassed about. Not after I let him see me naked and basically begged him to fuck me. But that's a lie. I'm still bashful and insecure in his presence. Unlike him, it's difficult for me to be as open with my emotions and thoughts. Sometimes I envy him. Other times I wonder what consequences there must be for always bearing your heart to the world. My gaze cuts from his eyelashes to roam over his strong jawline, and finally the tendons in his throat. I bite my bottom lip, thinking about pressing kisses against his throat again. As if I would ever be brave enough to do such a thing of my own volition. His chest rises and falls in a rhythm that I find myself counting without meaning to. 1, 2, 3 breaths. Again. Again. I adjust my calculus textbook 3 millimeters to the left, aligning it perfectly with the edge of the table. Lee cleaned the surface for me when we arrived. 3 careful swipes with sanitizing wipes. He made no complaints, asked no questions, just like he's done every day for the past 2 months. 2 months of pretending. 2 months of counting together. 2 months of trying to convince myself this is still fake. I don't think I can make that argument after the other day. It doesn't feel fake anymore. He shifts in his sleep, locks of dark hair falling across his forehead, and my fingers itch to brush them back. Get a grip, Salem. I clench them in my lap instead, the nitrile squeaking. The sound makes the sides of his mouth lift in a small smile, even unconscious. It's crazy how attuned to my habits he is, recognizing the small sounds of my anxiety, even when he's asleep, like they're his own soundtrack.
I can feel you counting my breaths, pantry girl.
He murmurs without opening his eyes. Oh, God, he caught me. I have no reason to be embarrassed, and yet heat crawls up my neck. I'm not
37 in the last 5 minutes.
His smile grows.
Plus 15 times you've adjusted your book. And at least 20 glances at the ceiling.
That's not fair. I thought you were sleeping.
Not quite. I can hear your thoughts, almost as if you're saying them out loud.
He cracks one eye open, storm gray and amused.
And, of course, I wouldn't mind taking you back to my bed, spreading you out and feasting on your...
Stop it right now! My cheeks burn red hot, but the twinkle of mischief in his eye tells me he's far from finished. I was not thinking about what we did. I whisper the last part, as if we aren't at a university where sex and alcohol are part of the daily curriculum. I need to find a way to mask my expressions better. I blink and ensure my face is clear of all emotion, but I still can't get the thoughts out of my head. I can still feel his mouth on my skin, the way he turned the heat inside me into an inferno I haven't been able to quench since that day. He lifts a brow as if to say liar, liar, but doesn't call me out on it.
Fine. Then I'll answer another question I'm sure you're wanting to ask.
And what's that?
How I escaped the mill?
All I do is roll my eyes, even though the mention of the Oakmount estate makes something twist in my chest. He'd shown up this morning with dark circles under his eyes and a triumphant grin, announcing he'd finally found his own apartment. Freedom, he had called it. I was curious to know what freedom had cost him, because nothing in life was actually free. I doubt he noticed how I counted the bruises on his knuckles. 4 distinct marks. Did he and his father get into a fight? Or did he punch the wall? I couldn't say that I wasn't proud or happy for him. I'm sure it took a lot of effort and bravery to do what he did. But I was also afraid of what type of impact being on his own might have on him. Lee is social. He needs the light on him. But not so much that it suffocates him. The mill is not a prison. You didn't escape it. I shake my head at his dramatics. Is there a reason for the bags under your eyes? Have you been sleeping? Maybe you should go home and sleep. I tell him, but we both know I don't mean it. These quiet moments in the coffee shop have become our sanctuary. our bubble of safety where we can just be us.
I am home.
He stretches and the motion causes his shirt to rise up, exposing a strip of muscled skin on his abdomen. I can't help but stare.
Wherever you are, counting things and making that adorable squeaking sound with your gloves. That's my home.
My heart shudders. Please don't say things like that.
Why?
Lee cocks his head to the side. Because you should only say things like that to someone you're in love with, that you want to be with long term. They aren't meant for our situation. We're still technically fake. I lower my voice and whisper the last word. Lee frowns.
I don't care what is real or fake, Salem. All I know is how I feel about you, and I won't mask those feelings. I won't hide them, not even for you.
No, he can't talk like this, can't think like this. I should have known having sex would complicate things, but in that moment, I was trying to be brave, normal. I wanted him, and he wanted me. But now I feel like what we did, what we shared, was a mistake. Just another obstacle I've put in front of us. I don't want you to hide how you feel, Lee, but don't turn this into something that it's not, that it can't be. I don't miss the tight clench of his jaw or the way his gaze flashes irritation. He wants to disagree with me, to fight back. But even he knows this can't ever become real. Not wanting to ruin our time together, I go a different route. You sanitized the table 3 times today, I whisper, needing to focus on facts instead of feelings. You never used to do that. I always did it, unless you got here before me. Something pings in my brain. Am I ruining him? Forcing him into my habits, even though he doesn't need them? Not the same way I need them, anyway?
People change. They pick up new habits. For example, they allow a certain someone to talk them into trying oat milk for the first time.
That's totally not fair. Oat milk isn't that bad, I interject.
Oh, really? Says the girl who orders the same thing every time.
He rolls his eyes and gives me a panty-melting smirk. Be still, my heart. Trying new things is good sometimes. I blink back at him, trying not to show the effect his smile and charm have on me, but fail miserably. It's impossible not to be affected by this man. It's like he sucks all the oxygen out of the room.
I'll remember that next time I tell you we're going on a date somewhere that you've never been before.
He sits up a little straighter and runs a hand through his disheveled hair. Lee has a raw beauty to him that is impossible to ignore.
I think you might be rubbing off on me, pantry girl. Or maybe...
His voice trails off, and he leans in, his closeness giving me heart palpitations.
I just like the way you look when everything's perfect. There's a certain type of calm that washes over me whenever we're together. And I know it sounds stupid, but it makes me believe that we can overcome anything if we stick together.
The sincerity in his voice, the emotion, it makes my chest ache. Lee, I won't be able to do this if the lines between fake and real continue to blur. I've been at risk of falling for him since the day we met in that dark pantry. And every day that passes, I find myself growing closer to him, waiting for the next moment when I'll see him.
The line between real and fake disappeared the day you let me eat that pretty pussy of yours.
Oh, God. His mouth. I can't believe he just said that.
I doubt there's any going back now. Not when your juices have coated my chin.
Lee! I start to scold him and plan to tell him off, but then the bell above the coffee shop entrance chimes. Marcus Chen walks in, and the moment shatters like a piece of glass.
Well, if it isn't the campus crazy and her boyfriend.
Marcus's voice carries across the coffee shop like poison gas, seeping into my carefully constructed piece. I don't understand how I can go from okay to distraught and panicked in seconds. My hands start to tremble, and the nitrile gloves squeak as I clench them into fists, then unclench them. I need something to do with my hands. I pluck the pencil I placed beside my textbook off the table and roll it between my fingers.
Ignore him,
Lee murmurs, suddenly wide awake. His body tenses like a coiled spring, but he doesn't move from his relaxed position. He's protecting me without making it obvious. Marcus takes a seat at a nearby table with two of his friends. I do my best to ignore their existence, counting through their laughter as it floats around me.
Remember freshman year, guys? When the freaks all stuck together?
Freaks? He says it like he wasn't one of us. That was before he joined the football team the year after everything happened. I try my best not to let my thoughts drift to that night, to that moment when everything changed. Don't think about freshman year. Don't think about Chelsea. It feels like someone has wrapped a noose around my neck, my airway closing up, making it difficult to breathe as the rope tightens further and further.
Hey, Salem.
Marcus's voice meets my ears, but I don't look at him. I am trying to stay calm, trying to control the panic.
Have you heard from your doctor lately? Oh, wait.
The pencil in my hand snaps, the sound echoing through the mostly quiet space. I look down at the broken pieces, but all they do is remind me of how broken I am, of how broken everything is. And the memories from that night threaten to resurface. Lee's hand appears in my vision, collecting the fragments, his movements precise and gentle.
That's it,
he whispers, low enough only I can hear.
Focus on my hands. Count with me.
1 piece of broken pencil. 2 tissues to wrap them in. 3 seconds before Marcus speaks again.
Aw, Chelsea would be so proud.
Marcus continues, each word calculated to hurt.
Her best friend hooking up with one of the football players, one of the Oakmount elite at that.
A memory filters back and I can't stop it. My phone vibrating across my dresser with text after text. If I had looked at my phone that night, read those messages, if I had been there, then maybe...
Enough.
Lee's razor-edge tone cuts him off. He hasn't moved, hasn't even turned around, but his tone makes Marcus's words die in his throat. Without anything to distract me, more memories flood into my mind, pressing against my skull like a vice. Chelsea's laugh, her bright smile, the way she used to defend me before...
It's okay. I'm here. I've got you.
Lee's voice is a gentle stroke against my cheek, slowly pulling me back towards reality. But there's no escaping the past when the present is a direct consequence from those actions. This strange sound escapes my throat, and I realize I'm gasping for air. I can't breathe. I can't think. I'm losing control. Marcus stands, taking deliberate steps toward our table.
Can't breathe, huh?
I can breathe, but it feels like I can't. I know it's in my head. I think back to all the therapy I did, all the sessions with Dr. Martinez. My lungs burn and my chest aches, pain radiating through it with every beat of my heart. Find something to ground yourself.
Guess you know what it feels like to be in Chelsea's place then, huh?
Marcus's words, his voice, all of it is like little needles poking into my skin. I need this to end, need him to leave, or else I need to leave, but my legs... I try to lift them, to force myself to move, but they might as well weigh 10,000 pounds.
Does your boyfriend know about what happened that night? Why everyone hates you? I'm warning you, Marcus. Walk away now, or I'm kicking your fucking ass.
Lee growls at Marcus but keeps his gaze on me. I can visibly see his muscles coiling, tighter and tighter. He might look unaffected, but it's obvious, at least to me, he's close to exploding.
Breathe, pantry girl. 1, 2, 3.
But I can't breathe. Can't think. Can't stop the fragments of memory from splintering through the cracks. Chelsea's voice. I love these cliffs. They always feel like coming home. Marcus's laugh as he kissed her cheek. Chelsea crying about him not texting or calling or acknowledging her at football events. My gloves squeak against the table as I press them to the wood, trying to ground myself. Lee notices. He always notices, and shifts, putting his body between me and Marcus without being obvious about it.
I'm not scared of you, Lee. Your name might get you the royal treatment from others, but it doesn't mean shit to me. We'll see about that.
There's a warning woven in Lee's response.
Be warned, Sterling. Whatever that girl touches, she destroys. So be careful or you might end up just like Chelsea.
I won't lie. It hurts to hear him say such a terrible thing. But I can't change his feelings or what he thinks about me. Therapy helped me realize that I'm not the problem for Marcus. I'm just the easiest available outlet for his anger. But that doesn't make anything he says true. Turning, he retreats to his table without looking back.
Piece of fucking shit.
Lee mutters under his breath. His body is drawn tight, like a bowstring, and even if he wears a look of rage on his face, he stays beside me, remaining in a protective position. He reaches across the table and gently unfolds my clenched fingers.
Talk to me,
he whispers. And for a moment, I want to tell him everything. About Chelsea, about that night, about why I count things and wear gloves, and the real reason I can't stop being afraid. Except when I open my mouth, the words don't come out. They stick in my throat, trapped behind 2 years of silence, therapy, and walls that I built to protect myself. Tears burn at the corners of my eyes. No, I will not cry. I will not give him that satisfaction. Tipping my head back, I stare up at the ceiling and start to count the tiles, waiting for the feeling to subside. And Lee, wonderful, patient Lee, counts with me. It's brief moments like this that make me question if this could really be real. But then the bubble bursts when reality reminds me of how messed up I already am, and how one perfect moment together doesn't mean we magically fit together. Lee doesn't ask questions when I stumble to my feet, and instead smoothly rises with me. His body remains perfectly angled between Marcus and I, a shield I didn't ask for, but one I desperately need. My quick, jerky movements make the books scatter across the table, perfect order, dissolving like my sanity. I need... The words catch in my throat. What do I need? Space? Air? Time to rewind 2 years so that I can save Chelsea?
Outside,
Lee suggests, already gathering my things with careful precision. He remembers the order. Textbooks largest to smallest, notebooks by subject, pencils aligned by length. When did he learn these things about me? Marcus's laugh follows us toward the door.
Can't run away from all your problems.
I've barely made it outside and out of view when my legs give out beneath me. I'm not sure how, but Lee catches me before I hit the ground. His arms circle my waist, and he pulls me into his chest. His strength and warmth encompass me, and his rich, masculine scent cradles me. He walks us to a nearby bench, holding me tight to his chest. It still surprises me that his touch doesn't set me off or send me into further panic. Skin contact always makes me nuclear. But not Lee's. Whenever he touches me, I come apart. Excitement replacing the usual fear because I know deep down, Lee cares. Chelsea was my friend. I whisper into his chest. The words taste like copper and fear. We were...
You don't have to tell me.
The deep timbre of his voice vibrates across my skin. He says I don't have to tell him, but I do. Maybe that's what I need. To speak the truth so that the memories will stop haunting me, stop eating me alive from the inside out. Marcus wasn't there either. My voice sounds strange, distant. That night, at the party, Chelsea wanted me to go with her, but I couldn't. She told me I needed to stop being so afraid, letting my anxiety control me. A sob catches in my throat. I didn't go with her, and I regret it every minute of every day now. The pressure on my chest becomes lighter the more I speak. Chelsea trusted me, trusted us. Lee doesn't push when I trail off, doesn't demand the full story, just holds me while I shake apart, his body between me and the rest of the world. I can't. I finally whisper. I can't tell you everything. Not yet.
Okay.
He brushes his thumb across my cheekbone, his touch careful.
Whenever you're ready. Or never. It's your story to tell.
The simple acceptance in his voice breaks something in my chest. This isn't how fake boyfriends act. This isn't what we agreed to. This is too real, too raw, too much. Lee.
Shh.
He presses his forehead to mine.
Just breathe. Count with me.
And even though I can't tell him the rest, how her loss sent me into a spiral, how Marcus blamed me for her death, and how I spent 6 months in a psychiatric facility counting ceiling tiles, I let him hold me. Let him pretend this is just part of our arrangement. Let myself pretend I'm not falling in love with him.
43 tiles on the ceiling inside,
he says softly, giving me something concrete to focus on.
Plus 12 light fixtures, 27 steps to the bathroom, 9 sugar packets in the caddy at our table.
I close my eyes, letting his voice wash over me. When did he start noticing these things? When did he start counting just to make me feel safe? Then it's both his voice and the soft heat of his breath on my cheek. Then my neck. Then the slightest nibble of his teeth on my earlobe. I start to feel flush. A warmth creeps over my cheeks. I exhale hard, the fog in my brain shifting, morphing into something I can actually handle, actually deal with. What are you?
Shh, pantry girl. I'm focusing.
His mouth traces across mine once, twice, 3 times. Then he cups the back of my neck and kisses me, like he's trying to consume my soul. It's enough to draw me out of my head and into my body. I give in to the kiss, fall into it and the wet, warm sweep of his lips against mine. My core tightens, and my skin catches fire as his fingers dig into the hair at the nape of my neck and pulls tight. Oh, God. How can I feel his touch deep inside of me? I moan into his mouth and he matches it, giving as much as he can and taking the same. I grip onto the fabric of his shirt, wishing we were alone and back in his bedroom instead of on this bench in front of the coffee shop. And then, as fast as it starts, it ends. He breaks the kiss, and I find myself gasping, needing his lips on mine because they're the only form of oxygen available.
Salem?
His voice is rough, and the way he says my name with so much uncertainty, it's like he is asking me a question without asking it. Stop. I squeeze his hand. Just don't. Don't say anything else that will complicate things further. He exhales slowly and I feel him nod. We both know we're past complicated. Past fake. Past whatever boundaries we set 2 months ago. But acknowledging it will mean facing truths that neither of us are truly ready for. Kiss me again. I whisper. He doesn't ask questions, only kisses me again, this time nibbling my bottom lip with his teeth until I'm clenching my thighs tightly, needing more, wanting everything. How does he do this? Each touch short-circuits my brain, turning the anxiety and fear off, so all I can think about is the sensation of him against me. This time when he breaks away, he presses his forehead into mine, and we're both panting softly. He continues to hold me, his body curled protectively around mine, pretending this is normal, pretending his touch doesn't set my skin on fire, even through the gloves, pretending this is still just an arrangement. Behind us is the coffee shop, and I count the bricks around the windows to slow my racing heartbeat. 25 bricks per row, I murmur.
Times 12 rows.
He adds, 300 total. His lips quirk up.
Unless you count the half bricks at the ends.
Do you? I ask, meaning so much more than bricks.
Count the broken pieces.
His eyes meet mine, full of understanding.
Every single one.
We stay there, kissing and occasionally counting, both aware we're avoiding bigger truths, both of us aware that at some point we'll have to face what this really is, what we really are. But for now, we keep pretending and telling ourselves we aren't falling in love.
Chapter 15. Lee. The definition of freedom can be many things to many people. For me, freedom smells like coffee and Thai takeout, not bourbon and old money. My new apartment isn't much, nothing like Sterling Manor, but it's mine. It's amazing what a change in atmosphere can do to a person's mood. Inside these walls, there are no judgmental portraits, no fathers' disapproving sighs echoing down hallways, no mothers rearranging everything I own to be more suitable. Inside this place, I can be me, and that's a freedom I've truly never experienced before. I sprawl on my couch, counting the water stains on the ceiling just because I can. I could have rented out one of the apartments at Drew's newly built complex, but I didn't want to ask, nor did I want him to think I wanted a handout. Plus, this place makes me feel better, less like the famous playboy and more like a normal fucking guy. Speaking of normal, I'm pretty sure Salem's habits are becoming mine, but here, alone, I don't mind. It's weirdly soothing. Even when I don't need to count or measure or sanitize for Salem's sake, I still find myself doing it anyway because I've come to realize it settles me. It helps to ground me and remind myself of who I am instead of who the world wants me to be. Choosing to forego another round of counting tiles, I let my gaze travel around the room. 1, 2, 3 spots that need fixing. 4 boxes still unpacked. 5 reasons I'm never going back to... My phone buzzes with an incoming call. I pick it up and stare at the screen. My mother's face fills it, her perfectly composed image somehow managing to look disappointed even in digital form. Fuck. Mother? I don't answer until the 3rd ring because I know it irritates her to wait. Darling. Her voice drips honey-coated venom. I trust you're settling into your alternative living situation. I close my eyes, counting breaths like Salem taught me. The apartment is fine. The sound carries years of disapproval. And your relationship? The one that prompted this ill-advised move toward independence. My jaw clenches. Of course, she's checking up on my progress, making sure I'm still playing straight for the family name. Salem is fine. More than fine. Perfect, actually, in ways I can't explain to anyone, especially not my mother. Wonderful. She doesn't sound like it's wonderful at all. Then you'll both attend the Foundation's charity gala next weekend. The Sterlings are hosting this year, and the event is set to take place at the Grand Hotel downtown. It's not a question, not even close to a request. My mother doesn't ask, she commands. Mother, the entire board will be there, she continues as if I hadn't spoken. And the Hendersons. Their daughter Charlotte is newly single, in case you were wondering. It's really such a shame her engagement ended. Again, she doesn't sound as if she's saddened by the news. What it really sounds like she's saying is, follow my orders, do what you're told, and wear the mask I want or face the consequences. Did I mention that image is everything to her? We'll be there. The words taste like ash. Text me the details. Wonderful. This time she means it, and that terrifies me. Oh, and Lee, do make sure your girlfriend knows how to behave at these events. We wouldn't want any unfortunate incidents to take place. The line goes dead before I can respond, before I can defend Salem, or tell my mother to fuck off, or explain that Salem is worth 10 of their society princesses. And just like that, the freedom I felt earlier is ripped right out from underneath me. It's an illusion. With my mother meddling in my life, I'll never be free. Not truly. Fuck! I hurl my phone onto the couch and run both my hands through my hair, tugging at the strands in frustration. Guilt eats away at my insides. This obsession with Salem is out of control. I never should have taken an interest in her, never should have looked into who she was and what made her so unique. Now I have to wonder if bringing her into this was ever a good idea. She can barely handle coffee shops on bad days. How the hell is she going to manage a ballroom full of Sterling-approved vultures? The crowds, the touching, the judgment. The all-too-familiar rush to reach for a bottle of alcohol and drown myself inside of it snakes beneath my skin. One reason to cancel. I can't expose her to my family's cruelty. 2 reasons to go. If I don't, they'll never believe this is real. If I don't, my mother might stoop low enough to start putting these poor women into my bed in hopes they will turn me straight. A chanting prayer echoes in my head, followed by the crack of a belt. Fuck this. I give in to temptation and snatch the nearest bottle of alcohol off the table, twist off the cap and swallow, letting it burn away the memories. 3 reasons I'm terrified. Because it is real. Because I'm falling for her. Fuck, I already have. I'm obsessed with her, and the moment we shared in my bed, where I claimed her, that sealed the deal for me. If I'm being honest, none of this was ever fake, at least on my side. I'm a mess, a fucking mess, but I don't want to let her go. I also don't want to drag her deeper into my shit. But isn't that why you approached her in the first place? To be your fake girlfriend? My phone buzzes again with Mother's text, event details attached with a note about appropriate attire. As if I don't know how to dress for a formal fucking event. As if I haven't been performing for their approval my entire life. Except this time it's different. This time there is more at stake. I can no longer worry only about myself. I did this and asked her to pretend for me. I can't leave her to be thrown to the wolves. Still, my doubts linger. We've been preparing for this exact scenario, but I don't know if she's ready. I guess the only option I have is to make it as easy as possible for her, just like she makes things easier for me. I grab my phone and search my contacts for the number to our family tailor. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. And fake girlfriend or not, I'll make certain that Salem outshines every real society princess in that ballroom, which means I'll need to find her the perfect dress. Putting the bottle of alcohol down, I pull out my laptop. I focus my attention on scouring the internet for dresses. 43 minutes later, and I'm scrolling through designer dresses on a website the tailor sent me, while my brain runs calculations. Not just sizes and prices, those are irrelevant when you have the sterling name, but all the little details that matter to Salem. Fabric that won't irritate her skin. Nothing so restrictive that it might trigger a panic attack. A cut that makes her feel protected but stunning. Something that says, I belong here to all the vultures who'll be watching her every move. Frustration mounts the longer I search for the perfect dress that never appears. Instead of tossing my laptop out the window, I shoot Belle a text. Me. SOS. Trying to find a dress for Salem. I navigate back to the browser and scroll through the page. Nope, definitely not. I mutter, rejecting another dozen options. Too much exposed skin, too many beads that could fall off and disrupt her counting. Thankfully, Belle replies to my text right then. Belle, hold please, I have the perfect dress. Me, you're the best. If I was with you, I would kiss you right now. My phone buzzes with a response, which only includes a link. I click on it, and it brings me to some boutique. The screen loads, and I damn near gasp at the sight of the dress on the screen. It's fucking perfect. Deep burgundy silk that will make Salem's brown eyes look soft and sparkling. A high neck for modesty, long sleeves that will meet her gloves, and a flowing skirt that won't make her feel trapped. Me. Scratch that. I would marry you. Me. But the gloves. Belle. Already handled. Lifesaver. If Drew doesn't marry her, I may consider it. All I can do is smile when another message comes through with a link. I click on it, and once again am so thankful that one of my best friends found such a great-ass woman. The website is for custom silk gloves from some designer I've never heard of, available in 3 different lengths and styles. The price tag is astronomical, but the description promises the softest silk imaginable. 1 pair in classic elbow length, the next opera length with tiny pearl buttons. Fuck it. I buy 3 different pairs to make her feel safe and elegant at the same time. I smile, and the desire to share this news and excitement with Salem bubbles out of me. I should text her, yes. But then I pause, the impulsive reaction fading into fear. Fear of failing, of fucking this all up. How do I explain that I'm not doing this all for show, that she's not some trophy I want to show off, that I want her to feel as beautiful as I see her? I'm reminded of her comment at the coffee shop the other day. She said not to complicate things, not to make it harder for her to separate real from fake. But none of this is fake. It never was to me. And yet to text her and share these little details with her would blur the lines. It would complicate things. So even if I want to share this moment with her, I know I can't. Irritation over the situation pricks at my skin, but I don't let the anger drag me down. I put that energy into ensuring the event will be as good of an experience for her as it is for anyone else. Navigating to the browser, I search for the hotel's number and hit the call button. The manager answers on the first ring. Sterling's always get priority service. "Mr. Sterling, how can I assist?" "The charity event that's taking place next weekend." I pace my living room, counting steps. "I need some special arrangements made." "Of course, sir." This is what wealth and having the perfect last name gets you. "Great. So the entrance needs to be completely clear. I want no crowds, and I need a private space set up with sealed water bottles, hand sanitizer, and the works. High-end stuff. Nothing that looks medical." "Certainly. Anything else?" I think of Salem, of all her careful patterns and needs. "Yes, I need the exact number of tiles in every room we might enter, floor and ceiling, and make sure all the surfaces are sanitized. 3 times. There's a pause, then, 3 times, sir." 3 times, I confirm. It's important. I go over the details a couple more times with the manager, making sure that everything is perfect, safe, controlled, the way Salem needs it to be, the way I need it to be for her. It's the least I can do, knowing I'm dragging her into a mess that will most likely induce a panic attack and require at minimum a month's worth of therapy. When I finally hang up, I'm still irritated, but for reasons that I can't change. I stare at my phone, at the dress website, which is still open, at the glove order confirmation. All that's left is to ask her to accompany me. Of course she will go. All I need to do is tell her when and what to wear. But for me, it's deeper than that. It's personal. For the first time in my life, I want something, someone that I don't deserve, that I can't really have. It's no longer us practicing at the coffee shop. Meeting my family is tossing her into shark-infested waters. I won't be able to hide all the fucked-up pieces of who I am anymore. So far, she's only seen what I allowed her to see. At the event, the veil will be pulled back. She'll step inside my world completely, and I don't know what she'll think, what she'll make of it, if she'll be able to handle it. We're more alike than different. But I'm still terrified she'll decide I'm not worth it and run when she sees all of the dirty, broken pieces of my soul. It doesn't matter what's real or fake, what she sees or doesn't. The moment I tell her about the event, she sends me a thumbs up. I don't know why, but I stupidly expected her to say something else, to react another way. "Me, you're still going to be my +1, right?" My heartbeat thunders in my ears while I wait for her response. It comes a second later. "Salem." "Of course. Fake girlfriend to the rescue." I drop the phone onto the couch and sag back against the cushions, hoping I don't mess this up and praying that I will somehow find a way to make her mine. The days pass at a painstakingly slow pace. It's like waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for the bad to happen because you know eventually it will. By the time Saturday arrives, I'm a bundle of nerves. I try to rein in my anxiety, which is even worse than usual, with the knowledge that Salem will need me far more than I need her today. I wake up early, shower, shave, and head straight to Salem's house. Noah answers the door before I can knock, his protective older brother stance only slightly undermined by his basketball shorts and bedhead. His gaze quickly roams over me before dropping to the garment bag in my hands, then ping-pongs over to the distinctive blue box from the glove designer. "You know it's 7 a.m., right? Most people sleep in on the weekends." "Your sister is not like most people. She's up at 6 every morning," I reply, and his expression softens. Of course I know her schedule. I know all her patterns now. 7 on Saturdays, Noah corrects, but steps aside to let me in. Except today. Today she woke up at 5 a.m. and decided she needed to rearrange her closet to make room for the dress that you sent her. Holy fuck, I never thought I'd be excited to watch someone try on a dress. Then again, I have yet to meet anyone else like Salem. Has she tried it on yet? Nope, just been staring at it. He closes the door, then fixes me with a serious look. She's nervous, man, about all of it. Your family, the event. I know. I adjust my grip on the packages, more determined than ever to ensure she has a good time this evening. That's why I'm here early. Thought it might be good to give her some time to process everything, maybe answer any questions she has. Noah studies me for a long moment, way longer than necessary. You really care about her, don't you? I don't even bother answering his question. We both know I wouldn't be here if I didn't care. Thankfully, Salem's voice drifts down from upstairs before I conjure up an answer. Noah? Who are you talking to? Your fake boyfriend brought presents, he calls back, emphasizing the fake in a way that makes me want to punch him. There's a squeak of latex from above, then the careful sound of Salem counting steps as she descends the stairs. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 27. She appears around the corner, already dressed. Soft gray sweater, perfect ponytail, fresh gloves. Lee? Shock fills her brown eyes, which only grow wider when she notices the packages in my hands. You didn't have to come early. Yes, I did. I hold up the blue box. These needed a proper presentation. Noah makes a gagging sound and retreats to the kitchen, leaving us alone in the foyer. Salem's hands twist together, latex squeaking in that way that means she's fighting anxiety. The dress is beautiful, she whispers. Too beautiful. Too much. Pantry girl, prepare to be amazed, because you haven't seen anything yet. I set the garment bag aside and open the blue box. These are the real stars of the show. Her breath hitches when I slowly pull out the first pair of gloves. The silk catches the morning light, the color of burgundy, matched to ensure they look the same. May I ask, holding them out. She nods, extending one trembling hand. I don't rush her, don't push. I just wait while she counts her breaths. 1 inhale, 2 exhales, 3 seconds of courage. Her latex-covered fingers brush against the silk, then she gently swipes it across her forearm. And the small gasp she makes is worth every penny I spent on these things. They're so soft, she whispers, tracing the tiny pearl buttons.